But if you can look at certain blacks or even certain black pastors, if you look at African leaders, you talk about Robert Mugabe, you can talk about other ones. They tend to stay in power longer than what they're supposed to because it's an opportunity that they had to either take or fight for, and they don't want to give it up. But I want to challenge that thought process today, because what I believe is that black men can open the door for you more than maybe even white men. And the reason why is, number one, they understand you and your talent ability, and number two, they understand the community, which is untapped, and it's an untapped resource. I'd like to give an example to Kevin Samuels. When I met Kevin Samuels in 2017, his name was like Kevin Samuels fashion designer or fashion and fragrances or something like that. He had maybe no more than 9,000 followers. He used to come to my live stream on the Ocean Blogcast channel, and I gave Kevin Samuels his first interview in the Black Manosphere space. I had no idea who he was going to be or what he would become, but we can all say now that Kevin Samuels became something greater than all of the content creators he dealt with, including myself. But what Kevin Samuels did for me and my career is amazing. I could have never done it for myself in the way that he did it. He exposed me to a new audience and to new friends that I've met, even in Africa, that people know me because of Kevin Samuels. And financially, I did the best in the years prior to when he passed away. Not necessarily because he was giving me money, but because he recommended me. And he made this YouTube thing for me a lot easier. That's what happens when you can help a black man up and he can come back and help you. And that is what happens when you invest in other black men. They give you an opportunity that other people won't give you, because they typically can respect you as an owner, as a person in the business, and things like that. This is a very important thing that we must know and must look out for. But when it comes to us as black men, because we have a lack of trust, we can never open the door for brothers like Travis Hunter, who may come and very well pay it back. And some black men don't, but many black men do. And we miss a lot of financial opportunities, a lot of ownership opportunities. Look at Travis Hunter. He's a millionaire before he comes into the league. I mean, he was a millionaire in college. That's because of the risk he took. I mean, dealing with Dion got him more publicity. It got people talking about him. It got his name out there in 3 years that he would have never gotten if he was in Florida State, just basically being a defensive back or a wide receiver. He would have been a high draft pick, but nobody would know his name like they know him now. And now he's a superstar in the NFL because a black man gave him a chance to be able to do what? Play both sides of the ball. And that's what he's doing now. Play both sides of the ball. You got to understand that the black man can be the opportunity that the white man sees, which is talent for you. A white guy or a white team are would. But once the black man gives you the opportunity to prove yourself, then all of a sudden everybody has to accept it at that point because you've already proven that you do the job. How many times have we seen competent black men who never got an opportunity on a large scale to do something, they sort of gotten stuck in what they're doing, right? We all been there, and we've seen a lot of black male talent die. But that lack of trust is something that we have to get over. I have to be honest, guys. If it wasn't for you or brothers like you who supported me over the years, I would not have been able to do what I'm doing. And I've been able to stay in this sector for about a decade, talking to the life. Black men can't, but we got to get over the fact that, hey, I can't trust you because of my own previous existence, or I can't trust you because of my pain. We're going to have to get over that. If we can get over that, we can build businesses and we can build communities just like everybody else. And we have a really good opportunity to do it because no one is doing it. There's so much opportunity in the black world. I don't care if it's in Africa. I don't care if it's in America. As long as we can get over that trust issue and that ego, we can do a numerous amount of things that can create a lot of wealth and a lot of partnerships and a lot of happiness for all sides included. But we got to understand that we are each other's opportunity. The same way that Travis Hunter looked at Deion Sanders as an opportunity. The same way that Deion Sanders looked at Travis Hunter as an opportunity. And then we give each other the opportunity. The world has no choice but to accept that we are the opportunity. So they must follow suit because we teach people how to treat us. We can understand this. The world is ours. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again. Episode of The Celebrity Jump. I could just call.
better get to school on time. He better get to school on time.
Today, I want to talk about the power of clearing the cobwebs from your thinking. The most powerful force in the world is not money, not connections, but the clarity of your own mind. When your thoughts are clouded by confusion, negativity, and uncertainty, you stand in your own way. The first step to greatness is clearing those cobwebs and unlocking the immense power that lies within you. The journey begins with clarity. Without a clear vision, you are like a ship lost at sea, drifting without purpose. You cannot reach your destination if you don't first define it. What do you want? Not what others want for you, but what you desire in your heart. Your goals must be clear, specific, and uncompromising. When you know where you are headed, the road ahead becomes simpler to navigate. But it doesn't end with just knowing where you want to go. Your thoughts will be your greatest obstacle. Negativity has a way of creeping into your mind, like an unwanted guest. Doubt, fear, and uncertainty cloud your judgment and paralyze your progress. It's time to evict these unwanted thoughts. Stop allowing negative thinking to control your future. When you replace doubt with certainty, fear with faith, and limitations with possibilities,
sometimes things just click.
Certainty, fear with faith, and limitations with possibilities, you free yourself to take decisive action. Success doesn't happen in moments of inspiration or bursts of energy. It happens in consistency. It's the small, daily actions that lead to extraordinary results. It's not the grand gestures or dramatic efforts. It's the consistent effort over time that moves mountains. Focus on the process, not the result. Your commitment to consistency, no matter how small the steps seem, will accumulate into monumental achievements. Trust in yourself. Without self-belief, even the clearest vision will remain just that, a vision. It will never be realized. The path to success requires a deep, unshakable belief in your own potential. Your mind is a powerful tool, but only if you trust it. Trust that you have what it takes, even when challenges arise and others doubt you. Your belief in yourself must be stronger than any external circumstance or opinion. The key to unlocking your potential lies in your ability to focus on solutions, not problems. Everyone faces challenges. Everyone encounters setbacks. But it's how you respond that determines your success. The moment you stop dwelling on what went wrong and start focusing on what can be done to fix it, your entire mindset shifts. You stop being a victim of your circumstances and become a creator of solutions. But you cannot do it alone. The people you surround yourself with will either propel you forward or pull you back. Seek out those who challenge you, who inspire you, and who lift you up. The right company will sharpen your mind, strengthen your resolve, and fuel your growth. Be mindful of the energy around you. Negative people can cloud your thinking and limit your potential. Your emotions are powerful, but they can also be a source of destruction if left unchecked. Emotional control is one of the most important skills you can develop. The ability to keep your emotions in check during both triumph and adversity allows you to maintain clarity in your thinking. When you learn to control your emotional state, you regain command of your focus, your decisions, and your outcomes. Lastly, remember that growth is a never-ending journey. No matter how far you come, there is always room for improvement. Successful people are those who relentlessly, who push what they know, and who continue to grow no matter their achievements. Every day presents an opportunity to learn, to evolve, and to become better than you were yesterday. So clear the cobwebs from your thinking. Eliminate the distractions, the negativity, and the self-doubt. Replace them with clarity, faith, and a relentless commitment to your goals. Take control of your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. Surround yourself with those who inspire you, and never stop growing. Your potential is limitless, but only if you free your mind from the cobwebs that hold you back. Now, take the first step. The path to greatness starts in your mind, and today is the day. A powerful step you can take toward achieving your goals. Without a clear vision, you are like a ship adrift at sea, tossed about by every wave and gust of wind, with no destination in sight. But when you have a crystal clear vision of where you want to go, you gain control over your journey. You begin to understand not just where you want to end up, but how to get there. Actions become. And the more committed you are to seeing it through, no matter what obstacles arise, you must decide with absolute certainty what you want to achieve in this life. This is not a vague wish or a hope for something better. It is a powerful decision that shapes the course of everything you do from this moment on. A clear vision gives you a sense of direction and purpose. It guides every action, every effort you make. Without it, you wander aimlessly, uncertain of the next, sure of what you truly want. The reality is that most people live their lives without ever fully defining their vision. They follow the crowd, go with the flow, and end up living lives that are reactive rather than proactive. They let life happen to them instead of making life happen for them. But when you take the time to clarify your vision, you give yourself the gift of power. You take control of your future. You stop being a spectator in your own life, and instead, you step into the role of the creator. The moment you clearly define what you want, you unlock a deeper level of commitment. When your vision is clear, your actions align with that vision. You no longer waste time on things that don't serve your purpose. Every decision you make will be rooted in the clarity of your vision. Every challenge you face will become an opportunity to move closer to your goal. And when the inevitable setbacks occur, your clear vision will give you the strength to persevere. You will be driven by an unwavering belief in what you are working toward. It will fuel your determination to push through obstacles and stay focused on the path, even when the road gets tough. But here's the truth. Clarity is not just about knowing what you want. It's about knowing why you want it. The why behind your vision is the emotional fuel that propels you forward. It's the deep internal drive that pushes you to take action when everything around you tells you to stop.
What does the egg you eat every day have to do with your high blood sugar? Did you know that what's forming around your pancreas right now?
Internal drive that pushes you to take action when everything around you tells you to stop. Your vision must be rooted in a sense of purpose, a burning desire to achieve something meaningful that will make a difference, not just in your life, but in the lives of others. This why is what will carry you through the moments of doubt and frustration. It's the spark that keeps your fire alive when everything else seems to be falling apart. You stop seeing problems as insurmountable obstacles, and instead you begin to see them as stepping stones toward your goal. A clear vision allows you to recognize opportunities that others may overlook because your focus is sharp and directed. You begin to think strategically. Every decision, every move you make becomes deliberate and intentional. You stop reacting to life and start creating it. You start to see possibilities where others only see limitations. This mindset shift is what separates those who succeed from those who fall short. It is what allows you to rise above the noise and distractions and take meaningful, purposeful action toward your goals. Clarity also gives you the courage to take risks. When you know exactly where you want to go, the fear of failure loses its grip on you. You understand that setbacks are part of the journey, not the end of it. A clear vision helps you embrace failure as a necessary part of growth. It teaches you to learn from your mistakes and use them as stepping stones toward greater success. You stop playing it safe and start taking calculated risks that move you closer to your vision. The more clearly you see your goal, the more willing you are to do whatever it takes to make it a reality. However, clarity of vision is not something that comes naturally to most people. It requires you to take the time to truly reflect on what you want in life. It requires you to be honest with yourself about your deepest desires, your true passions, and your greatest strengths. It requires you to think beyond the limitations of your current circumstances and imagine a future that is larger than what you can see right now. It takes courage to ask yourself the hard questions. What do I truly want? What am I willing to sacrifice to get it? What kind of person do I need to become in order to achieve this vision? These questions are not always easy to answer, but they're the key to unlocking the clarity you need to move forward. To clarify your vision, you must be willing to look deep within yourself and examine the things that matter most to you. You must discard the distractions and the noise that cloud your thinking and get laser focused on what you truly desire. This requires discipline, commitment, and a willingness to invest in yourself. But when you take the time to clarify your vision, you unlock a power that is unstoppable. You start to move with purpose and conviction. Every decision you make is a step closer to turning your dream into a reality. So, if you want to take control of your life, if you want to build a future that excites you, if you want to achieve greatness, the first thing you must do is clarify your vision. Don't wait for the perfect moment, because it doesn't exist. Start today. Define what you want, get clear on why you want it, and take action. When your vision is clear, nothing can stop you. Your future is in your hands, and the only limit is the one you place on yourself. Negative thoughts are the silent killers of success. They creep into your mind when you least expect them, poisoning your focus, crippling your confidence, and robbing you of your energy. The truth is, your thoughts are either working for you or against you. The power to succeed begins with the thoughts you choose to entertain. If you allow negative thoughts to dominate your mind, you will never reach your full potential. You will remain stuck, limited, and trapped by your own beliefs. But when you take control of your thinking, when you consciously eliminate negativity from your mind, you free yourself to achieve things that once seemed impossible. Every negative thought is like a weight tied around your ankles, holding you back from moving forward. It tells you that you're not good enough, that your dreams are too big, or that failure is inevitable. These thoughts create a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you believe that you cannot succeed, then you won't. Your actions will align with your beliefs, and you will unconsciously sabotage your efforts. This cycle is one that must be broken. Negative thinking is a habit, and like any habit, it can be broken with the right mindset and consistent effort. The first step to eliminating negative thoughts is to recognize them for what they are, lies. Negative thoughts are not truths, they are just distorted perceptions, born out of fear, doubt, and insecurity. The mind is an incredibly powerful tool, but it can also be a deceiver. It convinces you of things that are not true, and it exaggerates the obstacles in your path. It tells you that you're not capable, not worthy, or not smart enough. But you must learn to question these thoughts. Ask yourself, is this really true? Do I have evidence to support this belief? More than not, that the negative thoughts are based on nothing more than fear and past failures. They have no power unless you give it to them. Once you recognize negative thoughts for what they are, you must consciously replace them with positive, empowering beliefs. This requires you to reprogram your mind, to challenge the limiting beliefs that have been ingrained over time. When a negative thought arises, don't just try to ignore it. Replace it with a stronger, more empowering thought.
He said a lot of people misunderstand this concept called the law of attraction. They think it's about, thinking the thoughts that you want, the love.
Empowering thought. Instead of thinking, I can't do this, tell yourself, I am more than capable of overcoming this challenge. Instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, replace that with, I am worthy of success and I am constantly improving. The key here is repetition. The more you practice replacing negative thoughts with positive ones, the easier it becomes. Over time, your mind will begin to default to positive, empowering thoughts, and negativity will lose its grip on you. It's also important to recognize that negative thoughts often come from external sources. People around you, whether they are family, friends, or coworkers, can have a profound impact on the way you think about yourself. They may unknowingly plant seeds of doubt or reinforce negative beliefs. If you want to eliminate negative thoughts, you must be mindful of the influences you allow into your life. Surround yourself with people who uplift and support you. Seek out those who inspire you, who believe in your potential, and who push you to be better. The more positive influence you have around you, the easier it becomes to eliminate negativity from your own mind. But sometimes, the most powerful source of negativity is within yourself. Your own inner critic is often the loudest and most persistent voice in your head. This inner critic is the voice that tells you that you are not enough, that you will fail, or that you don't deserve success. It is the voice that tries to protect you from disappointment and failure, but in reality it only holds you back. You must learn to silence this inner critic and replace it with a more empowering voice, the voice of your true potential. This inner voice is the one that believes in your abilities, that knows you can overcome any obstacle, and that understands that failure is simply a stepping stone to success. Another key to eliminating negative thoughts is to practice mindfulness. When you become aware of your thoughts, you gain the power to choose which ones to engage with and which ones to dismiss. Negative thoughts often arise from autopilot thinking, when we let our minds wander without consciously guiding them. Mindfulness teaches you to be present in the moment, to observe your thoughts without judgment, and to choose the thoughts that serve you best. It's about learning to catch negative thoughts before they gain momentum, to intercept them and replace them with something more constructive. The more you practice mindfulness, the more control you will have over your thoughts, and the less power negativity will have over you. It's also essential to understand that eliminating negative thoughts doesn't mean you will never experience them again. Negative thoughts will always arise, as they are a natural part of the human experience. The key is not to eliminate them entirely, but to change your relationship with them. When negative thoughts appear, don't allow them to consume you. Don't give them the power to dictate your actions or influence your decisions. Acknowledge them, challenge them, and replace them with more empowering thoughts. Over time, you will build resilience and mental toughness, and the negative thoughts will have less and less impact on your life. Another effective strategy for eliminating negative thoughts is to practice gratitude. When you focus on what you are thankful for, you shift your attention away from what's wrong and begin to see what's right in your life. Gratitude is a powerful tool for changing your perspective and retraining your mind to focus on the positive. It's easy to get caught up in what's not working, but when you take a step back and acknowledge all the things you have to be grateful for, your mindset shifts. You begin to see the abundance in your life instead of the lack. Gratitude trains your mind to look for the good, and when you focus on the good, negativity loses its power. Eliminating negative thoughts is a continuous process, but it is the key to unlocking your full potential.
Came with the door.
You stop being a prisoner to your doubts and fears, and you start being the master of your own destiny. Every moment is an opportunity to choose your thoughts. Choose wisely. Choose thoughts that empower you, that push you to be your best, that fuel your drive for success. When you eliminate negativity from your mind, you clear the path for greatness to enter your life. Consistency is the secret ingredient to success that most people overlook. It's not the bursts of effort or sudden strokes of genius that lead to greatness. It's the daily, consistent actions that separate the successful from the unsuccessful. Success is built one small, deliberate step at a time. You might have the grandest vision in the world, the best ideas, and the strongest willpower, but without consistency, all of those things will be wasted. It's the consistent effort, day in and day out, that compounds and creates lasting results. No matter how brilliant your strategy, if you are not consistent, you will never reach the heights you're capable of. Consistency is the foundation of every major achievement. Think about the most successful people in the world. They didn't get there by working intensely for a short period and then taking breaks. No, they succeeded because they showed up every day, regardless of how they felt, regardless of the challenges, and regardless of the setbacks. They did the work consistently. This doesn't mean that every single action will lead to immediate results, but
If you're not going to answer the phone, why should I go out of my way every morning to call you at 7:15 like agreed? You don't do your part and you want other people to do theirs. Kaya, hey, brave and strong. I am. I've come. Focus goes. Oh man, fastest, the smoothest. All right, man. I love you, man. You have a great day at school, okay? That's what I'm talking about. How's it feel to come to school? That's what's up. How did it feel to go to school a little early? Good. Yeah, you're just gonna chill out. That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Good job. All right, buddy. I love you. Have a great day. Call me later.
every action, every step adds up over time. It's like compounding interest. You may not see dramatic change from one day to the next, but over time, those consistent actions will accumulate and deliver massive results. To be consistent, you need to build habits that align with your vision. Habits are the cornerstone of consistency. Successful people don't rely on motivation alone. They rely on their habits. Motivation is fleeting, it comes and goes. But habits are automatic. They take away the need for willpower because they become ingrained in your daily routine. You don't have to think about whether or not you're going to do something. It becomes part of who you are. That's why consistency is a product of discipline and habit. When you make progress through consistent small actions every day, you start building the momentum you need to overcome the toughest challenges. The key to developing consistency is to start small and build over time. If you try to do too much too quickly, you'll burn out. Start with manageable, actionable steps that you can commit to every day. It could be something as simple as dedicating 30 minutes each day to learning, working on your craft, or focusing on your goals. When you commit to a small, manageable task and do it every day, you create a foundation that you can build on. Over time, this foundation will grow, and your consistency will build into a massive momentum that propels you toward your goals. Consistency doesn't mean perfection. Perfectionism is the enemy of progress. If you wait for the perfect moment or for everything to align perfectly before you take action, you'll never get started. Progress comes through consistent effort, not through flawless execution.
What's the best oil to cook with?
Number 3, canola oil, if you can find organic.
Through flawless execution. The idea is to keep moving forward, even if you're not doing it perfectly. The small steps you take today, even if they aren't perfect, will add up over time. It's not about being perfect, it's about being persistent. Each day that you show up and put in the work is another step closer to your goals. One of the most powerful aspects of consistency is that it builds trust, both with yourself and with others. When you consistently show up, when you consistently do what you say you're going to do, you build confidence in your own abilities. You develop self-trust. You start to believe in yourself because you can see the results of your effort day after day. On the other hand, when you are inconsistent, you lose trust in yourself. You begin to doubt your ability to follow through, and that doubt becomes a barrier to success. By committing to consistency, you build a track record of success that reinforces your self-belief and builds momentum. Inconsistency, on the other hand, keeps you stuck in a cycle of false starts and unfulfilled promises. One day you're working hard and the next day you're off track. This lack of follow-through prevents you from achieving meaningful progress and results. The key to overcoming inconsistency is to make a commitment to yourself and hold yourself accountable. It's not about waiting for the right mood, right circumstances. It's about making a decision and sticking to it. The successful person is the one who shows up even when they feel like it, even when it's hard, even when there's no immediate payoff. Success is a marathon, not a sprint, and the only way to finish the race is to keep running, step after step. Consistency is what allows you to build resilience. When you commit to taking action every day, you develop a mental toughness that prepares you for anything life throws your way. Consistency teaches you that progress isn't linear. Some days will be better than others, but the important thing is you show up every day, regardless of how you feel. When you stay consistent, you learn how to handle setbacks, how to bounce back from failures, and how to keep going even when things aren't perfect. Resilience isn't about never falling. It's about getting up every time you fall and continuing on your journey. In addition, consistency creates progress and accomplishment. When you commit to a task or a goal and you see yourself making progress, even if it's slow, it fuels your motivation to keep going. Consistent progress is the reward for your efforts. It reinforces your commitment and drives you to take the next step. Every small win, no matter how insignificant it may seem in the moment, contributes to your overall success. The more you experience progress, to keep going, and the more you try the process. This creates a positive feedback loop that keeps you motivated and it's important to remember that consistency doesn't always mean doing. It means doing a day that moves you forward. Some days you may need to adjust your approach, try something new, or push yourself outside of your comfort zone. But the key is that you don't stop. You adapt and keep moving forward day after day. Consistency is about making progress no matter how small and never losing sight of your goal. Success doesn't happen overnight, but with consistent effort, it is inevitable. The only question is whether you're willing to commit to that journey and trust in the process. Trust in your ability is the cornerstone of achievement. Without belief in yourself, you are to be held back by fear, doubt, and uncertainty. You can have the best plans, the most brilliant ideas, and the strongest work ethic. But if you don't trust in your own ability to execute, you will never take the necessary steps to turn those plans into reality. Trusting in your ability isn't about being arrogant or overconfident. It's about recognizing your potential and knowing that you are capable of handling whatever challenges come your way. It's about believing that you have the resources, skills, and resilience to succeed no matter what. The first step in trusting your ability is recognizing that you already possess everything you need to succeed within yourself. Far too often, people look outside of themselves for the answers, for validation, or for approval. They seek reassurance from others, but the truth is, the only person whose approval truly matters is your own. You have the power to create your own success, but first, you must believe that you are worthy of it. You must trust that the skills, talents, and strengths you possess are enough to carry you through any situation. Trusting in your ability starts with understanding that you are capable, that you are resourceful, and that you are enough, just as you are. Believing in yourself isn't something that happens overnight. It is a process, a journey that requires continuous effort, persistence, and self-reflection. It begins by taking small steps that reaffirm your capabilities. Every time you push through fear, take action, and make progress, you strengthen your trust in yourself. When you succeed, no matter how small the success may seem, it reinforces your belief that you can do more. It builds confidence and momentum, and it creates a cycle of success. But it's not just about the wins, it's also about how you handle setbacks. Trusting in your ability means knowing that failure is not the end.
Watch what nuts do to our body.
Cashews are not a nut. They're actually part of the poison ivy family.
Handle setbacks. Trusting in your ability means knowing that failure is not the end. It's simply a part of the journey. When you trust yourself, you can take failures in stride, learn from them, and keep moving forward. Self-doubt will always try to creep in, but it's important to remember that doubt is a natural part of the process. Everyone experiences moments of insecurity. Even the most successful people have doubts about their abilities. The difference is, they don't let those doubts stop them. They acknowledge them, but they don't let them dictate their actions. Instead of focusing on what you can't do, focus on what you can do. When doubt arises, remind yourself of past successes, of challenges you've overcome, and of the skills and strengths that have brought you this far. Recognize that doubt is a normal part of growth and that it does not define you. What defines you is your ability to push through it and keep moving forward. To trust in your ability, you must also take responsibility for your growth and development. No one is going to hand you success on a silver platter. It's up to you to invest in yourself, to improve your skills, and to continuously raise your standards. Trusting in your ability doesn't mean resting on your laurels. It means committing to being better today than you were yesterday. It means taking action, learning from your mistakes, and improving along the way. The more you invest in your growth, the more confident you become in your ability to tackle any challenge that comes your way. Your trust in yourself grows when you see that you can adapt, learn, and improve no matter what. Another important aspect of trusting your ability is embracing discomfort and uncertainty. Success rarely happens in a straight line. There will be times when you feel lost, unsure, or overwhelmed. But trust in your ability means having the courage to push through those moments of discomfort. It means understanding that growth happens outside of your comfort zone. The more you embrace discomfort and take risks, the more you will realize just how capable you truly are. Trusting in your ability means stepping into the unknown with confidence, knowing that you can handle whatever challenges arise. Trusting in your ability also means trusting in the process. Too often, we want instant results. We want success to come quickly and easily, but the truth is, the path to achievement is rarely quick or easy. Success takes time. It requires patience, persistence, and consistent effort. But when you trust in your ability, you trust that every step, every small effort is moving you closer to your goal. Even when things don't seem to be going your way, you trust that you are learning, growing, and getting closer to your vision. Trusting in the process means understanding that every setback is an opportunity to learn, and every challenge is an opportunity to grow stronger. There is power in owning your journey, and believing in your ability to create the life you want. When you trust yourself, you stop seeking external validation. You stop waiting for someone else to tell you that you are capable or that you are good enough. You become your own source of confidence. You stop second-guessing your decisions and start making bold moves, knowing that you have the strength and wisdom to navigate whatever comes your way. Trusting in your ability empowers you to take full ownership of your life and your destiny. One of the greatest barriers to trusting your ability is comparison. It's easy to look at others and feel like they have something you don't. It's easy to think that others are more talented, more successful, more capable. Everyone is on serves to undermine your own confidence. Instead, focus on your own growth. Trust that your path is unique to you and that you are exactly where you need to be. When you trust in your ability, you stop measuring your progress against someone else's timeline and instead focus on your own journey. Trusting your ability is a decision. It may doubt you, even when you face obstacles and even when things get tough. The more you make this choice, the stronger your belief becomes. The more you trust in your ability, the more capable and confident you will feel. You are capable of achieving far more than you realize. Trust in your ability to overcome any challenge, to adapt to any situation, and to create the life you desire. You have everything you need within you. Trust yourself and success will follow. Focusing on solutions, not problems, is the key to overcoming any challenge and achieving success. Every time you encounter an obstacle, you have a choice. You can either focus on the problem and let it consume you, or you can direct your energy toward finding a solution and move forward. The reality is, problems are a natural part of life, and no one is immune to them. What sets successful people apart is their ability to shift their focus from the problem itself.
Just a one-time $27 payment. That's it. For less than what you spend on lunch today, you could start pulling in free qualified leads for your wholesaling or flipping business. This could revolutionize your lead generation process. No more relying on expensive PPC campaigns, bandit signs, direct mail campaigns, or any other costly strategies. Instead, you'll have high-quality leads that meet your exact buying criteria delivered straight to your inbox. Want to hear how? Stay tuned. As real estate investors, we've tried it all, from cold calling to expensive PPC campaigns, and don't even get me started on bandit signs. Sure, they'll produce leads, but they take a lot of time, effort, and money. This, however, is an easier way. When we created the on-market deal finder system, we were able to pull in an extra 1 to 2 times a month, and now we want to share with what we did. This is a system that strategically finds pre-qualified MLS leads, matching your criteria, and delivers them to you daily. So say goodbye to spending countless hours online, searching in thousands.
Is their ability to shift their focus from the problem itself to the solution. When you focus on solutions, you create momentum. You take control and you empower yourself to keep pushing forward, no matter how big or small the challenge may seem. Problems are distractions. They are the noise that tries to pull you away from your goals and from the life you want to create. When you focus solely on the problem, you become entangled in negativity, frustration, and fear. The more you dwell on the problem, the more it grows in your mind. It becomes an insurmountable barrier that feels impossible to overcome. But when you shift your focus to solutions, you shift your mindset from defeat to empowerment. Instead of getting stuck in the problem, you start looking for the way out, the next step, or the possibility for growth. Every problem has a solution, and when you focus on finding that solution, you open the door to progress. Focusing on solutions requires a mindset shift. It's not about ignoring the problem or pretending it doesn't exist. It's about acknowledging the problem and then choosing to take action toward resolving it. Too often, people get paralyzed by the weight of their challenges. They overthink, they worry, and they let fear take hold. But nothing is accomplished. Focus on solutions, you start asking the right questions. What can I do to fix this? What steps can I take to move forward? What resources do I have that can help me? These questions shift your attention from what's wrong to what can be done to make it right. One of the most powerful ways to focus on solutions is to break down the problem into smaller, manageable steps. Big problems can feel overwhelming, but when you break them down, they become more manageable. By focusing on what you can control, you reduce the sense of helplessness and increase your sense of agency. Every small step you take toward a solution builds momentum and moves you closer to resolving the issue at hand. Instead of looking at the problem as a whole, look at the individual components and determine what actions you can take right now to make a difference. This shift in perspective will make the problem feel more solvable and less daunting. Another way to focus on solutions is to maintain a positive and proactive attitude. When you approach a problem with a mindset of how can I solve this, rather than why is this happening to me, you open yourself up to creative solutions and new opportunities. A positive attitude helps you see the problem as a challenge, not a roadblock. It allows you to think outside the box, explore different possibilities, and find innovative solutions. Proactive individuals don't wait for problems to resolve themselves. They take the initiative and act. They look for opportunities to learn, grow, and improve, even in the face of adversity. By focusing on solutions, you train your mind to see the opportunity within every challenge. Sometimes, focusing on solutions also means accepting that not every solution will be perfect. Perfectionism can be a major barrier to progress, as it leads to endless analysis and hesitation. Instead of waiting for the perfect solution, take action with the best solution available at the moment. Progress is made by taking imperfect action, not by waiting for everything to be flawless. Even if the solution you choose isn't perfect, it will bring you closer to your goal than doing nothing at all. Remember, the more you act, the more you learn. And the more you learn, the closer you get to finding the perfect solution. Focusing on solutions is about making decisions and moving forward, not about waiting for the ideal scenario to unfold. Another aspect of focusing on solutions is learning from past experiences. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to grow. When you encounter a problem, take a step back and analyze what you can learn from it. What worked in the past? What could have been done differently? How can you apply this knowledge moving forward? By shifting your focus from the problem to the lesson, you turn every setback into a stepping stone. Learning from your past experiences helps you make better decisions, and it's also important to remember doesn't mean you have to solve everything on your own. Asking for help or seeking advice from others is a powerful way to find solutions. Sometimes we get stuck in our own perspective and we fail to see alternatives or opportunities that others might offer. By collaborating with others, you bring in fresh ideas and new perspectives. You don't have to have all the answers yourself. Surrounding yourself with a network of people who are knowledgeable, supportive, and resourceful can help you find solutions more quickly and efficiently. In addition, focusing on solutions means trusting in your ability to find answers. When problems arise, it's easy to get discouraged and feel like you're not equipped to handle them. But remember, you have the skills, experience, and mindset to overcome challenges. Trust in your ability to think critically, to adapt, and to take action. Believe that you can find a solution, even when things feel uncertain. Your self-belief will fuel your determination to find answers.
If you want to start a profitable business or make more money at your job, you already know that artificial intelligence is where it's at. There's so much.
Fuel your determination to find answers, and that confidence will guide you through the toughest moments. When you trust in yourself, you become more resourceful and more resilient in the face of challenges. Focusing on solutions is about taking control of your circumstances, rather than allowing the problems to control you. It's about taking responsibility for finding the way forward, even when the path is unclear. Every time you shift your focus from the problem to the solution, you regain your power. You stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the creator of your own future. By consistently focusing on solutions, you build the mental strength and resilience necessary to face any obstacle with confidence and determination. Remember, no problem is insurmountable. It's not about the size of the challenge. It's about your ability to find the solution and take action. Focusing on solutions allows you to break through barriers, transform challenges into opportunities, and create the life you envision. Surrounding yourself with positive influence is one of the most powerful decisions you can make in shaping the trajectory of your life. The people you spend time with have an undeniable impact on your mindset, your energy, and your actions. They either lift you up or drag you down, consciously or unconsciously. And the direction your life takes will often mirror the energy of those around you. If you surround yourself with negativity, doubt, and pessimism, you will find it much harder to move forward. But if you deliberately choose to be around people who inspire, motivate, and challenge you to be better, you will unlock new levels of success and fulfillment. Positive influence isn't just about encouragement. It's about being surrounded by people who push you to grow, who believe in your potential, and who make you feel empowered to take action. The energy of the people you interact with regularly seeps into your own mindset. You've probably experienced it before. You spend time with someone who is upbeat, enthusiastic, and forward-thinking, and you leave feeling inspired and ready to take on the world. On the other hand, when you're around negative, cynical individuals, you can start to feel weighed down, discouraged, and doubtful about your own abilities. This is not by chance. Energy is contagious. If you surround yourself with people who are constantly focused on problems, failures, or limitations, their negative outlook can slowly start to cloud your thinking. You begin to doubt yourself, to hesitate, and to feel trapped in a cycle of self-doubt. This is why choosing your circle of influence wisely is critical to your success. If you want to grow, evolve, and achieve greatness, you must consciously surround yourself with people who inspire and uplift you. Positive influence doesn't only come from the people you interact with in person. It can come from books, podcasts, online communities, mentors, and leaders who speak to your potential and motivate you to take action. The sources of influence are endless, and it's essential to seek out those that nurture your mind, body, and spirit. Every day, you are bombarded with messages, ideas, and viewpoints. The question is, which ones are you allowing into your life? Are you surrounding yourself with people and content that help you move toward your goals? Or are you allowing negativity, doubt, and distraction to occupy your mental space? It's vital to consciously choose the input you allow in your mind. Books have a profound impact on the way you think. Expose yourself to positivity, knowledge, and growth. You begin to see the world through a lens of possibility, not limitation. One of the greatest gifts of surrounding yourself with positive influence is the power of accountability. When you align yourself with people who are committed to growth and success, you naturally hold each other accountable. These people are not just your cheerleaders. They are also the ones who push you when you feel like giving up, who ask you the tough questions, and who encourage you to stay on track when things get difficult. Accountability partners help you stay focused and remind you of your bigger vision when distractions arise. They help you stay true to your goals, keep you on your path, and encourage you to be your best self. Having a network of individuals who hold you accountable is one of the most effective ways to stay motivated and prevent complacency from creeping in. Positive influence also fosters an environment of growth. When you surround yourself with people who are constantly learning, improving, and striving for excellence, you naturally start to adopt these habits. You become more focused on your own personal development, constantly seeking ways to improve yourself and your skills. It's easy to fall into a state of stagnation when you're surrounded by people who are not focused on growth. But when you're in an environment where personal growth is valued, you begin to see that growth as an essential part of life. This motivates you to push yourself further, to acquire new knowledge, and to strive for the next level of success.
If you've got pink salt and apple cider vinegar in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe, you're throwing away your chance to be summer ready. I started using this 3-ingredient pink salt recipe.
For the next level of success. The impact of positive influence also extends to your resilience. Life will undoubtedly present difference. Surrounding yourself with individuals who remain optimistic, focused, and strong in the face of adversity can help you cultivate your own resilience. When you're with people who are determined to overcome obstacles, you begin to adopt that mindset yourself. You learn how to face adversity with a solution-oriented attitude, and you develop the mental toughness necessary to weather the storms of life. Positive influence gives you the courage to keep moving forward, even when it seems impossible, because you know that the people around you have faced their own struggles and come out stronger on the other side. At the same time, positive influence is also about learning to set boundaries with negativity. You cannot allow toxic people to dictate your energy, your emotions, or your actions. Some people thrive on drama, gossip, or bringing others down, and these negative influences can drain your energy and derail your progress. It's essential to protect your mindset by setting boundaries and limiting the time you spend with individuals who are constantly bringing negativity into your life. This doesn't mean cutting people off entirely, but it does mean being intentional about the energy you allow to surround you. Choose to spend more time with those who encourage you, who offer constructive feedback, and who celebrate your successes. These are the people who will help you grow and flourish. Positive influence also helps you stay aligned with your values and your purpose. When you surround yourself with individuals who share similar goals and values, you reinforce your commitment to your vision. These individuals serve as a constant reminder of why you started and why it's worth the effort. They encourage you to stay true to yourself, even when faced with distractions or challenges that may lead you astray. By maintaining strong connections with people who share your values and your passions, you remind yourself of the bigger picture. Positive influence keeps you grounded in your purpose and helps you stay on course no matter what obstacles come your way. Ultimately, surrounding yourself with positive influence is not just about seeking comfort. It's about creating an environment where you can thrive. It's about intentionally curating the people, content, and experiences that will help you evolve into the best version of yourself. By doing so, you cultivate an environment that accelerates your personal growth, fuels your ambition, and propels you toward your goals. Your surroundings shape your reality. And by choosing to be around those who inspire, uplift, and challenge you, you are choosing to create a life filled with growth, success, and fulfillment. Mastering your emotions is the key to taking control of your life. Emotions are powerful forces that can either propel you forward or hold you back. How you respond to your emotions, especially in moments of stress, fear, or frustration, will determine the direction of your life. If you let your emotions dictate your actions, you will constantly be at the mercy of external circumstances, reacting impulsively instead of making calculated decisions that align with your goals. Mastering your emotions doesn't mean suppressing them or pretending they don't exist. It means understanding them, harnessing their power, and using them as tools to propel you towards success. When you master your emotions, you regain control of your mind. And with that control comes the ability to create the life you truly desire. The first step in mastering your emotions is recognizing that emotions are natural and inevitable. Everyone experiences them: fear, anger, joy, sadness, excitement. But it's how you choose to respond that matters most. It's not about trying to avoid negative emotions or pretending they don't exist. It's about recognizing them for what they are. Signals from your inner self that are trying to tell you something. Your emotions are like a compass, guiding you through life. They can alert you to danger, inspire action, or provide insight into your deeper desires. Understanding your emotions and learning to listen to them without being ruled by them is the foundation of emotional mastery. The next step is to develop emotional awareness. Emotional awareness is the ability to recognize and understand your emotions as they arise. It's easy to get swept up in the heat of the moment, reacting instinctively without taking the time to reflect on what you're feeling. But this reactionary approach can lead to impulsive decisions that you may later regret. Instead of reacting, take a moment to pause and identify the emotion you're experiencing. Are you feeling anxious, frustrated, or excited? Once you've identified the emotion, ask yourself why you're feeling that way. What triggered the emotion? Is it based on a real threat? Or is it simply a response to a situation that you can control? By becoming more aware of your emotional triggers, you gain the power to choose how to respond rather than simply reacting out of habit. Mastering your emotions also involves learning to control your thoughts. Your thoughts and emotions are closely linked. What you think shapes how you feel, and how you feel influences what you think. If you allow negative thoughts to dominate your mind...
Marissa Tomei looks amazing at 59. Here's her #1 secret.
This is what people aren't talking about when it comes to
Negative thoughts to dominate your mind, you will likely experience negative emotions that will keep you stuck in a cycle of frustration and helplessness. On the other hand, if you learn to challenge and reframe negative thoughts, you can shift your emotional state. For example, instead of thinking, I can't handle this situation, try thinking, I may not have all the answers right now, but I have the strength and resources to figure this out. By changing your thoughts, you change the way you feel, which in turn changes how you approach the situation. Mastering your emotions requires mental discipline, the ability to control your thoughts so that you can control your emotional response. Another key aspect of emotional mastery is learning how to respond instead of react. When you react to an emotion, you're letting it control you. When you respond, you take control. Responding requires awareness, intention, and a level of detachment from the emotion. This doesn't mean suppressing the emotion, but rather acknowledging it and choosing a course of action that aligns with your long-term goals. For example, if you feel angry in a difficult conversation, instead of snapping or saying something you'll regret, take a deep breath and respond calmly. You can express your feelings in a constructive way that doesn't escalate the situation, but still honors your emotions. Responding with intention empowers you to stay focused on the bigger picture, rather than getting caught up in the momentary intensity of the emotion. One of the most powerful tools for mastering your emotions is mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of staying present and fully engaged in the current moment without judgment. When you're mindful, you're able to observe your thoughts and emotions without becoming overwhelmed by them. This allows you to detach from your immediate emotional reaction and choose how to respond. Mindfulness can be practiced in many ways, such as through meditation, deep breathing exercises, or simply taking a few moments throughout your day to check in with yourself. When you practice mindfulness, you develop a deeper sense of awareness and control over your emotions. You stop letting emotions dictate your actions, and instead, you make conscious choices that align with your goals and values. Emotional mastery also requires regulation. Way. This doesn't mean suppressing your emotions, healthy outlets for them. For example, if you're feeling stressed, instead of bottling up your feelings or taking them out on others, let stress into physical activity, creative expression, or journaling. Prevent them from building up and potentially causing harm. Emotional regulation allows you to stay in control, no matter what life throws at you. A crucial part of mastering your emotions is developing emotional resilience. Life is filled with challenges, setbacks, and unexpected events. How you handle these difficulties will determine your ability to bounce back and move forward. Resilience is the ability to stay calm and focused, even in the face of adversity. It means not allowing setbacks to derail your progress or cause you to give up. Instead, you see obstacles as opportunities to learn, grow, and become stronger. When you develop emotional resilience, you become unshakable in your pursuit of success. You can weather any storm and come out on the other side with even greater strength and clarity. Mastering your emotions also means understanding that emotions are not permanent. No emotion lasts forever. Even in the most intense moments of anger, sadness, you can remind yourself that the more you resist or try to suppress your emotions, the more they'll persist. But when you allow yourself to fully experience the emotion, acknowledge it, and let it pass naturally, you can regain your balance much faster. By recognizing that emotions are temporary, you empower yourself to move through them without letting them control your actions. In the end, mastering your emotions is about taking responsibility for your emotional state and using it as a tool to create the life you want. Your emotions are powerful, but they don't have to control you. By developing emotional awareness, learning to control your thoughts, responding intentionally, practicing mindfulness, regulating your emotions, and building resilience, you can master your emotions and use them to your advantage. When you take control of your emotions, you take control of your life. Never stop growing. Growth is not just an option. It is a necessity for anyone who wants to achieve true success. Life is dynamic, constantly changing, And if you stop growing, you start to fall behind. There is no such thing as reaching a point where you know enough, have enough, or are enough. The moment you stop growing, you stop living in the fullest sense. Whether it's learning new skills, expanding your knowledge, or pushing yourself beyond your comfort zone, growth is what keeps you moving forward. Growth fuels progress and propels you toward the life you dream of. It ensures that you are always evolving, always improving, and always becoming a better version of yourself. To stop growing is to stagnate. Think about it for a moment. In nature, when things stop growing, they begin to wither. The same is true for people. If you're not moving forward, you're moving backward.
Most people my age are slowing down, but I'm more active than ever. Hi, my name's Dr. Frank Schellenberg. I'm 77 years old, and although I may look my age,
Moving forward, you're moving backward. Growth is a process, one that requires constant commitment and effort. Every experience you go through, every challenge you face, is an opportunity for growth. It's through those difficult moments, the ones that test your limits, that you are forced to expand your abilities and discover new strengths within yourself. The best version of you doesn't just appear overnight. It's built through continuous effort, learning, and adaptation. Each day is an opportunity to take another step forward, to push a little harder, and to improve just a bit more. Growth often happens in the most unexpected ways. It's not always easy, nor is it always comfortable. In fact, true growth often requires you to embrace discomfort. The process of growth can be painful, frustrating, and challenging, but it's precisely through these difficulties that you learn, stretch, and evolve. You must learn to welcome these challenges rather than fear them. Every time you encounter a problem, an obstacle, or an uncomfortable situation, you are presented with an opportunity to grow. It's easy to think of these moments as setbacks, but the truth is, they are stepping stones toward the person you're meant to become. You must view every challenge as an invitation to grow stronger, smarter, and more resilient. Don't shy away from discomfort. Lean into it, because that's where your growth lies. One of the biggest obstacles to growth is complacency. Complacency is the silent killer of progress. When you become comfortable, when you feel like you've reached a plateau, that's when growth begins to slow down. You may find yourself coasting along, going through the motions, but in doing so, you're not moving forward. Complacency keeps you locked in the same place, stuck in a cycle of mediocrity. Growth requires a hunger, a desire to keep learning and improving. You must constantly challenge yourself to break out of your comfort zone. Stay curious, stay hungry. If you aren't constantly striving to learn something new, to achieve something greater, then you are limiting your own potential. The key to continuous growth is the willingness to push past the boundaries you've set for yourself, to reach higher and to do more than you ever thought possible. Another critical aspect of growth is self-awareness. The more you understand yourself, the better equipped you are to grow. Self-awareness allows you to identify areas in your life where you need to improve and to take proactive steps to address them. It helps you understand your strengths, your weaknesses, and the patterns of behavior that either propel you forward or hold you back. With self-awareness, you can make intentional choices about the person you want to become. Growth doesn't happen by accident. It happens when you take a just deliberate approach to bettering yourself. By understanding who you are and where you want to go, you can create a roadmap for your personal development and set clear goals that keep you on track. Growth is also a reflection of the people you surround. Encourage you to rise above your limitations. People who are content with where they are in life can drag you down, but those who are committed to growth will elevate you. They will tell you what you want to hear, tell you what you need to hear, even when it's uncomfortable. These individuals hold you accountable and remind you of your potential when growth and development. Learning never stops. You should always be a student, always seeking knowledge, whether it's or the people around you. Each day is an opportunity. The more you learn, you grow, and the more equipped you become to handle the challenges life throws your way. Growth is not about acquiring information. It's about applying that knowledge and turning it into action. It's about evolving into a person who can solve problems, overcome obstacles, and create solutions that lead to greater success. Never stop learning, because the moment you do, you stop growing. Knowledge is power, but only when it's actively put into use. It's essential to understand that growth isn't always linear. There will be setbacks. There will be times when you feel like you're not making progress, and there will be times when it feels like you're moving backwards. But these moments are part of the process. Growth isn't about moving in a straight line from point A to point B. It's about consistent effort, even in the face of challenges. It's about getting back up every time you fall, and it's about having the persistence to keep going despite the setbacks. Growth is a journey, and the most successful people are those who refuse to give up, no matter how many obstacles they encounter along the way. As you continue your journey of growth, you
After the tone, please speak loudly and clearly about the in 39 miles. Take it.
It's the feedback that tells you what works and what doesn't. When you fail, you learn. You learn what you're capable of, what you need to improve, and what you need to change in order to keep moving forward. Every successful person has faced failure along the way. What sets
Two
them
truck
apart
stops
is their
detected.
ability to learn
Love's
from
travel
their
stop number
mistakes
605,
and continue
5.1
growing.
miles.
Don't fear
East.
failure.
Sheets,
Instead,
5.2
use it
miles.
as a tool for growth and an opportunity to push yourself to new heights. Never stop growing, because growth is the key to unlocking your potential. It's what transforms you from who you are today into who you are meant to be tomorrow. Growth is not optional, it is essential. Keep learning, keep pushing, and never settle. The moment you stop growing is the moment you start dying. So embrace growth, embrace the challenges, and become the best version of yourself. In conclusion, the journey of personal growth is a continuous, unyielding process that requires dedication, perseverance, and a mindset focused on progress. It demands that we embrace discomfort, challenge ourselves, and rise above consistency. Growth is not just about learning new skills or achieving success. It's about evolving into a person who is resilient, adaptable, capable of handling whatever life throws at you. As you move forward, remember that growth is not a destination, it's a way of life. We're always pushing forward, keep striving, never settle for version.
8 hours very fast, and that's where Hello everyone, we are on the Mark II channel and you join us here in Miami. We've just gone to watch the Formula One and now we've come here to Copar, Miami North. Now we're on a little car hunt and I'll explain throughout the video why we're here and what we've come to look at. But at the minute we're going to go get inside. This is second channel, so we can have a bit more laid back approach, and Hannah's going to help me look because potentially maybe we can start rebuilding cars out here. Let's go inside. We've not been to this one before, so anything could happen. Let's go. Because we're in Florida, we've got my Florida man hat on, and Matt's got his on as well.
Yes.
We went to the Everglades yesterday and we saw like alligators, crocodiles. Oh, now everyone's got like a bucket hat on. Yeah. I feel like I look so Florida right now. We're embracing the culture. Is there anything that tickles your fancy that you want?
What? I feel like I was literally just thinking about like, what do I want? I would like a Jeep. It's like the 4-door with the pickup on the back.
Yeah.
I've only seen like 4 here, and I've seen 12,000 euros.
Oh yeah, that's good that because yeah.
This must be like the exotic pile, this area here. We've done a lot in the UK and we've accomplished so much in the UK. It's mental that we're even here. If I had filmed rebuilding Hannah's Audi TT, we wouldn't have been here right now, which is crazy to think. But I always think, what's next? How can we accomplish something else next? What can we push to the limit next? And like, I don't know if any of you guys are watching have ever been to Florida or Miami. It's like such an amazing place. It's so good. But why don't we try and get a unit out here, do some builds out here with Freddie as well, start a car collection over here? That would be like the next dream step. I mean, imagine telling me that 5 years ago. It wouldn't be believable. But right now, look at this. It's a Urus and it's loads better than yours. It's a Performante, yeah.
I'm proud of you for knowing that.
It was written on the side.
Oh, right.
Oh, it's a nice colour as well.
Yeah, and that bonnet with the carbon.
The thing is with Florida, it floods a lot, so a lot of them end up flood damage. What is this here? I don't even know. It's just done damage to the lower side. Oh, it's taken.
Oh,
the rear bumper's just gone. It's just left the chap. Betting it smells.
Yeah, but before you open that door, Hannah, I seen a sign inside. Did you see the sign?
No.
Matt has a massive fear of snakes.
No, it's the snake sign.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So there's a warning that there might be snakes
inside
cars and engines, yeah.
There's a snake, I'm gone.
Okay.
That's the downside to this Miami bit. Oh, it's all like Alcantara.
This is well nice inside.
Oh, it smells like new. 9,000 miles on it. Oh, it smells really new. It smells like a brand new Lamborghini. These are really common in Miami. It's like you see these and G-Wagons. So if we don't find a G-Wagon in here, I will be shocked.
So what makes a pair different to mine?
It's lighter and it's got more carbon fibre, and I think it's slightly faster in it.
Beg to differ that mine has more carbon fibre.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't think doing another Urus here is the right move, because your Urus was a headache. It was an absolute
Sorry, nice.
Oh, whoa!
What?
It's got a different mode though.
It's got a granny mode.
Yeah, it's missing mode. So it doesn't have need.
What? Oh, it's because there's no snow here. It doesn't need it.
Oh, there's no snow here.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a Florida Urus.
It's deleted the mode. I don't think it's a good start, but I don't think that's what we should be looking at. These are so common here. We want to push the limits, and that's what we're here for. We're pushing the limits, trying to find something that's going to challenge us and a perfect one.
But you've got one of these at home, and you've also got one of them at home. Well, the viewers are going to have one of them at home.
Oh my god, they actually are as well. The Aston Martin Vantage. And if you guys are watching this right now, then tomorrow we're doing a live draw for my Vantage. This looks really nice in yellow, but not as good as the satin red. For £9.95 you could win one of these. This is still like a really good looking car for like a 2018 car. Some would say this looks better than the newer one come out. A lot of people didn't like the headlights or the actual shark face. No, it's like one of the best cars I own. In order for us to do things like this and take the channel to the next level rather than filming the same thing over and over again,
we've got to get rid of some cars to do it, and like it just had to be the one of the ones that I've had for the longest. The Vantage was the one, but this Vantage would be a quick and easy fix. Take that back. Oh no. Yeah, so there's a lot of suspension.
Oh, yeah, it's not good down there.
I remember these on Aston Martins on mine. So you can't buy the actual inner tie rod on its own from Aston Martin. You have to buy the whole steering wrap. But we found that you could buy a Jaguar XF inner tie rod instead, and it fitted, because otherwise it's £5 for a new steering wrap. Airbags are gone.
Any snakes?
No snakes. Oh, it smells a bit oniony in there.
Oh, it does.
It smells like onions. Yes, it's quite sad, isn't it? Because every car here has been like somebody's like special moment of buying, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's just been sat here now.
Ends up
Be a billionaire that just bought it on a whim.
Yeah, it could be a billionaire just crashed it. Like
that's who in Miami, you never know.
yeah, like one could just be from Miscellaneous and just smashed up. It's like I have to go for
That wheel's like leaning a bit.
Oh my god, the wheel's perished.
Look at that.
I think it's buckled. They do this in America as well. Someone please explain this. If you're from Florida or America, what are these things? Why are they on the bumpers? Are they to stopping like bashes and stuff?
It is a good looking car though, even with those things. Look at that.
It is nice.
If someone wins that for £10.
10 quid, yeah, that's a bargain. That's a bargain. Another English car. Is this an Altura or is it a GT? I think it's a GT, but then it could be an Altura. Oh, it's not an Altura. Yeah, it's a GT. They tried to make a GT car like that, but I don't think anyone was that buzzing about it.
You just buy a 720S.
Yeah, like it's like a half-hearted GT car, so the guy probably crashed it because he made a mistake. Now, I don't really get the damage on this, apart from the bumpers missing.
This then might be.
Ah, yeah.
They took the rear bumper off to maybe start checking as I get it as well.
Yeah, there's potential. I'm not a fan on these. I think we take a pass.
Zipcar is a car sharing community that gives you instant access to drive all kinds of cars around hundreds of cities and campuses. You can book a car for a round trip by the hour or a day and go wherever and whenever.
But being we're in America, is this a CO6?
Freddie has been telling you to get rid of these for ages.
He has, yeah. He has. And I think this one's flooded.
Would you do another flooded car?
Do you know what? We got lucky on the rolls, didn't we?
Yeah.
We got lucky on it. So potentially I might. I'm not clued up fully on Corvettes, but it's got steel brakes and they're not even drilled or grooved or anything. I don't think this is like one of the good ones. I don't like this one.
Okay.
Oh, it's a 650S.
But again, you just get the 720.
We've done a 720, yeah, and then, oh, it's got HRE wheels. Oh, look at them.
Yeah.
These are like £5 a wheel.
After this one, like, I feel like this was someone's baby.
Yeah, it's got full PPF, but you've got HRE wheels. What? If your car's going to Copart, just take them off.
Yeah, put the stock ones
Put
back
stock
on.
ones back on, you could have sold it. Oh, that's nice, I want that on mine. This is carbon fibre, that's carbon fibre. The whole car's PPF. And I bet this is really cheap as well. Really cheap. Oh my, I just noticed the damage on that one. Oh my days.
That's a new tub, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, because this is still part of the quarter. Oh yeah, the tub. Oh no, that's still part of the quarter. If it's touched the carbon tub, then it's finished. If it's a McLaren 765 LT, that would be the coolest one to get.
Definitely, yeah.
Because we've done the 720S, and that is an unreal car. The 765 LT would be the absolute bad boy one. What's that over there?
It is.
Is it 765? No way!
This could be it.
This actually could be. What's up with it?
Oh, no damage, you know what that means?
Oh, a flood damage 765 LT would be a nightmare. Oh, look at the roof scoop. The roof of the scoop goes down. Oh, and it's like glass inside here to look at the engine bay.
That interior looks completely different to the 720 as well. It looks way better. Yeah.
It looks really nice.
Look at that carbon fibre.
Seats are proper nice. There's not a snake in it, is there? I want to test this seat out.
Go on again.
Oh, this is the one. in Miami with this. Me, the boys, in Miami. A couple of Lamborghinis. Oh, this is really nice.
What do you think of this one, Anna?
It looks the same as the 720.
Oh, no, but it's just the same but better.
Yeah, it's better seat.
Maybe. I need to find what's going on with it. This guy's he's definitely had like probably those wheels on it, those HREs. He's just put some bogger wheels on for it to go to co-party. Oh! It's missing an ECU.
Does that mean it might have been like turbo?
Oh yeah, I wonder if it's been tuned or something. Yeah, look, if you look under here, if you look here, this is where the ECU is meant to be. You have, on this, you've got a transmission ECU on one side and an engine ECU on the other. So he's taken these crazy tuned and he's taking it off. Has he got his instrument?
That's like a Miami thing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
That rear diffuser is cool though.
Do you know what? Has it got an engine in it? Because there's no exhaust.
He could have took the exhaust off because it had an aftermarket exhaust.
That's right.
This guy's thinking about it.
So it was heavily modified. He's took the wheels off, the exhaust off, the ECU off. Maybe the ECU had a tune and maybe he's got replacement of another 765, I don't know. Maybe. There's a gearbox. This will come. Why has it gone to Copart? There's your Jeep.
No, it has to have a pickup.
Oh, it has to have a pickup. We had to find that. Look at this. What have they done with this? Oh, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. A Rolls Royce is a Miami car, isn't it?
We have already done 2 racer.
We have, yes. We know them inside out. Has it got the umbrella? Do you reckon it's Tiffany blue? No!
Umbrella not there.
Umbrella stolen. They took them out. They haven't done anything to the interior. No airbags have gone.
Between the rake and the colour, which one's prefer? Colour. Now, do you prefer the Euro or the colour?
For the Euro.
Do you?
Yeah.
I prefer
Feels
the
more
Euro.
like planted on the road.
Okay.
The Cullinan's a bit like boaty.
Next up,
The best car in the world.
Hurricane. Is it just a convertible Hurricane?
I think it's an Evo, which is the newer one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the newer version.
Yeah, so these put that on convertibles, they'll put rollover protection. So if you've got the roof down, or even if you've not got the roof down, it's obviously a soft top. As soon as the car has an accident, these shoot up, and if the car goes on its roof, it stops your head from hitting the floor. I don't know how to reset them. We've never done a convertible car before, but I'm not a fan of like rag tops. So I think it like makes the car look a bit cheap.
It would look better if it was hard top, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Oh, look at those seats.
Oh, the seats are loads better than yours. Oh yeah, it is a Hurricane Evo. Bucket seats.
Yeah, that is way better than that.
One airbag gone.
This could be an easy fix, really.
Oh, and the airbag's gone.
So I think it's just that. Driver's airbag and...
This is an easy fix. I'm surprised they write stuff off like this because it doesn't need a windscreen. It just needs a headlight, a wing, bumper, bonnet. Like, you don't think how much the car's worth and then they write it off for just something small like that. It's mad they write it off. I guess that's what the cars are like now, they're just disposable. The wheels are a bit weird.
I guess as well, if you were getting into rebuilding supercars, this would be a really good car.
This would start, yeah. Carbon ceramics either. Okay, we're now a lot and this place is massive and it is really hot out here. But any of these
Before Invisalign, I was super self-conscious. I wasn't comfortable talking to people. Now I'm not a...
These cars, like even some which don't even look damaged, I can find out the history of them, even though I'm in America, and I can do that because I've got car vertical. All I have to do is put the registration or the VIN number in of the car. Because car vertical works in over 20 different countries, I can actually see the full history of the car. So I can see if it wasn't Copart, it wasn't an accident. Sometimes it will show you the photos of when it was at Copart, so you know exactly where the damage was. Because for me, I'm not that. Well, I know I'm buying a damaged car, but it would be interesting to actually see where it's damaged. So when I'm looking at it, I can either check with a repair, or if someone's buying it, but I can see all the mileage history of it as well. See when the registration is changed, I can see the exact date it got crashed. Know how long it's probably been sat at an auction for as well. Really key thing to know, you can check your car out as well. And the it's on the screen now, Mark 2. Go check your car out. or a car you're potentially about to buy, and don't get stung when you buy it. Right, where's the car we've been looking for? Ah!
Way more interested.
Where? Do you know that Lamborghini yacht? 32 people on it, and it sank.
Why it sank?
Yeah, they put 32 people on it. So both V12 diesel engines have gone underwater, so they're flood damaged. Whoever's the owner of that messes me, but you ain't getting asking price. Oh my god, that is American. I've never seen that. Just check the oil, Hannah. Just look at that! Look at that! Oh my god, there's got to be
I might need a lift.
Why are these so popular in America? Would you like that? And you know this car would be good for? It'd be good for Lee.
Yeah.
He could not curve the wheel at all. He could run over like cars, people, and everything.
You have to have a lorry license for this in the UK.
Yeah, you
It's massive, isn't it? Look at his arm.
These things are mental, aren't they?
Yeah, like it's just insane. I bet you can't see him, couldn't you? Florida. That is mad. Someone spent a lot of time on this as well. Is that my car? That is my car I want.
What is that? Is that an SF90?
It looks like an SF90 to me. Oh yeah.
We've done this before with the Revolto. Why do you keep doing hybrid cars?
I don't think the airbags have gone.
Oh.
If the airbags haven't gone, it might start. And if it starts, we're not going to have an issue with the hybrid.
So we're going to try starting.
And like, this is kind of like, we've had so much issue with the Revolto not getting started. I think we might have better luck with the Ferrari. The SF90's been out longer, so we've got more chance. We were told off because we filmed this car. It's not gone to auction yet, but we're not allowed to film it and show you guys. We got to see it for a brief amount of time, but the thing is, the car is, what I don't get is listed on Copart website, so all of you guys can see it on there, but I can't show you with the camera. I know how much the Revolto's gave us a headache, and we still haven't got the car started yet. When we get back, we're going to attempt to get it started and maybe just get rid of the car, unless I completely change my mind when I drive it. It could be amazing to drive. But check this out, on the screen right now is a Ferrari SF90. Now Mark McCann told me how good these cars are, and he's been driving it a lot, and he actually prefers it over his Revolto. So what better way to kick off our American builds in maybe a new location over here than starting with something big, an SF90. I've never had a Ferrari myself. We built one for my dad. The damage, from what we've seen, it was quite bad, to be fair. It looked as bad as the Revolto, but after this video, when we get home and we manage to hopefully get the Revolto started, we could find out a way of how we can actually get the SF90 started. The SF90 is a 2022, so it's been out a lot longer than the Revolto, so there is chance we could do it. But let me know, is an SF90 better than a Revolto? I think it might be. I like that Ferrari. We've still got one more place to go. I think you guys are going to enjoy it, and we're going to hopefully see the hypercar there as well. So this is the whole reason why we're in Miami this weekend. We got invited by the Concourse Club, and we got to experience what it'd be like to be a member to the track. First off, fly private to the track. What an experience this is going to be already.
Did you ever think you'd be on a private plane? That's one of the best things you've done.
So this part of the video you're actually seeing now was filmed last year, as it was supposed to be part of a video we were filming on the main channel, but we've never managed to film the rest of it. But I thought I'd show you guys now instead. Touchdown! So we
refresh your space with a mid-century makeover at Ashley. From rich, solid woods to velvet-like textures, you can find timeless styles with a modern twist for every room. It's time to get retro with Ashley. Shop in-store and online.
Bridgetown.
Okay.
So we landed.
Oh yeah, I get used to this.
And then the Concourse Club send a car to pick you up from the airport. The airport is literally there. The racetrack is there. Straight off your private jet into the racetrack. There's a guard which only lets you in if you're a member, and every little detail has been thought about, even down to the cobbles here, which are designed to make you feel like you're riding on something special, but not so much that it rattles your dashboard and the rest of the car. And then it's guarded by the gate, which again, even down to the time in the gate opens, has all been thought about, and all of these are lights leading up towards the Concourse Club. And of course you've got the palm trees to just reminisce that you're in Miami. Now we're going to get... Now some of you may notice this place from when we previously visited it, when I purple GT3. They let us use the track as part of the video. This place is a members only club. You first have to be invited to be a member, and then once you become a member, you pay your monthly membership and you can use the track as long as loads of other things which I'm about to show you. Now we plan on filming a video comparing what a $100,000 track day would look like compared to a $1 track day. But we never actually managed to film the rest of it. But at least now I'm going to get to show you guys what a $100,000 track day is going to look like. And I'm taking my dad along with me.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, man.
Welcome to the Concourse Club.
Where's your uniform? After we dropped off, we get shown into the clubhouse. This is the clubhouse.
Nice place to chill, I think. Very nice.
This is the changing room. And even on the carpet, the logos are there. That is rich people stuff. And we have our own locker. And my racing suit. Look, proper in this. Oh, look.
Oh, yeah.
Towel with the logo. Slippers for chilling afterwards. And a full like wash bag. So I'm now about to go on track, and they're letting me use one of their cars. This is going to be a surreal experience.
Oh, you look professional.
Woo! This is how you do it. Like, I think if you look professional and feel professional, you're going to be professional. All set and ready to go, and the guys here have actually set me a challenge.
Go quickly to the track.
They want me to try and beat a specific lap time.
That is a big thing.
Yeah. Set by one of their professional drivers which coaches on the track. And I'll be driving this, a BMW M2 CS, which is fully kitted out for race use. Roll cage, racing steering wheel, and unnecessary has been taken out for weight. Let's go give this a go. My own name on the head. And it's called. Is this gonna fit? So this is all part of the $100,000 track day experience, which I wanted to show you guys. A full race suit, helmet, and even a car. And to right hand side now is my driver. He's hopefully going to help me decrease my lap time. Maybe I can even beat his.
This brake pressure, and so I'm in real time. There's about 0.3 of a second delay, so nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm just ahead of you the whole time. If you've got any questions, you can actually hit the radio button and ask me something as well.
Okay, yeah.
That's not very usual. Usually you're like 100% concentration on what you're doing, so hanging on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll give you like pertinent information every time you get into a corner. It'll be a lot of information to start with, and then I'll start reducing that during the session.
Yeah.
The more you get used to it, the less I talk, it means the better you're doing. Okay?
How much do you have to pay if you crash this?
$155,000.
For a BMW M2?
So this track day becomes $255,000.
Yeah, don't crash it.
Yeah, BMW M2, and it doesn't even have door cards, look.
That is unreal, look at that.
Carbon fibre spoiler, the airlifts,
Oh yeah.
straight on, tow hooks, full racing slicks. And we've got steel brakes. It looks like it did have carbon ceramic, changed to steel. I imagine this is going to be nuts because it's going to be properly set up in it. Oh, buzzing. I'm excited for this one. Okay, so here it goes. My first lap in the BMW M2. Slightly nervous. I feel like I'm like an actual like racing driver. Like, yeah, like it feels so crazy. This is something completely different to what we usually film. That's the whole point of this second channel. Everything that goes on behind the scenes. And maybe if you are enjoying these types of videos, if you're not subscribed to the Mark II channel, that's a good time.
Okay, here we go. $100,000 track day.
Now this track is really fun, but it does take quite a while to learn it. But that's why I've got the driver coach. But going flat out in someone else's car doesn't feel natural. Especially if I crash it, I've got to buy it.
Matt's on track. We're in the pit lane, and the coach is got a live stream.
Easing back on the gas, nice progressively between the
and helping him with. Where else do you get that?
Straight all the way in, nice and progressive with brake release. Nice leg pointed. But I'm not in this. That's strong. That's a really good start.
You're doing well.
Got some good basics. Yeah, no, really well. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of nuances, a lot of small details that.
But I've gone out for a few laps now to sort of do a base lap time, and we're going to see how far off I am off the driver coach. And there's my first stint completed. How far off am I?
That was nuts. You did really well, to be fair.
That was insane. Like, this car just is on rails. Nuts. Absolutely nuts.
You can literally see live exactly what you're doing. It's crazy.
That's the thing I don't like. Everyone can see what I'm doing when I'm lifting off and then like on the thing. It's real.
You think having the coach helps?
Yeah, definitely. Like he's in my ear and he's like, look for this. I'm thinking, where am I braking? He's like, look for the 3 marker just after, stamp on the brakes. And he's like, wait, go. You know, like it is a lot better.
If I make 4 or 5 seconds, he thinks we can do it.
Yeah. What? How fast did he do?
You did a 129 and you need to make it 4 or 5 seconds.
4 seconds?
Yeah.
What the hell? Where am I losing that? So I'm 4 seconds off my driver's coach time. Oh wow. Oh yeah. Look at that. I need to find that 4 seconds. And he's going to help me and show me where I'm losing the time.
You're the blue line?
On the laptop you can see all my braking, my steering, and he's overlaid it onto his lap time. And one of his main concerns wheel enough. I won't be as aggressive enough in the here how much his steering wheel is turned compared to my steering wheel. My steering wheel is at about was he. I guess this goes back to go-karting where you try something like the M2, being aggressive is actually faster. With that in mind, let's go make up these 4 seconds. Let's go. I feel like I've got to improve now. Okay, second time out in the M2. Can I find a lost time? First is a super long straight, and now I was told to keep it flat through the first turn, which I do, going straight into a hairpin. Now I've got to lock this steering wheel just like my coach said, and I manage it just about. Then we fly into a left-hand hairpin. Again, more aggressive on the steering.
Brake pressure. Let it turn to the exit now.
Quicker. Already.
And I'm now 2 seconds quicker already.
127.6. Is that his driving or your coach?
Oh, it's my coach. 100%, yeah.
A second. I just want to keep going.
That was 27.6.
That was so much faster.
Way faster.
That was so much. I just felt a bit braver. 2 seconds faster.
Second off.
The pro.
I think you can do it.
1 second.
4 or 5 seconds just from your coaching in one day will be amazing.
That would be good. Let's see.
That's tracks to beat your time.
This is, yeah, no, he'll do it. I think so, yeah. He's on it. I think he's on it. I think I'm going to look for I'm going to go 26.9.
26.9?
Yeah.
If I make this, very long into the third turn. And remember to use that all round the track. There's no backing out now, and this is the last chance I'm going to get to try and beat that lap time. Coming into the last corner, I get a little snap of oversteer, but then across the line. Couldn't quite get a 26, but 27 flat. I'll take that. I'll take that.
That's good to be fair.
And now we go for we're going for dinner.
I think we'll go for a steak. $295.
$295. That's some rich person.
Yeah, that is really. Along with the membership at the Concourse Club, of course, you get a Michelin star chef as part of the whole experience. And they were kind enough to cook us up some of their best meals before giving us some goodie bags and sending us on our way. What a place it actually was. And it's good I got to share it with you guys as well. Now it's time to go see an old friend. We are now leaving Miami, and it's actually the most quietest it's ever been. And we're sort of like balancing a place of like, okay, do we try and get a shop in Miami, which the benefits are you're surrounded by a lot of things and it's really nice down here. There's car dealerships down here, there's a lot of co-parks down here as well. There's a lot of exotic cars around here as well. But now we're heading 4.5 hours up to Freddie's place, which is another place where we think it could be a cool area to get a workshop, and it kind of reminds us of where we are at home. So like this, I think Miami's sort of like the equivalent of, let's say, London, which is just chaos at home. And then where we are, we're outside of London, about 2.5 hours outside of London, but in the countryside, which, I don't know, I think you can concentrate more and get on with the work because there's less stuff around, but then you're not surrounded by loads of things. I don't know, I like Miami. Miami's, I think, is definitely better than London. Would you agree?
100%.
Yeah, Miami is definitely...
I think we agreed it's the second favourite city.
Yeah. Dubai was a really nice city. Miami is a really nice city. Yeah, London is just carnage, isn't it? So when we go to Freddie's now, we're going to see Freddie's, see all the guys, which again, we're going to be surrounded by more people rebuilding cars, but you can see what it's like here, and then wait till we get to Freddie's area, and you'll see a massive difference. It's more like countryside living. 4 hours later, and we're in the countryside. It's actually got hills here, and like I've never noticed hills before in Florida. But this is what it's like. It's like pretty chill, laid back, 15 minutes from Freddie's place. Yeah, it's actually, it's nice to be back. We're gonna pull up at Freddie's, see what's going on, and potentially go farm a BMX, because it could actually be there. We have some news. Oh my God! Hello. Hi,
This is a zip car. You could own this car, but it'll cost you. First when you buy it, then at the mechanic, and at the gas pump, and all those extra costs.
Hello. Hi, welcome to. I mean, you've been here for a while. Yeah, I know. I'm saving back home. Yeah, good. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so humid up here. Yeah? Do I look slimmer? Yeah, you look like wider. Thanks, so with you. Yeah, well, there's less of Freddie. Yeah. Less of being. Let's go inside. Yeah, let's go inside. Pretty good. That's my boy. Tommy nicked it. I stole it. But then he made a video, so I gave it back. So I forgot that I told the guys to take it out, so I had a bike here and a bike in the UK. You're not gonna ask them twice, dude. Are you sure you want me to take it out? And then I rang Jack, and Jack must have forgot as well. So yeah, we put it in there. And then, yeah, and then well, Freddie's supposed to put it together. Is this for a child? Oh look, oh my helmet is here as well. Oh my God, how big's your head? It's pretty big. It's a big smooth brain. We must have lost your pedals, so I found these. Yeah, I've got the pedals in the RS6. I think these will work. Though. Yeah, they look good. I'm excited to now ride them here.
Well, actually, the last time you told me to put it together, so that's...
Yeah, it's still not together.
No, it is together, right there on the floor.
Well, these are the kinds of rebuilds we do. We take it apart, we just leave it for 2 years.
Well, at least we know it's in the same hands.
We got B150 Dark Horse Mustang up there.
What's that vehicle?
It's parking. You know, apparently this is just a car.
Okay.
My first car, my Nissan Maxima.
Yeah.
We've been much up to S65, Porsche. You know this one.
I don't know why it's so better here. Yeah.
I've been driving it quite a bit.
How many miles on it now?
11,000 something.
Oh,
So,
it's still a load of miles then.
Oh yeah, I mean you can see all the bugs and stuff like that. So I think what I'm gonna do is carbon roof.
Yeah.
I know Misha is, you know, he has a new Aero kit.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So big wing,
Crazy
diffuser,
wing.
all that stuff. So like you got that Manti Racing thing on your.
Oh
your
my
RS.
god, that thing is mental. Yeah, it's lit. Honestly, you need to see it in person. The wing is like up here, and then the actual side blades of the wing are just massive.
What you need to do is you need to get an RS and then one of these. I know you have one, but like if you had a manual one, swap.
Yeah, the manual one would be next level. Yeah, having a manual RS would be cool. I'm getting too addicted to Porsches because there's a Turbo S on Cobalt, so I'm like, oh, just do it. I don't know what I'm better.
It's not the same.
No.
It's just not.
I just noticed something that I didn't remember last time.
Yeah.
There's an aerial.
Yes.
On the roof, and when I bought, this must be an American thing then.
Yeah.
Because mine doesn't have the aerial on the roof in the UK, but then when I ordered the roof for my GT3 RS, it came with a hole in the aerial, but they ordered it off the tub of this tub, this tub that was here, so that's what explains the hole. Okay, that explains it now.
So now you just have a whistling.
Yeah, it had to be like a carbon fiber repair. Oh, and you can still kind of see it, but now that's got all those Manti aero bits on the roof. Perfect. No, that's cool.
Yeah, this thing's been great. I'm gonna get a new exhaust for it. JCR makes the same exhaust just with valves.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting the same one for my pink one because I can't go on the track with that. I've got the exact same exhaust, and I can't go on track with it.
I think it's the best sounding exhaust for these.
Oh yeah, it sounds such. You need to hear the 3RS. Like the 3RS is stupidly loud. It's undrivable on the motorway, but it is insanely loud.
So what's the? I mean, now that you have both cars, like, what's the difference between them?
There's a massive difference.
Okay, I want to.
Do you know, like you don't think you can get better than that. You don't think you can get better than that, and then if you drive the 3RS, it's way better. But when you drive the GT3, it's nice. It feels like more of like a comfort ride, you know how rigid it is. Yeah. But that's why because I was thinking I'll get the 3RS and then get rid of the GT3. But then because they're so different, that's the reason why I want to keep them. Because it's not like driving the same car. They are really different.
So it's sensible consumer advice.
yeah, they are.
That's exactly what you want. Like you want both, really.
Yeah, no, at the minute we're getting rid of the Vantage, and I didn't want to ever get rid of the Vantage.
Yeah,
I love that. Yeah, it's really, really nice. My plan was to get rid of the GT3, but then when I realised how different they were, I was like, no, I've got to keep the GT3. And it's saying nice to get rid of it, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
This looked like more of a workshop.
Yeah, this is carnage.
Oh my god.
What the hell is going on?
Oh, you never seen a P1 like this?
Oh, this is such a Jack's in it. Jack.
Don't say that on a plane.
Oh my days.
Yeah, so this is a rotisserie.
I didn't even know you could do that.
What happened to it?
Well, you gotta take all the sand out. So that's the only way we know how to do it.
Oh my god.
We took everything off.
Wait, last time I seen this, it was running.
Well, yeah, I mean, now it's less running. No, we're now in final assembly. We're trying to, get everything out. We have the interior and the harness and all that stuff going in. And we have to, final assembly, you got to make sure that there's no, rust.
Yeah. So
are these to keep the doors shut?
Yes. I don't know how. You don't need this because it's gravity, but here, I don't think it works all that well.
Oh my days.
So we also have this. It's a calibrating tape.
Oh yeah.
it's a calibrated tape.
Oh yeah. So the next thing to go in is all that harness, and that's got to be. I imagine that just looks like carnage as well.
That's this.
Wow.
So that's.
Oh my god, it's all just exposed as well. Like
Yep, so it's all custom
big strips of that.
all custom made. Yep, all that stuff. We have brakes, all that stuff. So each one of these is 20 grand. So
These are like F1 brakes, you know, like that bit, like on the F1 car, they look like that.
yep. So there's a drill piece.
Are they the ones that were in the water?
These actually were not. The other ones are. Actually, we cleared them up. So these are good ones. I got these as a set from another guy who was rebuilding a P1 weirdly. This is from the XP1 prototype car. So they did a lot of testing on this. That's why it's all cracked and stuff. But this is carbon ceramic and silicon carbide. So yeah, they're not
So
lightweight.
did I tell you what happened to the brakes of the 3RS that went underwater?
What happened?
They didn't fit.
Oh, okay.
When we refitted them onto the calipers, the brake disc had swollen. Like, yeah. So,
You don't want to tell me that, man.
I didn't know that happened. No, we didn't realise. We couldn't work out around it what the hell was going on. We was measuring around Porsche. Was like, why are these brake discs like a mil bigger than anyone else? I mean, have I bought the wrong caliper? It's like, no, and the only explanation to it is that the swollen had to get another one. I had to get the ones that were all in the water. I had to replace them all.
So you got a natural big brake kit.
Yeah.
Usually when it goes into the pool, it becomes smaller. Like
yeah, no. Somehow it's like soaked it up. We've left it to dry. We've heated up. We've tried everything, but they catch the caliper. Like how the caliper goes, like it just catches the caliper.
I feel some clearance. It's fine.
yeah. It was wearing itself down. I think I've never heard of it before, but yeah, that happened. So where's the event?
It is underneath the upper.
And what's the plan with that?
Well, we just, I said we just, but we got the frame in from the UK, so frame has to go in.
Oh yeah.
The engine, you know?
That's massive.
Yeah, it's all right.
That is huge.
It's just, so the head needs to come off, we gotta redo the heads, and then,
it's the engine finished.
It's not finished. It has two bad cylinders, but I think it just needs head work. I think somebody's just rubbed the nuts off of it, and then
Classic. So classic Aventador.
That's what happens.
Do you know what's actually really interesting me at the minute?
What?
Those cupboards.
Oh, you've not seen these?
No.
No, look what they do. Look what they do.
That's so cool.
Go on there.
Can't we get them?
I think so.
Yeah.
To the UK. Or potentially to Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, quick stop off. We've now got to get the flight back because we are hopefully next week going to be on that Revolto because something's arrived which should help it start. Now before we go, new merch is out. The hard work needs talent. T-shirt. There's this t-shirt, another t-shirt and a hoodie and stuff.
Yeah.
All on the screen now. Go grab it because it's limited edition. When it's gone, it is gone. So don't message me asking if there's any more coming back in because that is it. hwbt.shop is the place to go. Right, let's get his flight back and get to the Revolto.
FanDuel Casino asked hundreds of people who feel feelings which one ranks highest.
Winning.
Yes, winning is still number one. And with exclusive games you won't find anywhere else, FanDuel Casino is the best place to experience that number one feeling every day. It beats number 60.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you, miss. What's up, Brandon? Give me a Burley low. Let me get this real quick. Drop this off somewhere. Get the Burley by Sunday. By Sunday. That'll be what's up.
tavern keeper. In this game, you will become a tavern owner, managing your own cozy tavern, crafting fresh ingredients.
I want to share with you the most profound secret of manifestation. A secret so powerful that once understood will revolutionize your entire approach to life. Many of you come to me asking why your manifestations are delayed, why your desires seem to take so long to materialize in your world. Tonight, I shall reveal to you why, and more importantly, how to manifest your desires with lightning speed. Let me begin by sharing a principle that most of the world has completely misunderstood. In the book of John, it is written, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Now what is this word? This word, my dear wonderful friends, is not something spoken by your physical lips. The word is your inner conversation, your mental dialogue that runs ceaselessly through your mind day and night. You see, most people are manifesting slowly, or not at all, because they fail to grasp this fundamental truth. Your inner conversation is the cause of everything in your world. Everything. Not some things, not most things, but all things. When you truly understand this, you will begin to manifest with such rapidity that others will call it miraculous. Let me share with you a story that came to me just last week. A lady approached me after one of my lectures, her eyes filled with tears. She had been trying to manifest a reunion with her estranged son for 3 years. She had tried everything. Affirmations, visualization, even traveling across the country to see him. But he refused to meet her. After attending my lectures and understanding this principle of inner conversation, she realized that her constant inner dialogue was, "Why won't my son talk to me? What did I do wrong? Will he ever forgive me?" Do you see what she was doing? She was perpetuating the very state of separation through her inner conversation. I instructed her to change her inner dialogue to how wonderful it is to talk to my son every day. How lovely it is to hear his voice filled with love for me. Within 1 week, yes, just 1 week, her son called her. Not only did he call, but he apologized for his behavior and expressed his desire to rebuild their relationship. This, my dear friends, is the secret that accelerates manifestation. Your inner conversation must match the state you wish to occupy. There must be no contradiction between what you desire and what you internally hear yourself saying about that desire. Now, let me take you deeper into this mystery. In the book of Matthew it is written, "For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." Your treasure is not your desire. Your treasure is your inner conversation, your desire. If you claim to want financial abundance, but your inner dialogue is constantly repeating, "I never have enough money. Everything is so expensive. I can't afford this," then that conversation is your real treasure. And that is exactly what you will manifest. The speed of manifestation is directly proportional to the consistency of your inner conversation. When you maintain an inner dialogue that aligns perfectly with your desire, without contradiction, without doubt, without wavering, manifestation must follow as I'd be thinking. I try to maintain positive thoughts, yet my inner conversation seems to have a mind of its own. Here is where most seekers stumble. They try to force their inner conversation, to control it through willpower. This is not the way. The secret lies in understanding that your inner conversation is not something to be forced, but something to be assumed. When you truly assume a state, the inner conversation appropriate to that, you don't need to force yourself to think wealthy thoughts. The inner dialogue of wealth flows spontaneously because it is natural to the state you have assumed. Let me make this practical for you. Tonight, when you go to sleep, I want you to do something revolutionary. Instead of trying to visualize your desire or repeating affirmations, I want you to simply listen to your inner conversation. Don't try to change it yet. Just listen. Become yourself. Finances. This awareness is crucial. Discover is that your current inner conversation is a perfect match for your current life circumstances. Every detail of your life right now is a manifestation of your habitual inner dialogue. This is what...
If you want to be healthier, if you want to be happier, if you want to release some weight, write this down. Don't eat bread, don't eat meat, don't eat milk.
Now is a manifestation of your habitual inner dialogue. This is why some people can visualize for hours, affirm until they're blue in the face, yet see no results. Their inner conversation is contradicting everything they're trying to manifest. The secret to rapid manifestation lies in this understanding. Change the inner conversation and you change the outer world. And this is crucial, you must change it naturally by assuming the state of your wish, the appropriate inner dialogue. Here's a proposal. Not only was he promoted to the position he desired, but he was given even more responsibility and compensation than he had imagined possible. Now, let me address something that many of you struggle with. The appearance of failure or delay in your manifestations. When things seem to be going wrong, when circumstances appear to contradict your desire, your inner conversation becomes crucial. Most people allow their internal dialogue to be dictated by circumstances. This is the exact opposite of how the law works. In the book of Romans, it is written, call those things which be not as though they were. This is not positive thinking. This is the revelation of how consciousness creates reality. Your inner conversation must call forth the reality you desire, regardless of appearances. A lady who was manifesting perfect health while dealing with a chronic condition. Instead of allowing her inner dialogue to focus on symptoms or medical reports, she maintained a conversation.
What does the egg you eat every day have to do with your high blood sugar? You know that was forming.
She maintained a perfect health. My body is strong and vital. Every cell in my body is functioning perfectly. I am the picture of health. Her doctors were amazed when her condition completely reversed, defying their prognosis. This brings me to another vital aspect of rapid manifestation. Your inner conversation must be protected. the doubts and negativity of others. When others speak of impossibilities, when they point to reality or facts, you must maintain your inner conversation is so vital. In the book of Proverbs, it states, guard your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Your heart, your consciousness, is your inner conversation. When you allow external voices to influence your internal dialogue, you give away your creative power. I remember a remarkable case of a young artist who came to me in despair. Gallery owners had rejected her work, critics had dismissed her talent, and her family insisted she find a real job. But she understood this secret. Instead of allowing their voices to become her inner conversation, an internal dialogue of success, people deeply. Collectors value my work. My exhibitions are always successful. She told me later that maintaining this inner conversation felt like standing firm in a storm of contrary opinions. But she persisted. Within months, a prestigious gallery owner discovered her work. Today, her paintings command significant prices, and critics who once dismissed her now praise her unique vision. What changed? Not her talent. That was always there. What changed was her inner conversation. Here's another crucial aspect of this secret that few understand. Your inner conversation must be faithful to your assumption. If you assume the state of wealth, but your internal dialogue still speaks of budgeting, saving, and financial caution, you are being unfaithful to your assumption. This divided inner conversation creates delayed and mixed manifestations. In the book of James, it says, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. This double-mindedness is not about having doubts. It's about maintaining contradictory inner conversations. You cannot speak internally as both the wealthy and the wanting, the healthy and the sick, the loved and the lonely. You must choose your state and let your inner conversation be faithful to it completely. Consider this profound truth. Every moment of your day is an opportunity to align your inner conversation with your desired state. When you shop, does your internal dialogue speak of prices and affordability? Or does it naturally discuss preferences and choices? When you dine out, does your inner conversation concern itself with the cost of the menu? Or does it focus on the pleasure of the experience? These seemingly small moments of inner dialogue are actually crucial turning points in your manifestation. Every internal word either aligns with your desire or contradicts it. There is no neutral inner conversation.
That's right.
Let me share one final secret about rapid manifestation that will transform your understanding completely. Your inner conversation is not just about words. It's about the consciousness from which those words spring. When you truly assume a state, the inner conversation appropriate to that state flows naturally, without effort or practice. This is why attempting to monitor and control every thought is unnecessary and counterproductive. Instead, occupy the state of your wish fulfilled, and the right inner conversation will flow spontaneously. This is what the Bible means when it says, let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. It's speaking of assuming the state of your wish fulfilled, from which all appropriate thoughts and internal dialogues naturally flow. I knew a man struggle with relationships. He tried to change his inner conversation about love and partnership, but it felt forced and unnatural. Then he understood this principle. Instead of trying to change his thoughts, he assumed the state of being happily married. From this state, his inner conversation naturally shifted. He no longer had to remind himself to think positive thoughts about relationships. The internal dialogue of a happily married man flowed effortlessly from his assumed state. Within months, a wonderful woman. But here's the crucial point. The miracle. The natural shift in his inner conversation was the miracle. The external circumstances simply conformed to his new state of consciousness.
Why flexibility looks so beautiful on you is because flexibility is the embodiment of youthfulness. How old do you think I am? Would you guess that I'm 45? Yes, this is me at 45, and my body can do things today.
As we conclude tonight's discussion, I want to impress upon you this final truth. Dialogue is defining your self-concept, and your self-concept determines what you manifest in your world. When you understand this, truly understand it, you will never again worry about circumstances, conditions, or the opinions of others. You will know that your inner conversation is the only creative power, and you will use it wisely and liberally. Tonight, as you leave here, I urge you to begin this practice immediately. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Don't prepare yourself. Simply begin now to listen to your inner conversation, and then naturally let it flow from the state of a wish fulfilled. Let your internal dialogue be that of the person who already has what you desire. Remember, the secret I've shared with you tonight is not new. It's as old as consciousness itself. But its power is as fresh and available now as it has ever been. Your inner conversation is creating your reality at this very moment. Use it wisely. Use it lovingly. Use it deliberately. For in the end, there is no one to change but self. And self is changed by the transformation of your inner conversation. The world around you, which appears so solid and real, is nothing more than your inner conversation made visible. Change the conversation and you change everything. And now, knowing this secret, go forth and prove it in the laboratory of your own life. For as it is written, according to your faith be it unto you. Your faith is your inner conversation, and it will not fail. That is the law. Let me tell you a great... You are not what you appear.
Have you ever tried fiddlehead ferns?
Fiddlehead ferns are curled, wild foraged shoots that only pop up in early.
The great thing about watching your favorite content creator or favorite athlete is over time you get to see them change, and hopefully for the better. If you watch LeBron James since 2003, you've got to see his progression as an NBA player. Things that he was weak at, eventually he got better. The same thing with Patrick Mahomes. But we've also seen the flip side of somebody crashing out. Let's use Antonio Brown for an example. One of the greatest route runners in NFL history destroys his career from doing nothing, just crashing out all the time, despite getting numerous opportunities to play professional football. But in the same light, YouTubers have also crashed out. EDP445 is one, and Fresh and Fit is another. The so-called logical and intellectual power of the two. Once a fan favorite podcast across the United States, these guys have become the most hated in every way, especially Myron. And this is not because of controversial takes. This is because Myron has either told the line or crossed the line with hate speech, with many groups, in particular blacks.
You guys want to know why the black community behaves like this? Because it's run by women. That's another ugly truth. The black community is a matriarchy, which is why it's failed for decades upon decades upon decades.
Now, recently, Myron Gaines went on to Piers Morgan, and there was a controversial debate, and of course, he mentioned Tariq Nasheed in a very pejorative way.
Important to understand the entire context of what led us to this position, because again, Metcalf and Hendricks is a microcosm of a much larger problem. Earlier, we were talking about tribalism when you were mentioning Nick Fuentes' tweet. Here's the thing. Black people could be as tribal as they want to be. You have people like Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson running around about black power and marry black women and keep it in the hood and all this other stuff. But if white people assemble and say, you know what, white power, we need to keep our nation white, they're immediately ostracized and labeled as supremacists, and they get banned off every single platform. I find that interesting.
Now, to be honest, the FBA community is not the only community that Myron talks about. He talks about anybody that he feels can get views, most notably from X, since he's demonetized on YouTube. In fact, they're demonetized many different places. YouTube, Facebook, sometimes Twitch. It doesn't matter. They've lost all of their financial fortunes. But despite the fact, Fresh and Fit are still going forth, basically humiliating themselves and talking bad about black people. But of course they have a call-in show. And because of the hatred that they've spewed towards people on the internet, sometimes people come back to bite them.
That's my question. Why is Fresh and why is everybody up there? That's my question. If you want to try to get hard, and you are, what you talking about, bro? You was a bro. Like you got so much to say about black people not wanting handouts from y'all, but your family came from another country, a country where y'all are y'all's own worst. You say black Americans is their own worst problems, but won't
go into all the other details, all the other people that I talked about. Then you go ahead and you change your position. Well, I only care that you talk about blacks. Well, hold on. That means your original argument doesn't make sense because you came in here on the assumption we talked. And when I checked you and I told you no, I just touched everybody, then it's I don't care about blacks. Okay?
But here it gets worse.
And that's the problem with you. You probably got a degree from Howard or some other school thinking that you're smart. You pseudo-intellectual dumbass. We was gangs. We invented everything. You're stupid, bro. That's the reality. You're dumb. That's the reality, man. Holy the was right about a Leon, man. You should be a tree, but out of here, man.
Now I'm going to get to that very controversial statement at the end about the Klan and the Klan hanging people and things like that. But I've noticed that there is a market for blacks that speak like this, and even if they're not saying it as bad as Myron is saying, there is a group of black people who are trying to make money on the internet saying very similar things.
There was a guest on Pierre Morgan, and he was talking to black. And he said black people don't like living around black people, and I agree with him. I don't like living around black people. Right? They tear up they rob you, they steal from their own neighbor, people close to them. I remember I moved to the neighborhood I was running for school board, and a black person out of my car was stolen for the first time ever. My Mercedes was stolen. They stole my car.
Now, let's go back and talk about this whole operation about the KKK was right about a lot of y'all. And then this other guy who agrees with he don't feel safe about black people. you can make this content as a black person or an African American, or maybe as what Tariq would call somebody that is a non-black or non-African American or a tether, somebody that's not FBA. And some of your points could be valid about black crime. Some of your points could be valid about the mistakes that black people are making as a whole. But then you're trying to get accepted by a group of people ultimately who don't respect you. And people who are white racists still could appreciate the fact that you are saying this, but ultimately what they don't understand is that they will hear this.
He even asked us, he's like, if I kind of break the rules, just hit me up about it, guys, you know. And I agree with him, like, we gain nothing. Like, one of these comes in, they talk nice, they're like, oh, look, white people deserve their space, and can't we just be friends, and blah, blah, blah. But then later that night, they're just behaviour. You know, I think it was you, Comfy, that was speaking about that guy where he's like against the Jews and all that, and half an hour later he's posting like, yeah, as many as you can, and just full behaviour.
Myron Gaines. Yeah. Myron Gaines.
The worst thing he said was, don't marry a girl until you're 35. What a retarded thing to do.
Yeah, what a stupidest thing ever, mate.
That's why we're talking. This is what we were saying yesterday. Like, at the end of the day, they're like you. They're low control. Even if, you know, they say a few things that are based or whatever by our standards, don't fall for it. Don't think that they're on our side. Oh, based. You know, it's just not that. You know what I mean, though? This is what people think. This is what people think. No, it's, yeah, but Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines has like how many followers that Myron Gaines has, just for fun. Like, he has thousands. But that's the point. I think it's the only reason why some people listen to him. It's because he's a little bit known, but he's still a
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And come the end of the day, especially in somewhere like the States where they're just nicking through it, what you think these people are going to align, you think they're going to help you, they'll turn on you as quick as anything. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, other groups who love for you to talk like that are still going to differentiate between you. And even though you're telling the so-called truth about black people, they don't want to deal with you either. All right? They don't want you around their women because, again, you're also black. So when you're saying that the Klan should do X, Y, and Z, well, really, what the Klan is including in that equation is you also. You believe that you're excluding yourself in the process, but the reality is you're including yourself because they have already included you because you're still black, all right? And they don't want anything to do with you either, those people who talk about those issues. And what I want to talk about is the black world. Guys, I understand working with black people and dealing with black people is not easy. I understand that a lot of your trauma comes from the black community, whether it's in the African American community or whether you're Caribbean, it comes from your community, or whether you're from Africa or an African country and it comes from there. I get it. It is hard working with your own group. However, having ownership within your community, you will get much more than when you are acting like this in somebody else's community who doesn't want you to be here. All right? Now, I can say that as a YouTuber, I may have had some more successes if I was in a different genre. But to be honest, being in black YouTube, I've gotten all the way to where I've gotten by working with my own community and leaving a lot of opportunities on the table. Okay, and I've done that over I don't know how many years. You get more when you're working with your people, with your group, and you get your respect from your community, and you don't have to go out and sell out and do what these people are doing, trying to get the least amount of butter biscuits from people who don't want you. Neither one of these guys will financially benefit from the community they want to be in because you're already doing this stuff for free. So why would they pay you? Why would they pay Myron or this other guy who's talking down on the black?
What's up? Chesterfield, what's going on? Everything is good today. Got a little freshen up. Headed back to my hometown. Grab myself something to eat real quick. Now it's time to get back to work. Short day left. How's your day going, Mr. Chesterfield? How'd your test go? How do you think you did on the test? Good? You said you do a lot of studying, so I assume you did. Right, grammar and spelling, that's what I'm talking about. Do grammar and spelling every day with my son. Real important, man. Don't be slacking. Time for some of Wendy, you know what I'm saying? Got me a French fry. Wow. Feeling good right now.
flexibility, you got some math this week, some science.
I was selling crack on a private jet up in the hell of back. But no confusion, it's a reunion. Hello y'all, welcome back. Get murder here, he counting money. He said, Cam, man, the hell with rap. I'm only here to shit on niggas and piss on bitches. Welcome that. Some more jewelry and bikes, nigga. Black Benzes and white figures. Now I'm out here and I'm looking for more chandeliers and light fixtures. Nah. I don't like niggas, what's wrong with me? I'm a hype nigga, but this 44 turn to Michael Jordan. Now I'm looking to say take flight.
Welcome back to It Is What It Is. This episode is sponsored by Underdog. The app is an easy way to make some cash just by making picks on your favorite players. Underdog is available in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, and Missouri, just to name a few. Make sure to support the show by hitting the link in the bio and downloading the Underdog app. Use code MACE, CAM, or STAT to get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit and a free pick. I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with your hosts Mace and Cam.
What up, Cam? What's going on, man?
Brother, what's up, man? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I got a good life, man.
Yeah, I do. You do, man. You really do, man. You really do. And I've been noticing these new suits lately, man. My boy went and got some new suits, man.
These ain't new suits, Cam.
Well,
they're not new suits.
I just thought they were new suits. So you wearing your church clothes. You never got to the bottom of it. Because I know, like you say, you've been in church a long time. You probably got about 22,000 suits.
Yeah, man.
So they look never worn before. I'll say that. I'll say that. I just ordered some new suits out the Members Club and 5,001, you know, all that.
Yeah,
I just ordered some new suits, man. The price went up on me. I'm paying an extra $2,500 a suit. I said, yo, I said, Sugar J, shout out to Sugar J. I said, what's going on, nigga? You know, he said, nah, you winning now. I gotta get a different fabric for you. He said, the fabric you had when the show first started was one fabric, but the show is at another level now. So I gotta dig deep in the crevices pores to get you another material. Shout out to Sugar J, but you know the prices went up. Where you was at this weekend?
Man, I was in Atlanta, just chilling with the fam, chilling with my son. My son about to graduate, so I'm really excited about that.
That's what's up. You got two graduates.
No kids in the house, man.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Yeah, you gonna wild out?
Come too far, man. I'm working on a lot, man.
No, not while I'm talking about while like you and the wife like having fun. That's what I meant. Cause that's like TV shit. You live a real TV life where niggas be like, y'all kids gotta get out here when I'm 18. I need to have me and your mother ain't walked around here naked in 20 years. That's like a TV show. But you've been in Atlanta a long time. You an AT alien? do you consider yourself an alien?
I'm a Floridian, but boy, AT alien.
That's crazy, man. Cause you ain't Dungeon Family.
Nah. I mean, all of the like rap groups down there, they really embraced me when I first moved down there from Dungeon Family. Everybody, Goody Mob, shout out to CeeLo, shout out to everybody down there, Killer Mike, just everybody. Yeah, everybody you could think of when I first got down there. Not just JD. JD was the first person to let me stay up at his condo until I found a place. But after that, it was just love everywhere. You know, Andre 3000, Mom's found me my first house.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Andre 3000, Mom. She just shout out to her. She used to do real estate. God bless. She passed away, but she was the lady that found my first house.
You know what's crazy is that because and that's one thing about Atlanta. Shout out to Atlanta. I was gonna move to Atlanta. It's a funny story. I was gonna move to Atlanta. I'll go through it quick. Is that I got a condo, had a car, bought a car down there. I was about to move there after I left Ohio because Ohio was situated, and I was scouting the area, and I was like, this shit is cool. And then we got to some shit with BMF, and niggas was like, you shouldn't come down here by yourself, killer. Like, if you gonna come down here, those wasn't the people to get into it with. But yeah, man, they really embraced. But I was gonna get back to. I don't remember stat. I think it was like $100 million. I don't remember how much money it was. And I was like, would you give JD 53 million? And you was like, I got some numbers in my phone. So now he got you your first real money, let you stay with him, and you got numbers in your phone.
With him. He had an extra. I ain't stay with him. He had an extra condo. It was a penthouse. It was up in Buckhead. He let me stay.
How you don't give him? You talking about you got 1.24 out of 100 million extra numbers in your phone?
My God, pause. If any JD need me for anything, I would do it. Pause.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that you're a Georgia, whatever it is, more than Floridian and more than Harlem as well, because you've been there the longest. I'll tell you a story. Look, this nigga, I'm being honest. This nigga comes up to me one day in the gas station. You know, I'm at crib in Jersey or whatever. So as soon as a lot of people like, care why you don't have nothing in Harlem. I'm like, well, not the Harlem I grew up in. We was trying to get the fuck out. It's not just gentrify Harlem. Niggas was trying to do anything to get out of it. So anyway, make a long story short, when I first money I ever got, I moved to Jersey at probably 20 years old, 21 or 20, whatever it was. I seen a dude in the gas station. He like, yo, Cam, he was not in my neighborhood, but I guess we shared the same gas station because I kept bumping into him at the gas. Like, yo, Cam, I'm Harlem, this, that, I'm from 7th Ave. I'm like, all right, that's what's up, man. Yeah, we out here, and then I'm like, all right, cool. So I bump into him again. Yo, nigga, when you Harlem, I'm like, all right, cool. Then he started talking about niggas in jail, like, yo, you know, so-and-so, and I'm like, yeah. He's like, yo, if you need a little help, I told him I'd be bumping into you. I say, yo, bro, listen, man, listen. I don't know you from Harlem. I'm not saying you haven't been Harlem, because that's what he said. He just came from jail doing like 20 years or whatever. I'm like, cool.
Check this out. This is a portable table. Just a couple of snaps, and it is so.
Because that's what he said. He just came from jail doing like 20 years or whatever. I'm like, cool. We didn't meet in Harlem. We keep meeting, bumping into each other in Jersey. Now you're going into me giving another nigga money that I don't know like that neither. I know him, but I don't know him. He from your block. I know the nigga, but you look out for the nigga. You know what I'm saying? And then I told the nigga, the reason I wanted to ask that question, because I'm like, yo, bro, listen, I've been living in Jersey longer than I've been living in Harlem. I lived in Harlem for 20 years. At this time, I was like, I've been in Jersey about 25. you could kill all the Harlem shit with me. I mean, it's a dub, nigga. I haven't been living in Harlem in 25 years. Now, don't get me wrong. I lived in sections of Jersey right next to Harlem, so I could get to Harlem in like 10 minutes. Fort Lee, Teaneck, Inglewood, all that right there. Palisade Park, Al, all that shit right there. But I actually haven't been living in Harlem for 25 years. So stop with the my nigga, my nigga. We not from the same block. One thing about Harlem, for people that don't know, you could live on, because I be explaining it to people, and they be like, if you live on Lenox Avenue, and the next block is 7th Avenue, and the next block is 8th Avenue, niggas on 7th Avenue would be like, I don't fuck with them Lenox Ave niggas down there. It's one block. It's one block away. Or you be like, yo, I ain't fuck with them 8th Avenue. One block. Or if you from 100, let's just use my block. I'm not saying this to start now. You be like, yo, I'm from 140th. I ain't fuck with them 138th Street niggas. It's 2 blocks away. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, you're Georgian.
George. So are you from Jersey?
I'm not from Jersey, but I lived in Jersey longer than I lived in Harlem.
I'm ATL, and if you're not from Jersey,
because you claim it. You claim it more. I don't claim it like that. I just go to sleep there.
I don't claim it actually.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah. In Florida, you said, right? So when was the last time you've been in Jacksonville?
Stat.
You're Floridian roots. You just,
Actually, I ain't been living in Jersey for the last 5-6 years. Since the pandemic, I haven't lived in Jersey.
Yes,
I'm a Floridian, actually.
You are.
For the last 5-6 years, so. Yeah, but that's a good point. You can't claim it, but you've been there the longest out of every state.
So are all Floridians.
I'm not a Floridian. Let me tell y'all something. I will bet money, and I don't know this for a fact because it's an age gap, age difference. If y'all wrote on paper right now that y'all's social security number, the first 3 numbers is the same, or 1 number off, that's how you know where you from. I'm telling you. I'm not giving my shit out. Like, let's bleep this part out, bro. Yo, P, I don't know your social security, and we're not gonna put it on the air. But it's just not what. What's it start with? So that's because we a little age difference. That's what I'm telling you. You know where nigga from by they social. They give you a certain social security number, and then you know where you from. So you can't get away from it.
What's your first 2 numbers, Stat? Just the first 2.
Mine?
It might have the 3, because the last one would be different.
Oh yeah, we don't got the same.
But it's not even the first 2. Huh? But that's what I'm saying. They where you from, they give you your social, so when whatever they need it for, they can get to the root of the person from it. All these numbers blur out.
Yeah, my social says I might be from space.
Okay. We know we're never getting your social. We don't have to worry. We don't even have to worry about it. We're not even going to get the real.
Oh gosh, not space. Okay, so let's get into the Thunder versus the Nuggets. So the Thunder beat the Nuggets 92-87. So Cam, what's a realization you had about both teams after this game?
I don't know about having a realization, but I just know this was really a dogfight. This game actually was really good. It was a very low scoring game. At the end of the first quarter, both teams combined had 25 points. Fucking Denver had 8 points at the end of the first quarter, and I believe that OKC had like 17 or something like that. But it was a dogfight, and I like these type of games because it shows the grit. It shows that niggas want to get to the next round, and it shows who wants to be champions. This one is going to go 7, I believe, because what they're doing is they're wearing on the Joker. If you could think about the last time, probably last I seen the Joker with this much fatigue in the fourth quarter was last year when they won 7 games with the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Joker looked tired at the end of the game. Hartenstein is leaning on him. Not just that, this double teams, traps, he has to do a lot. Joker's 3 games back to back, he shot less than 40%. For him not to shoot 40%, that means they're on that nigga. And everybody else has to step up. You know, looking at the stats from
First of all, I cannot believe it's my 5th drop of Fabletics. In this collection, we have 3 new styles of leggings that have never been done before. The most amazing thing with all of these new leggings is not only are the seams put in the exact perfect place, but they have this contour and lifting element. The booty on these leggings will change your life. I mean, the haters are going to say it's photoshopped. Get any 2 leggings for just $24 when you sign up and become a new Fabletics VIP member.
Like every American achievement, GMC trucks are the result of dedication. Over 100 years dedicated.
You know, looking at the stats from last night's game, the difference in this series, and I hate to keep saying it because I said the last series, is Michael Porter Jr. You know, we was off over the weekend, and they actually got a great win. I'm talking about the Denver Nuggets against OKC on Friday. You know why? Michael Porter Jr., 5 for 6 from 3, 21 points. I forget what his shooting percentage was, but it was spectacular. He looked really, really good. What did we get yesterday from Michael Porter Jr.? 3 points. You're not going to win without the cast members helping out. It was a balanced attack. Everybody was sitting here, Jamal Murray said, which is also not going to cut it. Brown, 17 points. Jamal Murray, you have to play better than Brown. That's just what it have to be. Joker, decent numbers, 27, 13, but then we look at the assists. We know the Joker gets assists. We know he gives the ball up when it's the right thing to do, when he's being double or triple team. Y'all are not knocking shots there. So when you sit there and see the Joker with 3 assists, finish top 3 in assists this season, that means the people on the team, the players on the team are not doing what they're supposed to do. But I can't stress it enough. If Michael Porter Jr. does not step up in this series, then OKC is going to win this series. Tremendous game he had Friday, and I sat there and said, yeah, this nigga, he had a shoulder injury as well. I said, oh, maybe this nigga, I don't know, I'm not saying he played better with injury, but that's the best I've seen him play all playoffs. If the Denver Nuggets are going to win, Michael Porter Jr. is going to have to average at least 18, 19 points. Now back to OKC. They lost on Friday, came back and had a gritty game yesterday. I knew they would win because when they lost on Friday, Shea walked off the court smiling. I say, niggas don't smile when they lose. He had that, yeah, I ain't playing me if y'all won. Watch what I do on Sunday. He had a tremendous game. He did really well. Show why he's probably going to get the MVP this year. But they have a balanced attack. Not only that their team is deep. But Denver was in this game until 4 minutes left. Let me tell y'all what happened. Let me share with y'all. Let me share it. Denver, under their own basket, is down 3 points after they make a run. They was at the end of the 4th quarter. They're up 6 points. So don't think Denver wasn't in the game. They were up 6 points going to the 4th quarter. Back and forth the 4th quarter. So Denver is down 3 points under their basket. They're taking the ball out. What happens? Anybody out there can guess what happened? They can't get the ball in bounds. A 5-second violation. Another inbound play. It's crazy, P. Another inbound play that probably cost them the game. And the reason I'm saying it cost them the game, because you're down 3, you inbound the ball, you get a 5-second violation. What happens? OKC gets the ball, put it in Shea Gilgeous-Alexander here, and he scores, and they don't look back from there. And they go up 5, and that's the margin of victory that they won by. They kept it at 5, 3, 5, 6. More of the story is, if y'all would have got the ball in bounds, went down and scored, then it would have been a 1-point game, and then y'all could have figured it out from there. What the fuck is up with niggas not being able to get the ball in bounds or having bad inbound plays? Maybe y'all listen one day, but maybe y'all will listen when it's too late. We'll see what happens. I think this series is going 7. I think it's the best series so far in the 2nd round. Outside what the Knicks are doing, we'll see what happens with them, and I'm pretty sure we'll talk about them later. But it's going to be a dogfight. This is going 7.
Yeah, great take. I think the thing we really should take from this series is that it's really a lot of things that I realized in this series. Number one is going to boil down to who plays better out of Shea let's just say SGA and Jamal Murray. It seemed like him and Joker's battling to show who's the real MVP. But another thing we gotta look at is the bench play. We gotta look at who's gonna have the great game. Every time Westbrook has that great game, it seemed like that the Nuggets win. When Caruso has more than Russ, then it seemed like the Nuggets win. That's another hidden thing that seemed to be playing a part. When it comes to this team, you know, like he said, you can't have 17 Jamal Murray, and especially if you got 17, Bron got 17, and then you got, like you said, Michael Porter Jr. getting 3 points, and he's 0 for 5. That's the difference in the game. 5 from 6 or 0 for 5. That's the realization. If he plays well, this team can steamroll past any team. I would go on the record of saying that. If Michael Porter can show up and get 18 points per game, they could beat anybody in the West. If he comes in and he have these lackluster performances where he's just going out there, just acting like he's always hurt, tape on his shoulder, doing all of these antics, like looking for sympathy. There's no sympathy in the playoffs. In the playoffs, we're looking for people who can overcome adversity. And I think this series definitely goes 7. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes 6 though, the way that things are going, because it seemed like the team that could first win the 2 games is always the team that win the series. And I wouldn't be surprised if either not Golden State, but if the Nuggets or the OKC can win these next 2 games and close it in 6 games. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, so obviously we know that the series is tied. So this game ties the record for the fewest points in the first quarter of a playoff game. So just kind of hearing those numbers, Thunder had 17, Nuggets had 8. How do you feel about these kind of slower starts?
I think it plays into the fact of who's away. When the team is away and they start off fast, then that gives them the advantage. If you start off slow and you're home, you know this arena, you know the basket, you know the fans, you got support there. What we're watching is teams come out, and the good thing about the playoffs is we're watching people win games that we thought they wouldn't win. So it's starting to boost the ratings, and people are watching because you want to see what happened. This team is down 2-0, or this team is now at 2-1. It's starting to make people excited about the playoffs again, because you're not guaranteed to know who's going to win each game, and that's what I like about the playoffs this year.
For OKC, it doesn't really surprise me. They're the #1 rated defense in the league this year. They came in with a 104.7 average rating on defense. So this is what they've kind of been doing all year. It's really up to Denver to prove that they can score on the #1 defense in the NBA. But also, it's just a testament to Denver's grittiness as well. But to be honest with you, this wasn't more than anything the niggas missing shots. I believe Denver missed 14 threes, if I'm not mistaken, in the first quarter or something like that. This was about teams missing shots. And I know OKC's the #1 defense in the NBA this year, but Denver was missing, and they was missing. And they, as you can see, to be honest with you, they had a 32-point second quarter, if I'm not mistaken. I'm talking about Denver. So shots started to fall. They got a little better before halftime, but it's still a low-scoring game. But you're going to have to expect defensive tenacity whenever you play OKC. That's why they're the #1 defense in the NBA this season.
No ads, no ads, no ads. King Shot brings you endless fun without any breaks. It's totally free. Jump into awesome tower defense action. Play round after round to your heart's content and feel the thrill every
defensive tenacity whenever you play OKC. That's why they're the #1 defense in the NBA this season.
Okay. And then the Pacers beat the Cavs 129-109. So Pacers take the series 3-1. Just looking at it overall, Mace, your prediction, do you think the Pacers are going to win the series?
One day at a
I
time.
think
We
that's
got this.
kind of
All you gotta do is show up.
kind of
You'll do the work if
obvious.
you're there.
Of course they're gonna win. They're playing better defense and offense. When you look at this series
Show up
between
ready
the
to go.
Cavs
With a sandwich, preferably.
and the Pacers,
You don't wanna be
you could
hungry
just
when
see
it's time
it
to
from
get
the
some work
first
done.
game that this Pacer team is different than I thought they were. They started out so fast. They jumped on the Cavs. They never allowed them to really get in the series. It seemed like from the first two games that they won, then the third game they lose, they come back and win this other game yesterday. It just looked like their energy, they're playing on two different levels. Like you got Turner doing well, you got I forgot his name coming off the bench, Toppy Falls. How you say his name? Toppin coming off the bench, getting reverse dunks. People acting like he's Julius Erving. They're saying on this day Julius Erving did the same layup. I'm like, come on, man. The new hotness, they gotta chill out with the new hotness. Now we putting time with Dr. J. I was just taken by that. And then when I looked at this series, even it seemed like it Donovan Mitchell versus the Indiana Pacers. It didn't seem like anybody else came to show up from the Cavaliers. Even Garland came in, he did a little bit, but we need more balls. We need so much more to beat this Indiana team. That they're playing with purpose. It look like they're trying to win the East. It doesn't look like they're just trying to win this series. I wouldn't be surprised if they win this and beat whoever else is in the East. I'm not going on the record of that.
You actually already on the record that said that. You said whoever wins this series is going to beat whoever wins the next series. You're on the record.
Okay. Well, I'm off the record. I might go with that because they could beat New York. They could beat okay, I'm gonna stick with it. I'm back on the record.
Right.
I'm going with Indiana.
No problem. I didn't say that you were wrong. I'm just saying that you actually said I'm on the record saying whoever wins the series will beat whoever wins the other series.
Yeah, if they can keep the young guy from I forgot his name, Marcerin or something that got pushed and was doing all the antics. If they could keep the antics low, this Indiana Pacer team has everything that it needs to come out of the East and to win the East. They got great coaching in Carlisle. They got point guard play. You know you need point guard. You need wing play in order to win in the playoffs. And they got front court support. So, you know, when you got these two things working great in the postseason, you're always going to have a shot to beat anybody. And it seems like they're showing up every day. Their bench is showing up every day. And I don't see this even going past the next game. To get Cavaliers out of here, let's let them come back next year. I can't wait to talk about these Knicks.
Okay, Cam.
I'm sorry. Look, this game was over before it started. I just had a hard time staying awake, to be totally honest with you. They were down 40. They're down 27 the first quarter. Second quarter, they got 30. Then they got the 40 points. What are we doing? What are we doing here? It's the playoffs. Niggas down 40. It don't look good. Then, look, it's not really much to talk about. The Indiana Pacers have a well-balanced attack as far as their team and their starters are concerned. We sit there and say, the Pacers, but we're not paying attention to them all season because they don't have a super duper star. You know, you could call Halliburton a star or a superstar if you want to. But the rest of the team, Siakam, champion, the center, he's decent. But I'm talking about as far as superstars. This is how San Antonio started. Fuck is it Ginobili? It's Tony Parker. But who is the Bruce Bowen? I don't know. Who is these niggas? Like, I don't know. All you knew was Tim Duncan in the beginning. And then as you keep winning and time goes on, you start learning everybody else's name. Oh, okay. That's Patty Mills. Okay. Patty Mills is pretty good. You start learning when you win, you start learning niggas' names. Not only that, they got their own little Pritchard. Like Boston got Pritchard, they got McConnell. McConnell come off the bench causing havoc. Little white nigga. I kind of like him because he got a little swag, a little attitude with him.
Wasn't a whole thing. She was just a black. That's all I need. We got the toast crunch. I got the crunchy toast. Yeah, I'm going to sit and crunch toast now, baby. I can taste it now. Ha ha! Oh, I got dessert before school. What happened to that? No, I've been itching for a while. She said that. Some honeycomb. Well, brought me back. So they said toast crunch. I was like, oh. So it's the honeycomb to snacks bear. Oh. Ha ha. Crazy. See, you know, mixing bowls. Like 5 boxes of cereal, a few cups of milk. Put it all back in one sitting. Yo, to be real, that's what we was leading though, bro. You know what's funny? Start eating like that. We'll be lean again. Oh yeah. We used to eat ramen, quick sandwich, and a bowl of cereal. That was like it for the day. No, it's not it. It's not it at all. I'm just saying that we get a spin again. Because our body was eating itself. Yeah, I don't know how we had so much energy too though. We had mad energy, bro. We would walk to the bathroom all day. Go ride bikes. Go out, act up. Come and meet. Terrible lifestyle. Oh yeah, I understand. Oh, I see. What a routine. All that routine was rolling up, roll up. That was the routine. That was the only routine. Booze, hooping, roll up, with the games. That's all it was. Now the days go to work. Ain't nothing else. Just go to work. Nah, but on a day off, you gotta do all kind of different shit. Stuff like that. Yeah, man. All I got something to do, I'm good. The busy's what's with me. And it can't even just be busy. I don't want to just be busy. Like I'm trying to accomplish it. Like I don't like having a day where I don't have a pickup. You know what I'm saying? If I don't have a pickup and I'm not home, I'm miserable. Pickup or delivery. Ain't making no bread, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. And I gotta go try to explore That is always an excuse for these guys. Which is never a bad thing, always a good thing. Not bad. He's sticking to the plane. You know what I'm saying? I like sticking to the script. Football script. Football script was great. Yeah. Trying to bash potatoes. I'm good. Like I just stopped. Got that sandwich. Got me a shower. Cut real quick. I'm fresh again. Feeling like $1 million. Shit, man. Go back to the crib. Well, to the crib. Go back to the cul-de-sac. Park up. Hop into a Toyota. Scoop. Jam. Lit. Go to sleep. Today. Tuesday? Monday? Oh, today's Tuesday. My days really be running together, bro. I don't know what day it is. All I know is, I know what day it is today. Not Monday. Sorry. What's that do on Monday? That's on. Watch them walk on the staircase.
right, bro. Go ahead and do your thing, man. I love you later. Go back to sleep, man. If you're tired, go to sleep. Hey, that shit, dude, just go to sleep. Eat some cereal, watch some TV, let me sit down. That's all. You get up. I'll let you. Love you, man. Yo, cuz, what up? What you up to? What you doing? How you been? Where you at? What's going on? Over there, you working today? What you up to? Little thing. Little thing. Talk to you, man. Hey, yo, cool. What up? Monday. I'm about to be in Pennsylvania. A couple hours away, about 5 hours away from the spot. How was your weekend, man? What'd you get into, yo? How's the kids? How's every little thing, bro?
I ain't gonna sit there and say he better than Pritchard, but I do like his attitude. Indiana is really, really good. I think this series is probably over, especially if we don't get Donovan Mitchell back. Donovan Mitchell went out at halftime and didn't return. He came out to shoot. We didn't see any injury happen on the court. We just see him come out at halftime to shoot around and him grab his ankle and look off the court and not return until not return at all. Pardon me. And they're saying he has an ankle injury. You can pack this shit the fuck up if Donovan Mitchell is not healthy. He's averaging 40 about. So that means he's doing everything for the team. Got 40 back-to-back games. They're talking about possibly setting the record again before this game, but like I said, he got hurt. But without Donovan Mitchell, you can pack this shit the fuck up. Even without hurt Donovan Mitchell, you can pack this shit the fuck up. This series probably ends depending on what Donovan Mitchell's injury is like and if he can go the next game. If Donovan Mitchell can't go the next game, you can forget about it. I think even if Donovan Mitchell can't go, the Cavaliers win one more and the Pacers pack these niggas to fuck up in 6.
At Visprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here. So you use
one more and the Pacers pack these niggas to fuck up in 6.
Okay, so Maish, you posed a great question, so I kind of want to ask for both of you guys. So do you feel like, you kind of already answered, the Pacers are the biggest threat in the East, or do you disagree?
Biggest threat to who? To go to the Eastern Conference Finals?
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't saying that just yet. What I will say, we got other games to talk about. But Boston, to me, listen, and we have to think about this. And like I said, I haven't looked at the topics like that because I'm that good. I know what the fuck going on. I don't really got to study. We can sit there and say the Knicks are looking good. The Knicks this, that, and the third. Don't get me wrong. The Knicks, what the Knicks need to do is come out and jump on Boston the same way Indiana jumped on Cleveland. They sit there and say, okay, look, we got a 2, I'm talking about Indiana. We got a 2-1 lead. We don't want this shit to be 2-2. I have to go back to Cleveland with a 2-2 tie because now Cleveland has home court advantage again. The Knicks need to watch that game that happened last night between the Pacers and the Cavaliers and be like, this is how we need to attack Boston. This is what they need to do. Now, if the Knicks win this next game tonight, then we sitting there saying the Knicks could possibly go to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row. It's very hard. I'm not saying it hasn't been done. We see LeBron do it. You know, teams don't come back from 3-0. But 3-1, it's really hard to do that. Think about this, even niggas is like, some people are saying the Celtics will win 4-2. It's hard to beat a team 4 times in a row. I think even if the Celtics win,
It's 7 games. It's, you know how hard it is to beat a team 4 times back to back to back to back. Not saying it can't be done, but I think this goes 7 if Boston wins. But if I'm a New York fan or New York team, coach, player, whatever your relation, liability the team is, very liability as a player, coach, staff, whatever, you want to fucking win tonight. You hang 2-2. Don't do it. So I still think Boston's the favorite, depending on what happens tonight. One thing that we do know is that Boston is going to live and die by the 3. Them niggas shot another 43s. They just knocked some of them shits down, 20, I think. I'm thinking there's 50%. I've never seen nothing like it. Just keep missing 100 threes and keep shooting them. Buggingly, them shits was going in. But what I will say about Boston is this. All 3 games they played against the Knicks, and Jalen Brunson talked about it after the last game, is that what he said is correct. We can't be comfortable being down 20 every game. We're not going to come back every game down 20. They've been down 20 every single game and been pulling miracles and rabbits out the hat and so on and so forth. They just couldn't do it last game. Last game they was down 30. So it wasn't no coming back. But Jalen Brunson made a great point. Can't dig yourself into a hole every game and think magic is going to happen. So if they go into that mentality, into this next game with that mentality, yo, listen, we cannot be down 20. We need to stay in this game and take a lead in this game early. And if the Knicks get up 3-1, might really be orange and blue skies, at least in the Eastern Conference Finals minimum. But I'm still, if you say the biggest threat, I go with the experience and go with Boston for now.
Okay, then Mace just kind of wanted to clarify. You think Pacers are the biggest threat, or you kind of?
Yeah, I think the Pacers are the team that's playing with the most continuity in the East. They're the team that looks like the best team. And when I say team, I mean they're playing. Yeah, at each position, everybody is firing on all Spurs. You could this Indiana team, even from their fan base, it just seemed like everybody is locked in with what's going on. So it seemed like they're gonna steamroll out of that this series with the Cavaliers, and they'll be ready for the next win the next game, so we could be talking about the next.
Okay, so as a student of Titletown Summer School, you know, I got to keep track of yours. Are the Pacers one of your teams right now?
No, they're not one of my teams. I'm just stating the obvious, as OJ would say. Back at the playoffs, teams that won, they had something in common. They weren't. It was just battling. If you go even back to when Houston won it, or you go back to where the Bulls won or the Lakers won, just all over the years of Titletown. Like we're saying, people that got more than one championship, there was a certain energy they played with. There was a certain togetherness that we see, and there was a certain focus. And when you focus, you can't like hear all the stuff that's going on the outside. You gotta just stay focused on the task at hand. We're here to get one game, and that's the next game.
Okay, so we actually have a graphic of both of you guys' teams. Which one, Mace, is your favorite right now? Keep track, you know. Keep track here as a student of Titletown Summer School. So, you know, people are asking, you know, Cam's, Ohio State Spurs, Bengals.
This is how you get fired. That's exactly how. Nah, just like that. Put it up again, that was crazy. Pause. Colorado, Penn State. Yes. Never had Michigan State as my team.
Yes, you did.
This team excited over there. There was some teams that I said, this team right here, the Jets. I did say the Jets, the Gators, yes. This is crazy.
I'm glad y'all got that. What we need to do is get an edit of him saying it every time.
Yo, this is the hate I get. This is the hate I get.
I'm glad y'all see one team per category for me, man.
Yeah, we definitely need to edit out the sound bites. I'm sure Black Mama Poo could do it. Somebody.
Mama Poo, yeah. Y'all could do Colorado over there with me though too.
Oh yeah. That's true. You're not just learning, we're just keeping track.
It was inaccurate.
Okay, just by one. Got it.
Yeah, it was inaccurate. Because you had me with Colorado. Colorado was never my team.
I think that could be debated for sure.
Okay.
When I bought you the Dion's, you was all Colorado. Yeah, so I bought you the Dion's, you was saying Colorado.
I got my phone. Hello? Underdog. I got my phone.
Okay. Well, we're going to go to break. Knicks versus Celtics. Is it time for the Knicks to worry? We'll discuss after the break.
Look how cute! You have a dinosaur lover. This is the stuff you can get. This is 30 inches. So cute. They also have a smaller version as well.
We're going to go to break. Knicks versus Celtics. Is it time for the Knicks to worry? We'll discuss after the break.
She calls thinking about toxic. 4 years and counting. Got you feeling like an option. Maybe I'm my own problem, baby. She tired of hearing I don't know. I'm stubborn and me won't fall. Dealing with this thing called trust. But she really thinking about it. Wanna be free.
Welcome back. So the Knicks lost to the Celtics 115-93. The Knicks lead the series 2-1, but Base, how worried should the Knicks be?
Now you say you're in summer school at Titletown.
Okay.
Are you ready to say that what I said was true about this series? It doesn't matter that they're up 2-0. If there's any team that could blow that kind of that kind of league, it would be the Knicks. You know, this is what we've grown up to see. If they don't win this next game, we knew Spike was going to come in. We knew Spike was going to show up. And New York fans, you got to do whatever you can to keep Spike out of the arena. We got to do something about this. Who do we speak to? The World Wide West? Yeah. If y'all want to win, you're going to have that. Send Spike on a vacay. You gotta send Spike on a vacay. Spike, just watch the game from the Nets, from the Barclay or something. You can't do. York fans are gonna panic because this is the Knicks I know. I would love to see the Knicks win. I would love to cheer them on. I would love to come in.
They be thinking we hating.
Yeah, I would love to put on a jersey for Michael Bridges or what's his name? Jalen Brunson, but come on. Gotta keep Spike out the arena. The same thing y'all did to Charles Oakley. This is what I need you to do to Spike. Just take him out the arena, man. Spike, just one time, Spike. Can we have game 4 without you present? Just to see if it works. Let's just see if it works. We're not saying it's you, but let's just see. I think this whole entire team, it deserved to win. I like the players they got. I like the structure of this team. I even like the coaching. I just think that, it's Spike. I'm gonna ball it down to Spike. It's 2-2. I'm panicking.
If you New York, you should be panicking now, bro.
Yeah.
Because I didn't even mean to cut Murder off, but y'all gotta stop acting like we hate the Knicks, bro. We do not hate the Knicks. We've been let down too many times. I can't stress that enough. I don't know what you want to do. I don't want to argue with a nigga who never seen Derek Harper in a Knicks jersey. I don't want to argue with a nigga who never seen Chris Childs before. I don't want to argue with a nigga who doesn't know who Xavier McDaniels is. You didn't see these people, and you don't know what we've been through. All right? So first and foremost, we're not hating on the Knicks. We're not hating on the players. We hate...
What we've been through. Yo, they be talking serious about their basketball, man. This shit is crazy. Let's fuel up.
situations that we've seen for the last 30 to 40 years. It's ridiculous. So it's no hate against the Knicks. We want them to win. Are we used to being let down? Yeah, that's why we got out of there. You can't keep fucking with a bitch who tell you to come outside, and then when you get there, she keep talking about I caught a flat. Yo, if something came up, you standing.
That's a fact. She gotta go.
in front of the building, waiting, and then nobody shows up, and then they hit you with an excuse. This is what you're going through. If you're going to keep coming downstairs when they tell you to come downstairs because they outside and they don't never be outside, that's on you. Back to the game. The game, look, one thing for sure, and I don't understand, and I can't knock it. Boston is going to live and die by that 3. That can work in the Knicks' favor. That really can. Them niggas shot another 43s.
Hello. How you doing, Jakara? Well, thank you. Looking out for you. Oh, making money. Although a white man likes money, so do I. So we got something in common. He said he wanted to deport regular Americans. So how you fuck who you are? You got it. Who is white people? That's it. That ain't enough. That's not even enough for rent. For how long? Respectful disrespect right there. I like that. That's some respectful disrespect. Why? Shane. Alright, well, go ahead and get your smoke on. I'm gonna holler at you later.
Them niggas shot another 43s. 43 pointers. Now they made 20, so they were 50% from 3 this game. But goddamn, I would have changed the strategy up if I'm Missoula. Like, my nigga, 43s again? Y'all just missed 100 in 2 games? It is what it is, but what I do realize is this. Boston does not like to play through contact. What I think is going on with the Boston Celtics, and this also can work in the Knicks' favor, is that in the regular season, these fouls, when you get into contact, they were calling. The refs aren't calling it in the playoffs. They let niggas bump, pause. They let niggas hand check, pause. They let niggas jump up. Niggas is getting hit. They not calling like that. And you can see Boston trying to get through. I seen it game after game. Jason Tatum trying to back down Jalen Brunson, and he can't back down Jalen Brunson, but Jalen Brunson is staying firm and not letting him get his form and not letting him back him down. But Boston is probably like, you know, this would have been a foul in the regular season. This is not the regular season. When the Knicks get in that situation, when they put forearms on them, let it be Al Hawthorne or OG, let's just use for an example. OG is fighting through the contact. He's spinning off the forearm. Boom, hit the body, pause. He's getting there, getting to the basket. You too cute to fight through the contact. And that may work in the Knicks' favor. Because Boston has a problem. I'm looking at it, I'm like, why these niggas keep shooting foul line jump shots? And the nigga's 6'2". And against a guard, the nigga's 6'8".
I've never seen such an amazing cleaning product. It's just like magic.
This incredible product dissolves oven grease and stubborn mold in seconds without any scrubbing. Take any dirty surface, spray over the grease or mold, and watch it literally melt away. Its patented NanoNet technology even penetrates dangerous black mold and stubborn baked-on grease. It leaves behind an invisible coat on any surface to eliminate future staining, making any surface look brand new. But
Boston, look, man, I've been watching this shit all over the weekend. I'm not accusing you of this. They saying y'all pretty boys, man. They saying that Jaylen Brown got dye in his hair because he had a little spot right here. He put dye in his hair. They saying the Beijing is running down his face. They saying the Tatum line. I'm just telling you what people say. Y'all my niggas, but I gotta deliver the information if y'all ain't here. They say y'all niggas is paid and pretty, and y'all ain't fit for the grind. One of our co-hosts who come up to guest host time to time, shout out to Trista. Works for us. I seen something that she posted, and she was like, Jalen Brown, Jason Tatum did good, but he came in with overalls and the wrong Timbs on. To the guard, I don't know if you've seen he had the wrong Timbs or something. It was choked up. So Jay, we gotta get you the right butters. I don't know which choice they wearing up there in Boston, but you my brother, so I'm gonna get you the right butters, man. Those weren't the one. And they trying to say that they're trying to compensate, like, oh, we're coming to New York. We got the overalls. They teasing y'all niggas because y'all niggas is paid and pretty. I think y'all can turn the dogs, but y'all playing down to the level of y'all competition, my personal opinion. And when you in there with some real gritty niggas that want it, it's going to be a problem. We see what happened. Cat said he broke his finger in the middle of the game, so that has a possibility to see what happens. He shot 5 for 21. He didn't shoot it.
Because I finally bought something that's not a Nissan Leaf. Look who we got with us today. I should have brought a microphone for you.
That would have been nice.
I forgot to bring a mic for Mike. That's my bad. He had to come down and help because, well, I didn't have another driver.
Yeah, this is why I came down.
You came down because bi-turbo? Yeah. Is that factory? That is factory, isn't it?
I don't know. I've never had a SL. Fancy one like this.
Well, neither have I until now. Yeah. I have no idea. So I did a review on this in one of my videos. I don't remember which one, but I fell in love with it. And I thought, you know, it's worth bidding on. What's it worth? Well, this car should be worth an easy $14,000 or so. And I want it for $9 grand.
That's a good buy.
Unless there's something. Sam Crack said, Sam told me, he said, that's a great deal. It's only got like 92,000 miles on it.
Oh, yeah.
But he said, that's a great deal unless something is really effed. So, and we won't know that until we get it out of here. I remember the check engine light being on, but it seemed like it ran perfectly. The air suspension was working. This thing is 500 horsepower at like 1800 RPM down low. It's got 600 pound-feet of torque at 5800 RPM. It's a 5.5 liter twin turbo V12. 0 to 60, 4.9 seconds. Which, by today's standards, that's not very impressive.
What is the quarter-mile time of a Jeep track hole? Shit, 11 seconds? 11.6 seconds? Damn.
You know, but seriously.
You said what? I can't even hear you. I don't speak Spanish. Nah.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe you could teach me. Your name Nair?
Nair?
Yeah.
Alana.
Alana. Okay. What's up though?
Oh, nothing. I mean, I was about to go meet up with my girls, get some drinks, but I think they can wait a second.
I mean, I don't want to hold you up, so that's where it be then. You know?
No, but you can always join me too.
I'll join you. Oh, now I can join you now.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, where the NJ was on the sidewalk when I approached you though.
I mean, I was just trying to text back and get, the group chat.
You said what?
I was trying to text back the group chat.
Oh, okay. But you was like brushing me off though.
No, I don't think so.
That's what I was given though. Mm-mm. Oh no.
No, but I need more.
Where you from?
Where am I from?
Yeah.
New York.
Oh, okay. How long you been here?
Not that long, actually.
Oh, okay. I just moved here too though. Like a week ago. Yeah.
So see, at least we can connect now.
Maybe. But how long you been out here though? Like,
maybe like a month.
A month? Oh, okay. So what part of New York you from?
Brooklyn.
Oh, Brooklyn. Okay, cool. Okay. You got any kids? Kids. Damn, why you say it like that?
No, I can't do that. I like to take care of myself. I don't need
Nah, you got a man? You got a man?
No.
Okay, how come?
You tell me.
What you mean? I'm gonna tell you that. I don't know you. I don't know why you got a man. Like, you trying to play these type of games? How long you been single?
How long been single?
Yeah.
Long enough.
Long enough, huh? Oh, okay. You realize secretive, you know what I'm saying? You're not really giving me an answer for real.
I am giving you an answer.
Long enough.
I'll give you whatever answer you want me to.
So how long you been?
How long has it been?
Yeah.
At least a year.
A year? Oh, okay. Okay, what's so long?
I guess I haven't found the right type, but I guess I did today.
Oh, okay. So you know how to talk then, huh?
Maybe.
So why you want to talk to me now though? What changed?
I mean, we're going the same direction, so I mean.
Nah, I'm not going that way.
You're not going that way?
Nah, I just came from that way.
I'll go wherever you would go. You know what I'm saying?
Are you trying to go where I'm going? But you don't even know me though.
We can get to know each other.
I'm under here though, but like you don't know me though to be just, trying to clear yourself with my plans today,
Well, I can clear my plans and then I'll ride with you wherever you go.
So you want to ride with me? So where we going then?
Wherever you want.
Where I want. Okay. Like the little, the two sets. Where? Oh, what? Oh, yeah? Okay. Let me check you out real quick, just man.
Yeah.
Do a spin for me. Oh, okay. Okay, so what's your goal?
What's my goal?
Yeah, in the gym.
To get to the best version of myself.
Okay. I just want to see.
Oh, this is nice.
Appreciate it. Okay, so you just left the gym?
Yeah, and then I'm about to go see my girls. That's what I was saying. If you wanted to come with, like, feel free.
Where y'all going?
This place over here is Uptown in the mall, and after that, kind of see what the vibes are. Sunday.
Okay, Sunday, fun day. Oh, okay, so tell me about yourself a little more. I know you're from New York. I know you've been single for a year. So tell me more about yourself.
So basically, I like to, of course, be taken care of. That's why I was single for so long, because there's so many folks out here trying to holler. And
Hold on. I said tell me about yourself. What they got to do with growth? That got nothing to do with
well, I mean, I said like
I want to get to know you, you know what I'm saying? I don't care about nothing else. Like, I don't know why you're bringing up growth.
I'm sorry, I didn't do that. Okay. So, what?
But now I'm popping up. Alright, that is something else, you know what I'm saying? What's your ethnicity?
Puerto Rican.
Oh, okay. Just straight Puerto Rican. Oh, okay. Yeah, pretty eyes. Pretty face to that.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay, so tell me about yourself.
So, I work full time. Have my own car, own house, got a little puppy at home. That's what I love it.
Okay, so what you do for work?
What I do for work? I'm a teacher.
Okay, what grade school?
All of them. Yeah, it's a handful, but they're worth it. Yeah.
Okay,
That's why I don't have
so like preschool all the way to okay, so like which one, like which grade school that you like, you know, dealing with the most? What's more like easy for you?
I like the middle school because it's still moldable.
Yeah.
I think the pre-K, they better. So if they just want to tablet, and the high school is a lost cause at that point. But them young days, man, I don't know what to do. I just feel like this sometimes.
They try to talk to you?
Let's be like, all right, man, you got it. I can't even understand half the lingo sometimes. So.
Yeah. Like, you want me to ask what's your age?
My age? 27.
Okay, cool. When's your birthday?
My birthday? Like, I'm a December baby.
December, okay.
Yeah,
Sag or Capricorn? Capricorn or Sag?
Refresh your space with a mid-century makeover at Ashley. From rich, solid woods to velvet-like textures, you can find timeless styles with a modern twist for every room.
Capricorn.
I'm a big fan of 60 Minutes. Grew up on 60 Minutes. You know, Maurice Safer, Andy Rooney, Ed Bradley, Mike Wallace. Now you got, you know, Anderson Cooper and the crew. Yeah, it was around for a long time. 57 years it's been on. And my father never missed an episode. Our families watched it all the time. 60 Minutes always had great interviews, great segments, international affairs and national news, just different personalities, celebrity. It was amazing journalism. And so now the boss, Bill Owens, the guy who was running 60 Minutes for like 40-something years, stepped down because the Trump administration, and I think Paramount, they want to like start blocking a lot of the stories that are informative and that make sense and educate us on what's going on in the world. Free speech, which 60 Minutes have, and now the administration is trying to ruin it and block it. So the boss, the guy that's been running it, stepped down and said, I don't want no parts of this shit. No parts of this shit. I'm out. Now they want to like put a stranglehold on free speech, and I think that was a very big thing to do for the Bill Owens to step down. That's a man with integrity. That's a man who believes in real journalism, because as much as Trump says fake news, that shit was real news. 60 Minutes was a fantastic show. And that's why TV wants to roll, DEI wants to roll back Black history, a lot of real funky ass shit, so that the populace can be just uneducated and unaware of what's happening. You know, and he wants to keep people dumbed up, angry, racist, fighting each other because they don't know shit. So anyway, I just wanted to let you guys know that. But that Bill Owens, give him mad credit for that shit. That's what you...
Capricorn or Sag? Okay, cool. The same age, 27. type in this world? A tourist. Well, hold on, what that's supposed to mean? What that's supposed to mean? What that mean? Describe it. Describe this.
They're usually like very goal driven, but they're not
Sure.
like, they don't, you have to have multiple avenues. They go, they're not going to just stick to one thing and go.
I mean, you shouldn't though, right?
No, yeah, that
Why limit yourself? I said, why limit yourself? You know? Yeah. While we're young right now, just go do everything. I feel like when you're young, just do everything. Because when you get older, what's your end goal though? Like,
my end goal is to obviously have a good career, but then also at the end of the day retire, like be provided for, stuff like that.
Okay. Do you want kids?
Do I want kids? If I can afford to. I mean, if whoever.
If you want. Hold on, what type of answer is that? If? See, look, you've been around me. We don't say no. We don't even talk like that. You feel me? We don't do the if. We don't make. You are. Yeah, I'm strict when I come over here. Yeah, we don't talk like that. We don't doubt ourselves. You know, if you are. Yeah. You are. It's not to say when. Don't say if. If it's like that's doubting yourself. You already.
No, but having kids is crazy because what if I'm not being provided for? Then how am I going to have kids?
But you are going to provide them though, because you're going to like.
I'm going to. And I also want whoever kid is to do it too.
Oh, that's definitely going to happen for sure. That's the type of guy you picked up to be your baby. You know, you never know. So hopefully, you know what I'm saying, you in the right. You know, you got the right baby there. You know. How you feel about going 50-50 with your man though? I don't know what.
Guys, today we have Lil Wayne's ex-fiance coming to us saying that Lil Wayne has kicked them out, her and her daughter, on Mother's Day. Yes, it's going viral right now. He kicked her out on Mother's Day. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff. She's talking about getting lawyers and all kind of stuff. But let's just see if this actually makes sense, all right? She's really painting Lil Wayne to be this bad guy. Let's just go ahead.
About my story. Yeah, this is fact. Wayne literally kicked me and my daughter out on Mother's Day today, and I am just recovering from surgery. I am 5 weeks out from a full body makeover to the street in front of like. When I tell you that I am absolutely unsure on how to even process my emotions, if y'all got I know he has 2 girls he's going in today, and who knows how many plethora of girls he has. I've been nothing but supportive to this man, loved him till the end of the fucking world, but like, you literally flew me, uprooted me from New York City where I was living, and brought me here for this bullshit. Like, that's crazy, right? Like, these men really be taking advantage. And it's not just the emotional abuse, like, this man has actually laid a fucking hand on me, like,
oh, now he beat your ass? No.
And I took it, you know what's crazy is they always say, like, we're so stupid for love, and I thought it was like a mistake. But, like, I know other women he's put his hands on. And today, okay, we're about to go back to the house that we live in together with my daughter, and we're going to see what really goes down, because this is absolutely crazy and a new low even for him.
So, nothing came about after this post, so, not sure if she went back, not sure if they squabbled, not sure what happened right here, but just picking these parts up, it's just like, man, if he so-called hit you, allegedly hit you, you stayed, obviously, you stayed, you loved him, and now I don't know if it's true or not, because you stayed, obviously, we don't condone abuse over here, but what I'm saying is that, what did you stay for? Did you stay for the glamour? You stayed for the fame? You stayed for the comfortable lifestyle? I don't know what you're standing for, obviously, you know. And to say he upgraded you from New York to bring you down here, you're messing with a celebrity. People are probably always go where the celebrity goes. Who doesn't do that if you're dating, right? If a famous celebrity was to ask me, yo, coffee and whiskey, like, let's kick it. I want to see if we can make a relationship, but you gotta come from New Orleans to live in Los Angeles. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna leave New Orleans and go to Los Angeles. We're about to go see what's up with this and that shit. But nonetheless, man, you really paint yourself out to be this victim, and I get it. I don't know, we don't know the facts, right? But you're throwing out a lot of allegations saying that this man is hitting you, hit other women. That's tough. That's tough work. Okay, so you took it to the internet to go ahead and dispute this business. Now you know we're here to tell you, like, let's really work. And it's not what you can say online, it's what you can record. But nonetheless, it's no different. You know, you flew from New York to see this man. You know, he changed your life. It's no different from any other female flying to go see a celebrity. Like this next girl, claimed that she flew out to see Drake. Let's see what she has to say.
So last month, Drake had flew me out. So I have made a video and I posted it on my Instagram story. It was a video of me inside of her racing. And I had tagged Drake inside my story, but I tagged him and I like made it real small so nobody can know that I had tagged him in my story. So I did not know that he was gonna even see it. I'm not even gonna lie. So he had texted me in vanish mode and was like, what's your number? With the hard eyes emoji. So I sent my number quick. So he called my phone, we chopped it up or whatever, and that's when he was like, he trying to see me, and I'm like, I'm trying to see you too. So he had booked my flight for November 16th, my job. We texting, talking, all of that, November 13th. So fast forward, I got off the plane, he had to send a private out to get me, but before I went inside his house, they made me sign an NDA. So I can't really say too much, but I had looked at my NDA rules, so I know what I can and can't say, you feel me? So when I get in the house, we just sitting on the couch, chilling, talking. He kept on rubbing on my stomach and kept on asking questions like, do you want kids? And I'm like, what you trying to say? Like, if you want a baby mama, you just say that. He just kept on rubbing on my stomach, asking me if I want kids. I was like, yeah, I want one. I want a little boy. So we watch a movie. We drinking Casamigos. Then y'all know Casamigos bring out the freak up. So y'all know we did what we did. I don't have to go in detail about that because it's self-explanatory. But he did not use protection, which was a little weird, but y'all know I'm just going with the flow. So after we did what we did, we just cuddling and we're watching another movie. So everything went left when I pulled my phone out. So I had pulled my phone out and I had recorded him. And as soon as he seen me recording him, he slapped my phone out my hand. I'm not even gonna lie, I got a little scared because that slap was aggressive. But after he had slapped the phone out my hand, he was like, you gotta go. I was like, just because I recorded you, really? But I had posted the video on my Instagram. All the receipts is on my Instagram, so I don't got time for y'all.
We don't know, but like, at the end of the day, man, nobody, she didn't have anything. Like, what you trying to say, man? You trying to put something on this man, telling us this whole story for clout. Meanwhile, I don't even know if you're Drake's type of shit. I don't even know if Drake has a type at this point, dude. But I could probably say Drake might rub on your stomach and ask if you want a kid. That sounds like a Drake thing to say, but that's just making fun of Drake. Like, but nonetheless, dude, obviously, this whole story seems manufactured. I don't believe there's not one bit. But this is how things get started. Y'all just say these things, take it to the internet. We don't know what's true or not true. Again, let this be a lesson learned. It's not what you say on social media, it's what you can prove in court. But yeah. Alright, what you expect when you're messing with celebrities? Y'all think y'all want to live in this fantasy world, but these people are just humans humans too. You get what I'm saying? What more do you expect? They're flying you out. They're putting you into this lavish lifestyle. They're giving you a little gift of time of escape from reality so you can enjoy their time. Well, I don't know what the trade-off is, don't get me wrong, but that's what we come down to. So, at the end of the day, Wayne, I wish you the best of luck. Chuchi, I don't know, but you know, I'm gonna ride with you. Wish you the best of luck, and hope your situation, you know, it's not crazy. All right, not crazy. See y'all in the next video.
You date me, I have one very important rule. Come closer. We don't pull out. I repeat, we don't pull out. I like bubbles.
Say that. Say that. This is gonna be this is trend. This is, hey, look, I know some of you guys like it, bro. Don't do it.
For the opening statements, day one, Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming out really quickly to talk about this. So first, I want you to set stage. The whole scene out there. You had almost trouble getting to the courthouse today. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
I was not about to get inside that courtroom just because of just how crazy it is. I mean, you can just see the line. It's just go all the way back with media. It's going all the way back to the public, just so some people can either, one, watch the trial, get a glimpse of his family members coming in and outside of the courtroom, and even as well as see his attorneys, whose members include Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Mark Garrigo's playing kind of that defensive advisory type of role. So it's crazy out here, especially, you know, it's Diddy, it's high-profile celebrity, salacious allegation. Then on top of that, he's facing a lot of time behind bars, so you can understand why so many people of the public wanted to be here and wanted to get here super early so that way they could attend. I even heard somebody was standing in line and was auctioning off how much that they would give to somebody else in line for up to $500, $600. So that's just a lot of people here. Now, as far as who was inside the courtroom today, still is a lot of famous faces, or well, let me not say famous faces, but a lot of people that we are definitely familiar with here at Long Prime. You have Mark Garrigos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, who's also representing Luigi as well too. You had Little Rod inside the courtroom today, and he's one who had filed one of the many civil claims against Diddy as well too. He came in probably, I would say, maybe a little like 8:30ish, kind of came in with sunglasses, 2 chains on, as well as his attorney was inside that courtroom as well too. You have all of Diddy's children, with the exception of his youngest daughter, Love, were inside that courtroom. So that includes Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs. Chance's mother was inside.
You know, the big question is, you know, what's next? You know, what's Nick gonna do? How's he gonna handle this?
Hey guys, Ivan here, and in today's video we're gonna talk a little bit more about, let's say, the robbery that happened at Pittsburgh Pro, Nick Walker losing to Derek Lunsford. We got a couple of reactions of some bodybuilders, some known names in the bodybuilding industry, and also Nick's reaction as well. By the way, I also want to let you guys know that I am no longer sponsored by the Hostile. The reason is my contract expired and they decided not to continue sponsoring media channels and Instagram pages as well. So we are no longer working together. I will always support what Fuad is doing, his YouTube channel and the shows he's promoting and everything like that. But as far as Hostile, I'm no longer sponsored by them. I'm in conversation with a new company. You guys can try and guess which one it is. It's a pretty popular brand. They're kind of coming back to the market right now, so that's going to be interesting. Anyways, as far as Nick versus Derek, first we got a statement that Bob Cicarillo made, and that one is interesting because you guys remember all the drama that was happening with Bob and Nick, and Bob saying that Nick is going to place 8th at Mr. Olympia, and he almost announced him as the winner of the Pittsburgh Pro, almost beating Derek Lunsford, a former Mr. Olympia, potentially the next Mr. Olympia. So Nick kind of proved Bob wrong for sure, but here's what Bob had to say about Nick losing here.
Look at the Jack Man boy.
I'm just looking for some clean protein.
Clean. So, but here is what Bob had to say about Nick Aluzzi here.
All anybody's talking about is the results from last night's show. Nick or Derek. And then I'm seeing catchphrases like politics. He got screwed. He got robbed. It was Nick's show. He came at probably his all-time best. He was equally as good as when he took third place at the Olympia. Derek was about the same of what I could see from the Arnold. If he lost anything, it was 1% out of that. So both guys brought a formidable package to the stage. They end up in a tie. I've actually seen this asked, how do you pick a winner when it's a tie? I'll tell you how you pick a winner. It's about who has the least amount of weaknesses. If you use that formula, it becomes very easy to beat this tiebreaker, okay? Derek has the least amount of weaknesses in comparison with these two guys. Nick's build versus Derek's build. Nick is clearly a bigger man. He's got a lot of muscle and he brings conditioning. Derek has a much smaller waistline. He's got the X-frame. His shape and symmetry is better. His posing presentation is more polished than Nick's. Nick was laboring in some of the poses in his midsection, even though he has improved. That still becomes a distraction. And of course, just his overall build, the legs, the varicose veins in his legs, these are things you can ignore. Now, did he get screwed? Did he get robbed or politics involved? Absolutely not.
All right, fair enough. I gotta say, Bob did make a couple of really good points. Yeah, Derek had better posing, better presentation. He's more aesthetic with a smaller waist and better X-frame, and he didn't have those gut issues that Nick did have. Even though it was improved, it was still an issue. Also, things like Nick's overall structure and varicose veins, and all these details that kind of are making him not perfect. Nick had flaws, that is a fact, but he had a lot of really good strengths. Just as Bob said, he had more muscle and better conditioning, and in my opinion, he dominated over Derek. I think he deserved this win, but that's the way Bob sees it, and also he's thinking of how. And he says there's a formula, you look at who has more flaws, and apparently based on what Bob says, Nick had more flaws. Now you could argue that Derek had more flaws, like his conditioning in the shoulders and chest, and also the size of his legs compared to his upper body, and just overall size and details and all that stuff. Like, it's still not very clear who deserved to win this. But we got a really interesting comment that Chad Nichols left in Bob's comment section. He says, I would absolutely love to know if what I just said the tie, because it that formula to break the tie, and it doesn't have, and that's a fact. Most of the time I agree with you, but this time you're 100% wrong. But I have a feeling that we are not ever going to know the truth of how this was broken. So basically what Chad is saying is that this is not the actual formula. He knows about some other formula, and it's not this one. And he also says that we will never know how this was actually broken. But I'm sure we're going to get something from Tyler once he actually makes a breakdown video of this show. I'm sure he's going to explain how they actually broke the tie. But yeah, Chad is saying that Bob doesn't really know what he's talking about. We'll see if this is actually correct when Tyler goes out and explains it. But yeah, I think Nick proved Bob wrong. Bob was saying that Nick is going to be like into the Mr. Olympia. He just proved to us that he can basically win the Mr. Olympia. It's possible, it's very possible, but first he needs to qualify, and he's going to do that by winning the New York Pro next week. How do we know that? Well, Kyle Wilkes actually announced it yesterday, and now Nick Walker confirmed it as well. He's doing the New York Pro, and he's going to win it, I'm pretty sure, very easily. And you can all see in the comments there, Bob Chicago is saying, go get it here, see you in Vegas. So yeah, I guess Bob is on Nick's side now, and I don't think Nick took anything Bob said personally. It was just, some online drama. I think it worked in both of these guys' favor, and a lot of people were actually looking at them at that time, and now that Nick proved that he's actually much better than Bob thought, it definitely worked out pretty well, especially in Nick's favor. But yeah, Bob is on Nick's team apparently now. Now, like I said, Nick made this announcement. He posted this video on his IG, but also he talked a little bit about what happened at Pittsburgh. He says he's going to make another video on this topic, a longer one, about his emotions when he lost. But here he also said a couple of interesting things. So let me play this for you guys.
I just want to congratulate Derek on winning the first Pittsburgh Pro. Awesome show, awesome battle between me and him. We definitely put on a great show for everyone, and honestly, it couldn't have gone better. Obviously it's not the outcome, we won it, but I presented probably my best package to date, and I'm extremely happy and grateful for that. Me and Kyle came in there and we just did the job.
Make sure we speak up on men who think that women are being violated 19 years old having sex. And somebody might say, no, sex with an older man. Let me tell you something.
And today we have a very special guest. Very special guest and a good friend of Paul, Miss Joy Taylor. Like, as you get older, you feel like your libido gets stronger.
As a woman, when you get older, your hormones in your body change. The things that you need change. He's heard older women say that.
Yeah, you're
30,
not
I'm 38 years old. I'm 30. But I've heard women, as they get older, you get into your sexual prime as you age.
I've heard.
Whereas men are in their sexual prime when they're younger.
The first chick I want to talk about that high value men tend to avoid. And what I mean is they avoid for long-term relationships, marriage. We're talking about public relationships. We're not talking about, hit it, kick it with you. We're talking about, nope, not going to drop to that ring. I'm not going to the floor, up to the knee, and put a ring on it. The fifth chick he avoids is the loose chick. The loose chick. The chick that will be on Amber Rose's Walk. The chick that will be running around singing Nicki Minaj WAP. If you walk around talking about Nicki Minaj WAP, if you're talking like Meg Thee Stallion, if you're talking about Hot Girl Summer, if you're talking about tap 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 bitch, waist on did it, that did it.
I don't think that dating someone like me is for everybody. Just my lifestyle and job will never fit for them, and that's okay.
Do you think that you have financial qualifications for a man? Like, he needs to at least make as much as me or more? Or, is that something that you care about at this stage?
I think for me, when it comes to like financial status, you don't have to make as much as me. I'm 38 years old. So, yeah, like I've been working for 20 years. I'm a professional adult. Can we just keep it a buck? If they're fine enough, if they're funny enough, or if their financial status is what you want, fine.
She didn't say
Before money counts, ladies and gentlemen. It really, really, really does. Are you ladies willing to admit that?
This is not a question for myself.
Find money in money. You're throwing.
You think she threw out that word before money by accident?
Last year, this young man came to conversation, and I went through with him, and I was like, "How old are you?" And he was like, 24. I was like, "You shouldn't be worried about nothing I'm doing. Nothing I'm doing. You would not be at dinner with me. Respectfully. We're not in the same space in life. So yeah, if I go out to dinner with a man of my age, like, we should not have a problem paying for this dinner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not about making as much as me or more than me or me asking how much you make or any of that. It's just like, when I was 24, I wasn't thinking about these things because I was just doing what 24-year-olds do.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't want to walk in there with a sleazoid. I mean, the loose chick shows that she doesn't even have any discretion regarding her own brand. It's not the fact that she cannot be amazing behind closed doors. The fact that that's what she walks around talking about or she's known for cannot afford to be seen with.
Shannon Sharp. Boy. This little 19-year-old girl, she said this mother smooth. Tax massive is $25,000 per cheek. That's an expensive butt. That's an expensive right there. $25,000 per cheek.
2 days later, Mr. Shannon Sharp, he would be stepping away from ESPN and he posted on social media, quote, "I will be honoring my family and responding and dealing with these false and disruptive allegations set against me."
Disney owns ESPN, so that's why they had to let him go. But you should have listened to Monique. We told you to stop dating them young white. Should have listened to Cat Williams.
I didn't want to get with a white woman because I was scared she might have me running down the street like Jonathan Majors.
Come on, Cat.
Not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other women. But I'm not going to act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends. And that's the truth of the matter. So I stayed away from that.
Stephen A. always trying to one-up me. Oh my goodness. What is that?
Oh, this is just my choker. You want to give it a tug?
Just give it a...
I'm chilling. I'm on my way to the other side of the state. How's everyone think? How was the gym today? Good? How's your mentals doing? I know you got to do your waivers. I know that left a little bit of a not so good taste in the mouth. How you feeling? It is. Yes, patience is going to get you very far. Especially when the time goes by anyway. We might as well have some, right? edition. They just the people in church.
said something gruesome? You want a woman getting raped on a tattoo? That's what the tattoo means? Okay. That's different from what actual Medusa means. Yes, that's very different from the actual deity. Huh? Well, from what I know from the story, it was because Medusa didn't read that one. I don't remember that one. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. They've been raping the villagers forever. You know, that's part of canon. Because y'all ain't taking care of your shit. You dirty and you out here scuffling. My days of getting home tattoos are over. Even though the one Mexican dude, he was doing pretty good, but his lettering is pretty sloppy. Especially after I got the last tattoo that I got in New York. Dude's lettering was really good. Super clear. It looked good right after they did it, but then it just
gotta come at the bottom. You need some top shelf. You got bottom shelf, you need some top shelf. Yeah, you need some top shelf. Slap the top like, come here. See that? Yeah. You need to do that rubber band work. You need that rubber band on your thighs, the big thick rubber bands on your thighs. With the squat, you know how they do the you play sports. So you know when you do the crouch down and you're blocking and we do the lateral side to sides. You gotta do that shit with the rubber band on your thighs. The big rubber band on your thighs. Wow. Top shelf. Awesome. Okay. All right. So I put money in the account for book fair, and I came to the school and I gave this book $20 in the envelope to give to Mr. Stegger, his teacher, for the school store. So I'm like, we talked about the book fair because he didn't spend the money, and I guess he just spent whatever the school gave him, $5 or something. He had money. So I'm like, where's the change at from the last time we went to the school store? And he's like, money. I'm like, wait. I was like, I gave him money to give to you, and he said he got something. So I'm like, oh, what's going on here? I didn't know what's up. What's up? I know. I mean, yo, the teachers don't make much. Damn, if you're gonna take the little boy's $20 change, whatever is left out of $20, like, I don't listen. Y'all need a second job. That's all I can say. I'll make back his money. I'd go out my way to get that money to that school on time before I need to do what I need to do. Y'all need to stop playing with me. Mr. Coates, I was listen, Mr. Coates. If I had a sister. Listen. Oh, don't be returning phone calls. Like, you talking real slick. Like, listen, I'll send his bipolar grandma off on your ass. Keep playing. So all fun and games till ain't fun and games no more. Looking at people like, yo, your racism showing, sit that shit up. Yo, calm down. I low-key always been. But I get people, this is why I get people first. Maybe it's just an asshole. Yeah, there's plenty of those out there. Until you show me different, you can be an asshole without being a racist. Just a piece of shit. It's okay to be a piece of shit. But to be a piece of shit racist, man, that's a lot. Yeah, leave me alone with that shit. Yeah, miss me with all that, as they say. I can't do it. I don't do well. I don't do well with that type of energy. Because it depends on the situation too. Because it's like Dave Chappelle said, like he was like, I was dealing with this racist at the Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's like, you want a biscuit with that nigga? He's like, I don't know what the fuck the attitude's all about. I thought it came with a biscuit. Like, do your fucking job, first of all. You can be racist all you want. I still need that change. They get like, yo, shit don't bother me. That's a you problem. As long as y'all put your fucking hands on me. or say nothing to my kids. Let me touch you. Touch you. That's me, huh? Oh, okay, alright. I like the deflection there. I like the game. A little bit of game you play. Alright. Okay. Call a spade, huh? Okay. Wait. That was too fast. I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, that's it. That's right. Said equally young. That's cute. That's clever. Ha ha. Yo, I'm like my eggs fertilized. What's up? God, we joint was cooking. Listen, that's what the weight invest in the Stairmaster's for. That's how I'm gonna lose the weight that way. I can't be over here overheating and pass out, get heat stroke driving this big ass truck. I gotta stay at the proper temperature, regularly, all day long, just like my boat. Okay, stores tomorrow. I need to catch you after the leg day, like the day after the leg day. You're kind of weak. When you're kind of weak and you can't skate. So I need to get you. She got no fight left. She got no fight left. She's gonna get got. Oh, those are the best. Leg day, I'll beat it. I'll beat it. Leg day. What you had leg day? Yesterday? I'll beat it tomorrow. Let that shit kick in. Trying to put the hurt on it. I feel good today. I got all cleaned up. I feel so good. Fresh right now. I would go get myself some groceries. Hit the gym. I had a Cajun chicken sandwich. Then again. Yes. You got the Foreman grill. Sound like putting any time in me. Butter on one side of each piece of bread. Okay. Yeah, that's come to your house for groceries. Sit around and make food. Listen, I'm bored. That's a good thing to me. Now, what you want to do? I want to go to the grocery store and make exactly what I want. Exactly. With the portion I want it to be. If I need a sandwich that's 4 hands high, that's what I want. Even if I can only eat a quarter of it, that's what I want. What I want. I need a 5-patty burger, I'm doing that. Yo. Yeah, so that's what happens. Like, you let your stomach shrink. Yeah, because I'm about 1 meal a day at the moment. Coffee in the morning, women. Yo, that's one thing I'm not gonna be, an old man that can't do push-ups and pull-ups. Not doing that. The app crunch. Okay. Yeah. No, these old, listen, these old folks built different. Gotta go ask to work in. That's all. Just work in. Well, you gotta find a girl. See? Yeah, I'm fed up. So me and this past have been going hard in the paint because I don't like these love handles. Done. I've had them long enough. He was posing. Like, yeah, everybody works out a little different, but I don't like when people take super long breaks on that machine. Are you working out or are you? Especially when it's time to stretch. I like to find my spot. I'll be there for a good 30, 40 minutes. Get limbered up. Like to do active stretching. Yep. I had to stop working my legs out because they get too big too fast. Too. I was like, let me live. Yeah, the legs got to match the top though. That's why I went so hard when I was younger on my legs that they kind of overshadowed the top. But my proportions are nice. So much so when you see me, it's gonna be like, you're not that tall. And you next to me, like, oh shit. Yeah, your proportions are good. Oh damn. So when I get there and you see me, when I get there and you find out I'm only 5'6", you'll be mad. Oh, I gotta make sure I come out the leg there so you can't escape. Yes, I can. Don't you worry about it. Oh, dang. That's rough. Whew. Rough. No, please, huh? You're dirty. Hearing the stories. Huh? I've told you all kind of stories. I've been filling your head with all type of lies and stories. Listen, we'll come over there short and still expect the same treatment as a tall kid. Oh my God. And then she sent it to me. But then it's still take a day to clear. But it's not like I ain't have funds. I just wanted them funds. You know what I'm saying? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. This is not volunteer work. French braid into a ponytail. French braids into a ponytail. No, don't do that. Eat the food they give you and wear the clothes they give you and keep your money in your pocket. When you come home, you got a nice fat loan. Well, they can't break it. They can't let you go if you're going to the military. That's also if you go to basic and they try to kick you out while you in basic, that's also like you get all that back and then some. your number. Trust and believe you are government property once you sign the paper. Slap the person in the front, slowing shit up. It was 82 degrees yesterday. I picked up at the beef factory, and they have this white stone parking lot. And when I tell you, when you roll onto this parking lot, I don't care how slow you're going. It's like flour dust. Everything turns white. And then you gotta stop, get out, open the truck up. And as soon as you step down out the truck, it's like you walking on the road and just puff some white powder every time you take a step. Fucking awful. Sit here breathing this shit in. Nah. I drove all night yesterday. Like, damn, I feel great. Let me stop. I don't know what that's like. I know. Let me see what that's like. I've never done that. Why do you need wings? That makes sense.
going on now at Raymore and Flanagan Sleep Center.
Avoid making these 3 mistakes that could be causing a dry, itchy scalp. 1. Sulfates wash away natural oils, which can dry out your hair. 2.
Oh, this is just my choker. You want to give it a tug?
Just give it a sweet little tug.
Hold on.
You had a $100 million contract coming down the line. I'm suing you for $50 million. That was a marked hit. That is a honey trap, love trap, Israeli Mossad tactic. It is very real. Happens all the time.
We gotta save some of that for the bedroom.
Wait, what is that around your neck?
I already told you. It's my choker.
No, I'm talking about that one with the little red light on top.
Oh, this is just my new necklace. You brought this for me. You remember?
I brought you that chain?
Yes, silly. Of course you did. You're so forgetful. Now state your name for the camera.
State my name for the camera?
We're just doing some role playing, silly.
Oh, okay. Well, my name is Shannon Sharp.
Perfect.
Me and him the same age, probably. I'm 55. If I'm in that girl right there, I know I ain't to her. But do she know she ain't to me? I'm gonna make that very clear. And we're not gonna play with each other. I'm not you. Stop asking me if we going to the mall together. Here go the money, you go to the mall. Get what the f you gonna get? I can't be seen with you. It's older out there. I need to see me through. I can't be out there with you. You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl. You can get your old out there. You're trying to hang out with these young kids and you can't do it, Shannon. You just can't do it. It's all over, everybody. Monique tried to warn me about these damn snow bunnies, but I just couldn't help myself. She got me, y'all. She done got me. Them sweet snow bunnies. They got me. I swear they did.
As always, we can only guarantee to tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as we see it. So there's nothing left to do but get on into it. And we're going to go deep. How deep? Deeper than Atlantis on this one because the rabbit hole is endless.
Blind Savages. Today we're going to see the contrast between Joy Taylor and Shannon Sharp. But let's replay this clip right here where we caught Miss Joy Taylor in live.
What's the age limit?
Age limit?
As far as youth to old. What's the youngest to the oldest? Like what's your age?
At my age right now. Yeah, I would not date younger than 25, 26.
Why is that like?
Let's go like 35 to 50.
Me too.
Oh no, I mean I don't think I could. I don't know. I'm not gonna get up here and lie. Okay, young men are very aggressive and they do not care how old I am.
Wait, but Joy, I have to ask you because
I was talking to someone about this last year. This young man came up and asked me about the splitting the bill conversation. And I went through with him and I was like, how old are you? And he was like 24. I was like, you shouldn't be worried about nothing I'm doing. Nothing I'm doing. You would not be at dinner with me. Yeah. Like, respectfully, yeah. We're not in the same space in life.
That lady belongs to everybody.
Now, Miss Joy Taylor, how long ago was that dinner date? Because for some odd reason, these ladies think they're the ones that control when these little 24-year-olds, as they like to call them, are the ones that serve these ladies up on a dinner plate. Is Miss Joy Taylor covering her tracks that she is willing to go down lower than 25 years old? Or do you think she'll even go into teenage territory by banging young men under 20 years old?
They're saying that. You ain't about to have me out here on 25 as a grown-ass man.
They're saying 25-year-old men are where it's at. All the older women, that's what I'm trying to say. The women that I've been talking to, like in their 30s, late 30s, they're like, yo, these younger men, like I am hearing that these younger men from all these women, they are where it's at. I've never dated a younger man before, no. I've never wanted to. But like at this point.
And look at Joy Taylor. Give the co-host next to Paul Pierce a piercing death stare. How dare that woman remind that Joy Taylor and women like her that any young guy is willing to make an actress mattress out of a much older lady. Well, not that much older in Joy Taylor's case, but you know what I mean. But the real lesson here is back it right up
and use her for a fun time, not a long time. 3 or 4 dottish sluts. But whether these ladies get rotted out by these young bulls, they're very much like their once younger counterparts, the OnlyFans stars, willing to sell their digital flesh online for all their sim sycophants and incel fans.
But I want to talk about this. I heard a friend of mine who I consider a real. Take this Shannon Sharp situation. He said, if somebody was messing with a 19-year-old in my family, I'll be somebody Shannon Sharp age.
Okay.
Ain't he tripping?
Why?
I want to say to America is going to be even after you in jail for somebody, even after the man is gonna still be listen to me, man. If a woman is of legal age, a woman is 19 years old on OnlyFans, you don't need to nobody for having sex with her. That's pretty low down and dirty. You need to get your mind right and understand on display on the internet selling a body. And you want to somebody because they had sex with a woman?
Installers who frequently drill holes should try the popular Wu Steel 4-blade sawtooth drill bit. It features an interlocking sawtooth.
They had sex with a woman?
But there is a key, stark, striking difference between both of these 304s. Both of them can sleep around and act out horrible decisions, where there is a contrasting opinion in how men and women are viewed when they start to do age gap dating and relationships, where the older aged out past their prime ladies are given the free pass. But if an older man goes after the next crop, the new class of young stars, starlets, harlots, or if he's lucky enough, the ultimate prize, with a young, willing, and able, compliant, submissive, and feminine bride. This sisterhood on social media and their simp brotherhood will attempt to do the sign language, shame, insult, the need to be right and guilty men, while sometimes leveling the assault and piling up the lies against these men exercising their options.
Let me tell you something. If I've been on this planet 19 years, it's ready to take some. How many years do you think of to be on this planet for it to get beat up? That's what it's made for, to get beat up. I know some of you guys don't think like that. You think the only supposed to get beat up is what you think is supposed to get beat up. No, it's supposed to get beat up. Shut up. Let it happen. Once they allow you to be with them intimately, it is your job to walk away saying, don't play with me like that. So all you men who think that if somebody in your family that's 19 years old is being pound-tounded, it's not foul. It's not evil. This is what she was born to do, and you should be glad that she getting money for her. Because I guarantee you, a lot of it, her family ain't.
And Corey hit the nail, the target, right on bullseye. That these women are willing to use their lives, being professional 304 THOTs, hustle harpies, and harlots. Using the age-old tactic with not only just using her assets, but using the good old race card.
Being with a little old bitty 21-year-old white girl like that, it would have less of an impact on white America's mind. But because he's a big old black that looks like a gorilla, and this 21-year-old white girl says he got that's the size of a baby in his drawer. She called it a black baby. That's what she called it. She give it a name. So if he didn't have that, and he would have looked at you like that, he in trouble off the fact that he a big old black with a big old This little old bitty petite white girl that's barely grown. She's a teeny pop, fresh out of her mama's new house. So I'm saying y'all can't be mad at Shannon. There's a who been in the league and been amongst elite blacks and white people for most of his life. He live in a white community. He been around white people for over 30 years. Boy got a thing for white. He like young white. He really wanted for a 17-year-old, but he can't. He's an 18-year-old, a 20-year-old. So the white girl just playing off the big black. He ain't handsome. He ain't the handsomest big black in the world. And he look like a gorilla. Big black gorilla, silverback. And he mean, try to, yeah. So she don't want to be treated like a grown woman. She just wants this big old black and let her be irresponsible. He trying to make her responsible.
These OF 304 professionals, or shall I say, professionals, with their horrid, horrible, boorish ways, and try and take out high-status men and come up with an easy come-up by fast-tracking herself to success by leveling allegations, innuendo, lies, and the full power of the court system against Shannon Sharp.
All you who ain't never had no money, you can't speak on what Shannon Sharp did. You can't even imagine what it's like to have paper out here in this world. You can never. So when you say he ain't got no business, I know that's never had no money. That never had no money. See, let's play a game. If I gave you $350 million, but at the same time you had to give me $30 million, would you accept that offer? You just stepped away from ESPN because this white girl is opening her mouth up all the goddamn time. What if you could shut her mouth forever? Even like, oh, you know, lies and this and that. Who cares if she's telling the truth, if she's lying? What if you could shut it off for $30 million and turn around and get $350 million? Are you guys hearing what I'm saying? They're like, oh, you shouldn't offer anything. Don't offer $30.
You're giving out $30 million.
Because in the beginning, all of y'all were like, no, I wouldn't pay her a dime. Let's go to trial.
$30 million in a second.
For you. I mean, it's not like you're going to go to jail or anything, but your career, you already had to leave ESPN. Y'all ain't even been to trial yet. Y'all haven't even gone to Discovery yet.
Shit up. We ain't even do nothing.
If Shannon's doing all this race play, all this big black bug strangling your little white neck. I hate Mr. Jim.
And it looks like we're still living in the dark times and the dark ages, where stars and even the average man is not safe against the ravages of a woman with a hefty amount of sexual baggage and violence.
It's just like a guy who's been accused of a child and he gets arrested for it. He gets arrested for it. He goes to trial. He gets found not guilty. The jury says, we don't believe he did this. So even though he got a not guilty verdict, he still have an arrest record in child. So they run your background. All they see in child missed. They're turned off by the allegation. So he loses by the allegation.
Damn. One video where you did nothing illegal, one video where you did nothing wrong, that 10-minute video cost you $350 million. It's so unfair.
The damage you take once every media outlet reports this lawsuit, and now in the court of public opinion, they made up their mind. They won't even wait for a civil court, and in most cases, there usually is no criminal.
That's all I got for you, polite savages. Like and subscribe, hit us up on all social media networks. We found true happiness.
Hey.
anti-neuropathy socks. The burning, stabbing pain in your feet is a sign that your nerves are deteriorating, but the solution is surprisingly simple. To alleviate neuropathy, you need to consistently...
As I scroll up to it, I'm in no hurry to get there, particularly when a document doesn't.
Well, hey guys, this is DK Spencer, and this is the Byrna CL. So CL for compact launcher. So this video is just going to be my initial first impressions of the launcher as far as build quality and everything goes, and then I'm going to show you guys how to install the Pro site. It's actually doggone cool. So I just a little bit. Alright, so I've not changed the CO2 or anything. I did reload it and break yourself. Alright, so I was actually really pleasantly surprised with how it looked when I opened the box. It is just freaking cute. That's just all there is to it. It's cute. I really like the stippling. Let me get a close look. Closer. Closer. It's nice. It actually looks really nice, and it gives it a good grip. And speaking of the grip, I honestly figured that it was not going to fit my hand very well, just the way it looked. I've got pretty long fingers, and I know they designed this so that, you know, small-handed women could use it or whatever. But it actually is extremely comfortable, and the sights are really nice. If you want to get a closer look at those. So, focus. So I definitely like that. It is very small. I know most of the people that are doing videos are like, it's smaller than I expected. So I was kind of expecting it to be small, but honestly, it's smaller than I expected. So, and what really, the part of it that really surprised me is the thinness of it, not the other dimensions, but how thin it is. It is extremely thin, so which is nice. But and I'll show you just real quick. So probably the most comfortable and most useless, less lethal launcher to carry would be the Umarex Glock Gen 5, Glock 17 Gen 5, 43 caliber. If you guys didn't see my last video, we tested this on Ballistic Joel, and me actually took a shot from it, and it was, well, it tickled. So I'll just go ahead and tell you, this is a lot more powerful than this. And we'll do more testing and stuff on that, but I will give you that spoiler alert. This is considerably more powerful than this. Width-wise, come on, guy, get where he's going. So 1 inch exactly. Width-wise, 1 inch exactly. So if you're, because I honestly, this is the easiest, you know, up until this has been the easiest less lethal that I've seen to carry as far as something that launches balls anyway. So if you think this is easy to carry, this is much easier to carry because you've got the exact same width. This is lighter. The CL is a lot lighter. And then you've got length difference. Handles considerably different. Now mine does have a hoe grip, so it's a little misleading, but you can look, if you look at the top, there's the thinness of it's, you know, considerable. So much more effective than this and easier to carry. So for anybody that's been carrying one of these, get this, you'll be much happier. I do suggest if you get one of these, just go ahead and order some of this. I think this is where this launcher is going to shine with the max projectiles. And I've said this in videos before. If you guys haven't seen the video I did with the Byrna TCR where I got rid of a bear on my property with that, with chemical rounds, I worry more about animals in my area. I live in the middle of nowhere, and you know, it's probably a bigger chance that I'm going to have to worry about a bear or something than I am a person in this area. But with the chemical rounds in this, you kind of cover both your bases. So humans, obviously, chemicals are very effective on humans, and they're extremely effective on an animal. And pretty much any less lethal out there is not going to be effective on a big bear with a kinetic projectile, but a chemical projectile is going to definitely, because animals have a stronger sense of smell. So you just bust a chemical projectile on the ground in front of it, and you've got, you know, you're going to get rid of them. And I've proven that. So that's something to consider. I think, like, if you take something like this, where it kind of falls into play is something that you're going to carry 24/7 anywhere you go. On vacation, wearing shorts and a t-shirt, you can take this. So if you look at, like, a lot of people really like the Intrabusters or the X68s, and I do too, because they're extremely powerful. But if you look at actually carrying one of them, there is a massive difference, like massive difference. See that? So something that you can, like, stick in the back pocket of your shorts when you're out with the family on vacation, you're not going to do that with the X68. All right. So that kind of, and hiking, another thing. You know, if you go hiking, you can carry this hiking with you. Again, you've got, you know, throw it full of pepper ammo, so you're probably, well, I'm not going to say more likely, because there's a lot of weirdos on the trail and stuff, but if you're hiking, you know, good chance you could need it for an animal. You don't want something that's going to weight you down. The power's not going to matter if you're using chemicals, so extremely good choice for hikers and stuff to be able to carry something that's going to, you know, fend off people or animals and not, you know, burden you with carrying a bunch of weight in your, you know, hiking gear. And it's fast too, because it's got the pull to pierce, you know, da-da-da. So anyway, enough jibber jabber. Let's look at the Byrna Pro Sight. So I'm going to show you guys just really quick how to install it. Let me clear everything off here. Alright, so obviously first thing you're going to do, make sure you don't have any CO2 in it, make sure you don't have any ammo in it. Once your mag's ejected, make sure to push down here and get the last ball out. So safety first and all that jazz. So then your has a little protective cover on the battery. You're going to need to remove your cover here so you can access the screws. Now, I did notice something. It comes with a tool, but this tool fits the screws on the optic, but it does not fit the ones on the launcher. I got a T8 Torx bit driver, and that fits both. So I don't know, not sure what to do with that. So if you're having trouble with that, that's what you need, is a T8 bit. Alright, so just take those two screws out, make sure you don't lose those, and take your sight plate off. Okay, so let me tell you just a couple of specs real quick about this optic before we get started. So I was actually getting asked this before I ever even got the launcher. What cut does it use as far as your cut for your optic? The sight, the Pro Sight, is an RMS cut, so I'm going to assume that an RMS cut. Now it doesn't, so a lot of time, well, let me show you. I think they did this to make it more versatile for other optics, from what I understood talking to them. But usually on a cut, you're going to have, on the cut on your pistol, you're going to have little tabs that stick up like that actually go in little holes on the bottom of your optic. They didn't put that, and from what I understand, that's so that you can use a wider range of optics. But this is an RMS cut if you were to want to use this on a different pistol or whatever. So anyway, And they actually made it just a little bit, they were telling me they made it just a little bit bigger in front of this optic to also accommodate a wider range of aftermarket optics. So I thought that was pretty cool. So when you're going to take the 2 screws out like I just did, take this base plate off. There is going to be a little plate underneath it. So you're going to just sit that over your screws like that. That's what I'm doing there. And then you're going to just set your optic on top of it. I don't know if you actually need to do that or not, but I figured it would, isolate the battery a little bit better. So I'm choosing to actually, reinstall that little thin plate there, little thin piece, whatever you want to call it. It's not really a plate. But get both of your screws started. Then what you want to do, because it doesn't have those little tabs in your cut, you do have to make sure that you have it straight. So if you just hold on either side of it, you can feel that you've got it, lined up straight. And then go ahead and tighten these down. There's no recoil or anything on these, so you're not, too much of a chance of the thing getting knocked off without the tabs. But once you see if I can get you, there you go. See, there's just that little bit of gap up in front of it. And again, they said that's to accommodate, if you want to use something different aftermarket other than their brand. All right, so I started to tell y'all specs and then I got distracted. So this has a 3 MOA dot. It has 10 bright.
5 things that you should know before buying or using the Byrna CL. My name is Colin. I'm with Raiden Safe Defense. I'm an authorized Byrna dealer. Check me out, RaidenSafeDefense.com, for all your Byrna needs. Now let's get into it. Number 1, the Byrna CL does not have a safety switch like the SD and the LE have. I'll show you the SD right here. As you may know, it has a safety switch. So when it is unsafe, as much as you pull the trigger, it is not going to fire. Then when you put it on fire, it is live and ready to go. The Byrna CL, as we see, does not have any kind of safety switch. So it is always going to be live and ready to fire, and that's very important to know for safety purposes. The Byrna CL is my personal favorite launcher. I love it, and as much as I would love to sell it to you, I just want you to know the reality, whether you feel comfortable with that or not. Number 2, the Byrna CL grip is a lot smaller than the SD and the LE, and that's obviously by design. The entire reason for the compact launcher is so that you can conceal carry it, and it needs to be compact. Let me show you the difference. So when we match them up side by side, you can see that the CL is shorter, and also the CL is going to be thinner. If you have smaller hands like I do, all 3 of my fingers are fitting on the grip, it's not going to be a problem. But if you do have larger hands, I would maybe say as a rule of thumb, if you're 5'11" or taller, you're probably going to have larger hands, then you are going to need a magazine extender. Byrna calls this the 5-round finger groove magazine, and what it's going to do is it's going to extend the length of the Byrna to accommodate your fingers. Let me show you. Firstly, the Byrna comes with 2 5-round magazines, and we can see it's in here, it's sitting flush. But for larger hands, you are going to want to use the magazine extender, and this is something extra that you have to buy. As we see, the magazine is not sitting flush. It's giving us a little extra room right here, so now we can see that I have some space. So if I have larger hands, it's going to be gripping down here, instead of having your pinky out, which no one wants to shoot like that. And again, this is something that you're going to have to buy extra. Number 3, the Byrna CL comes with a warning card. It has 2 things that you're going to have to do that are unique to the Byrna CL. The SD, the LE do not require this, only the CL. Okay, first, we see here, ensure CO2 canister is firmly pressed. The CO2 canister must be firmly pressed in before threading in the cap. This step is crucial to prevent stripping the cap. I'm going to show you how this looks. Obviously, to use your Byrna, you're going to need CO2 in it. So, we're going to release the magazine, and we use the end of the cap tool to unscrew the cap. Now we're going to drop an 8-gram CO2 into the chamber, and as you can maybe see, it is sticking out slightly. So if we put the cap on, it's going to butt up against that. So what you need to do is firmly press this in, and you're going to hear it click. You might think you're damaging it, but you're not, so listen. And now the CO2 is ready, and then we put the cap back on. And you may already know, but we finger tighten it until we feel resistance right there, and then we take the cap tool, and then we just do a quarter turn, and then it is ready. And you can see that the cap is not sitting flush with the muzzle. It's going to stick out, and again, that is unique to the Byrna CL. I have a quick favor to ask you. You don't have to buy from me. It's totally free. Just like this video and subscribe to my channel if you found it helpful. It really does push this video out to as many people as possible so I can help them, and it helps keep me motivated. Thanks. Second thing on the warning card, initial conditioning. To ensure optimal performance, shoot 30 rounds with standard CO2 canisters. Following this, run 1 oil canister through the system. As you may or may not know, Byrna makes a 10-pack of CO2 cartridges, and the 10th cartridge is going to be an oil cartridge. Now what this does, it maintains the functionality of your Byrna. Obviously with a lot of friction, moving parts, it needs oiling, just like a car does. Typically for the Byrna SD and LE, you use an oil cartridge for every 10th cartridge that you use. Now the CL will be the same, however, after the first 30 shots, which is going to be using 2 CO2 cartridges because you get 15 shots, give or take, per CO2 cartridge with the CL. You're then going to put the oil cartridge in the CL and then use that normally just like you would any other one to oil the internal parts. And then again, every 10th, you're going to use an oil cartridge as well. Now I know some of you are airgun enthusiasts, you trick these things out, and so you like to DIY everything. And you're thinking, screw that, I don't want to buy the Byrna CO2 cartridges and get an oil cartridge, I'll just oil it myself. You can do that, just know anything that you do, it could potentially affect the 1-year warranty if something happens and you send it into Byrna and then they find out that you used your own oil. But hey, DIY at your own risk. And the last thing I'll say about the oil cartridges is that it does not come in your Byrna CL kit. You would have to buy the 10-pack CO2. I know, I'm sorry, but hey, beardstowndefense.com. Number 4, the Byrna CL uses 61 caliber projectiles as opposed to the 68 caliber projectiles that the SD and the LE use. So, you unfortunately cannot use the same projectiles that you use if you have an SD or an LE. You're going to have to get a separate jar. But one of the great things about these is that they're reddish orange. So if you're practicing at home into a target tent, let's say in your backyard, and you want to retrieve these, it's really easy to find. If they're somewhere in the grass or in the dirt, they stand out really well. And just for comparison purposes, I'll show you the difference. So this is obviously the 61 caliber Byrna CL, this is the 68 caliber. And again, you would have to buy the extra jar for the CL. Sorry, but you know where to find it. And number 5, there is a way to pierce the CO2 on the CL before firing the first shot. Now if you know, Byrna has pull pierce technology, the only one on the market, very user friendly. What that means is that when you pull the trigger, it pierces the CO2 and simultaneously fires the first shot. However, a lot of people know a little secret where if you keep it on safe mode and you pull the trigger, it's going to pierce the CO2, then you put it on fire, and when you pull the trigger for that first shot, you're going to get a lot more power out of it because it's not having to pierce the CO2 and shoot at the same time. Obviously with the CL, there is no safety switch, so you can't have it on safe mode to pull the trigger, pierce the CO2, and then get more power. However, if you pull the trigger halfway, you're going to hear it pierce, and then you pull fully to fire the first shot, and you're going to get the most power just like you do on the SD and the LE. Now obviously if you're in a self-defense situation, you're not going to be thinking, oh hey, I want more power out of the first shot, let me pull the trigger halfway, pierce the CO2, and then fire. No. But if you're at home practicing in the backyard, in your living room, then by all means do this cool little hack. It does work. So I hope this was helpful, and I'll catch you next time.
Best way to clean your dog's ears? Q-tips? Nope. Chemical drops? Nope.
world of concealed carry just got a major shakeup, and it's not the same old P365 versus Hellcat story anymore. In 2025, we're seeing a new generation of carry pistols that are smarter, tougher, and better tuned for real-world defense than anything we've had before. Today, I'm breaking down the 7 hottest new concealed carry guns that are changing the game. From optics-ready hammer-fired beasts to all-metal micro-compacts that shoot like full-size duty pistols. Whether you're upgrading your EDC or choosing your very first serious carry piece, trust me, you're going to want to see what's coming. Let's dive in, and I guarantee, number 1 will leave you seriously rethinking what you thought you knew about carry guns. The Smith & Wesson CSX E series. When I first picked up the Smith & Wesson CSX E series, it immediately felt different from the typical micro compacts on the market. This isn't just another striker-fired polymer gun. It's a hammer-fired aluminum frame powerhouse that finally gives concealed carriers a serious metal option without the bulk. And with the updates in the E series, Smith & Wesson fixed a lot of the little things shooters like me asked for. A better trigger feel, an optics-ready slide cut, and a cleaner overall action. Shooting the CSXE feels sharp and responsive. The trigger has just enough take-up to be safe, but the break is crisp, exactly what you want in a serious carry gun. And the modular backstraps, game changer. I was able to tailor the grip to fit my hand perfectly, something you don't get with a lot of the polymer competition. Loaded with the extended magazine, I'm carrying 17 +1 rounds of 9mm in a package smaller than most older subcompacts. That's serious firepower for a gun that basically disappears under a t-shirt. The CSXE isn't trying to chase the P365 or the Hellcat. It's carving its own lane, one built around the shooter who values feel, balance, and classic mechanical confidence in a defensive pistol. For around $650, it's a smart upgrade if you're serious about EDC. The Reflex X LMRD. FN knows how to make fighting pistols, and the Reflex X LMRD proves it all over again. From the first time I ran a few magazines through it, I could tell FN put real thought into making a micro compact that shoots like a full size. The internal hammer-fired design gives the Reflex XL a beautiful, clean break that's predictable every time. It doesn't have that spongy, vague wall you sometimes get with striker-fired compacts. This trigger feels deliberate, smooth, and tuned for real-world defensive shooting. Capacity is another win. 15 +1 flush fit, 18 +1 with the extended mag.
If you go window shopping wearing proper jeans that fit you very well, sometimes and some shopkeepers give you free clothes without you paying for it, especially men shopkeepers. They are very kind people. If you go window shopping wearing proper
real estate. Let's get to know each other. I'm new to LA. Maybe we could, you can show me around or something. I'm not about to do that. Why would I do that? Alright, have a good one now. Maybe on Google.
but you do it, so why not teach
Yeah,
me?
but you obviously wasn't trying to give me no time of day, so why would I teach you anything?
Well, I mean, it just seems like you might have some tips for me.
I mean, I got a lot of tips, but not for you though. You wasn't trying to put me right.
I mean, I was in a rush.
No, but you tried to play with me just now, telling me, oh, maybe if you pay for my nail appointment, I my number. Like, you got me f***ed up.
Just kidding.
Nah, but don't play with them people. Don't play with me though.
You can't take no joke.
I mean, I can take a joke, but you were that serious. You said, well, there ain't nothing to talk about. You walked off.
Well, I'm back.
Yeah, and I'm going now. Yeah. You ain't even about to be playing with a king like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, bro, she was pretty. But you're not about to play with me like that. You're not about to tell me, oh, yeah, well, pay for my nail appointment, then you can get my number, man. What type of you think I am? I mean, there's out here that will do that. I'm just not one of them guys, man. I'm sorry to tell you, I'm just not one of them guys. Respectfully, I'm not. And I hope that none of y'all watching is one of them type of guys either. Real subscribe to the channel, man. I love y'all. I'm trying to say something to him. Yeah, you know, I love your outfit.
No, thank you. Okay, nice to meet you.
How's your day going? What you got going on for the day?
I'm not interested.
I no problem. Have a good one now. Why would I be following you? What's up? Yeah, this is my car. Why? Sit in there for what? I said sit in there for what? I mean, what do my car got to do with anything though?
I mean, it's nice.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I never been to another TV.
Oh yeah? Well, that's your loss. So what's good? Like, what you over here for?
You know, I look around.
No, what you in front of me for is what I'm asking you.
Oh, but I like this car.
Okay, cool. You see it, so go ahead. Take a picture for what? Yeah, wasn't you just not trying to talk to me?
Yeah, but I was just playing.
I don't play games. I'm a serious type of dude.
Well, let's start over.
And we starting right now, so go ahead. I don't like wasting time. No, we don't need to get in the car to talk though.
But why am I sitting there? I'm a lady.
Alright, well, I never told you to come back over here. You did. You told yourself to come over here, right?
But you was just asking for me to.
And you was just saying, making it clear that you was good. So if you good, I'm confused on why you back over here now.
Can't take a joke.
I don't joke. I don't really play like that. You told me 2 times. Wait. So if you, why would you be trying to conversate with a dude that you not interested with?
I want to start over.
Start. Listen. What did we start? What do you want to know? Like, what's up?
I want to know, like, is this a rental or is this
I mean, it
your
don't
car?
matter if it's a rental or not. This costs. Why it matter? You was walking, right?
Yeah, I was walking, so I need to get in the car.
All right. So if you was walking, then why is you worried about if my car a rental or not? You walking. That don't even make sense.
Because, like, wasn't we just about to get acquainted? I don't understand.
I was trying to get acquainted with you. I keep telling you the same thing. I really don't like repeating myself. You obviously was not interested.
Okay, well, let's sit down.
No, we talking right here. Who is you?
Who are you? I'm trying to be a friend.
Friend. What you mean, friend?
Give me my number, we can hang out.
Oh, now we can hang out.
Yeah.
So it's all switched up now. It's like you talking in circles right now.
I'm just trying to get in the car and have a talk with you.
Hey, look, man, I got a couple minutes of my time.
Can you identify which app is a trap?
I need your email, please.
Address, please.
Credit card, address, and name of your first pet, please.
You may not be able to tell which app is a trap, but Google Play can. Download apps, not traps.
It got stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and then it also has a line from where it was strung on the plant, but still perfect.
Hey, look, man, I got a couple minutes of my time. Don't waste it. It seems like you're not really talking about me.
I'm not. Let's get in the car.
Look,
Get in the car. Don't be saying the same, talking in circles. You're not making sense right now.
Okay, I'm gonna make things
Go, coach. Fucking strange.
Can't even come open the door.
Right,
Because I thought you was a gentleman.
I am a gentleman, but you know, like I say, I don't really talk to women. That's not. So that mean you're a liar then?
No, I can't.
Alright guys, so today we're going to be doing some target practicing. We're going to be using the Burnout LE and the Burnout ST. I can try doing the Kimbo style, both sides, see how it works. But here it goes. So first will be the LE.
Guys, thank you for joining me today. Look, if you like getting money, I need you to go ahead and hit that like button, man. What's the big deal? Let's get money together, all right? Let's get into these clips, my guys.
Okay, is it actually true that a guy treats you the way he wants to be treated first, and then he starts treating you the way you've been treating him?
He's gonna shower you and love you and make love to you, treat you like everything, and then you stop doing it and fades away. Of course, he's just gonna give you the cold shoulder, right?
Girls be like, your man was just in my DMs. That's because I sent him for you. I told him I thought you were beautiful and that you'd be a good wife.
Huh? Oh.
So are you with it or what?
I've been doing my makeup so good.
That shit is clean. It's not cakey.
I appreciate it.
Well blended.
I don't want to hear I fall and I can't get up. It's not going to happen with this elevator, but it's beautiful. I actually owned a chairlift.
Dude, we know. Say, bro, I'll be worried too. My homie was around me talking about makeup and blending and stuff like that too. I'll be like, yeah, dog. Got a little bit of concern going on, dog. You should be knowing all this terminology, right?
So last year, me and my husband was going through some financial problems, so we decided that I become a hooker.
You serious?
And it was my first time being a hooker, so I didn't really know what to do. That's when my husband drove us to a bar and told me to stand in front of the bar and try to pick up a guy. My husband told me to tell the guy that I charge $100, and if I had any questions, he'll be parked around the corner. So I stood outside the bar for 5 minutes, and that's when I got my first customer. He asked me how much, and I told him $100, and that's when he told me that he only had 30. So that's when I told him to wait right there, and then I ran back to my husband to ask my husband, what can the customer get for just $30? And my husband told me that he only could get a hand job, so I ran back to the customer and told him that's all he could get. The customer agreed, and that's when we got into his car. Then he unzips his pants, and out pops this huge... So I stared at it for a minute, and then I told him, hold on, I'll be right back. So I ran back to my husband, and I looked at him, and then I said, can you loan this customer $70?
Damn.
Emotional, damn it! What?
Wow.
Oh, she's trying to get that little thing, boy. And then you about to pay for it, dog. That's crazy, dude. She almost had me for a second. My first threesome.
lifetime.
Villain mode unlocked. Chantel, I don't know what you did to this man, but he on the loose. It's like Prowler from Spider-Man. Y'all better stay out of his way.
It's gonna be together.
You slurping the crack tonight?
Slurping.
It's gonna be slurping.
Wait, you asked me out
We listen, we don't. I slept with her boyfriend.
Whoa, Wes!
I slept with her boyfriend too.
Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah, it's not you. It's not your friends. It's your man at this point. My boy went with every maneuver in the book, dude. Like, the question is, did they do this before y'all got together? And it was crazy because y'all ever come across these friend groups where they actually share the same man? Like, you'd be like, damn, Shorty done dated him, now she dated him, she smashed him, and now, like, they get married. This person get married. Like, man, but then they all bridesmaids at the wedding. That shit is crazy.
We still have one balloon on, so, you know, seem like
Best looking one in the whole group.
Oh, okay. She's your type. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Okay. Let's figure out why she popped, right?
I know why she popped.
Okay. Can you introduce your...
I'm not disrespecting nobody. I'm just saying my preference. No, it's cool though.
Okay, so start out as a disrespect when she said that you were this looking one here?
Yeah, because I think they're all beautiful. That's not true at all, actually.
Good. Yeah, you could go ahead and speak in the microphone. What did you say?
No, I said that's just my preference. No, out of everybody, you know, cool.
Oh, come on, lady, dog. Let's just be honest. Call a spade. You ain't like this dude. This man said you were the best looking one out of the whole group, and he wanted you, and you still popped the balloon because you found it disrespectful. Wouldn't you want your man to find you to be the most beautiful thing in the world? What is wrong with women these days, bro? I think they want to get shaved. That's what's happening, bro. That's it.
That one there was a violation, personally, I wouldn't have been.
I know your man sit in the car for about 40 minutes before he come in. Look at you. You out here just starting shit with me. Cause your man ain't doing what you want him to do in the house. He don't want to do what you do in the house because y'all emasculate him. Y'all emasculate the men and then want them to be the men. Show him some affection. Show him some appreciation. Show him that you love him and that you appreciate what he do, and then he gonna feel he's gonna want to do the things that he has to do because he's appreciated. Y'all talk down to me and y'all treat him like shit, and y'all think that they're robots. They humans and they go through a whole lot, especially a man that is a provider.
Your dog's ear canal has a dangerous bend that traps bacteria and makes those nasty infections keep coming back.
Humans and they go through a whole lot, especially a man that is a provider. That man gonna go through a whole lot in the day.
I ain't gonna lie, bro, especially y'all men, but the men that, especially you guys, including myself, because I take, content creation is almost like a second job. Working 2 jobs is a lot, bro. You don't really have time for yourself, man. Especially, and if you have a family, you give any extra time to the kids. You get what I'm saying? Like, man, I put my son in jujitsu recently, bro, and that's an extra an hour and a half out the day. You don't really get that. Like, that's for him. I want to be there for the practice. I want to engage. I want to observe. I want to make sure that he gets there safe. I pick him up. I want to make sure that he's taking it serious. You add that upon having 2 other jobs, really, man. Coming home and trying to be 100% made like clean around the house is tough for any one man that's trying to pay all the bills, dude. It is tough.
What's going on don't have nothing to do with no other customer. I'm in here grocery shopping with my family. They ain't still in their business. That's crazy. It's just about an environment. Yeah, it is. Okay, but come on now, I got on the skirt. It's hot outside. Whoever man is looking or whatever, they need to phone like they do. The customer needs to go mind their business and stop worrying about what I got on. It's a hot day outside. You're gonna be seeing a lot of booty outside this summer. So don't let nothing I got going on bother anybody. I'm not even bothering nobody. Yeah, like, come on now, that's crazy. Yeah, tell the
Yeah, bro. Like the other lady finally said, "Yeah, you know, you weren't bothering anybody. Why? You know, some people just got money business, bro. It'd be them goddamn Karens." But let's go ahead and see what she was really wearing. Just some screenshots of what she was really wearing. Y'all think this was appropriate to go to the grocery store with, especially a mother that had her own kid with her? Like, y'all need y'all's thoughts in the comments. She was showing the little cheeks, you know, little bottom cheek right there. Wasn't crazy, wasn't out the norm, I guess you can say, man. I don't know, guys, bro. Somebody just wasn't liking it, you know what I'm saying? Just had to say something. She wasn't bothering nobody. I mean, it probably don't look that good in real life, you get what I'm saying? So the customer was like, I'm over here trying to buy food and I get my whole appetite. She was like, I'm just buying goddamn steaks. But, you know, at the same time, look, man, we can't just walk anywhere as grown adults. We can't just show up to any old place, a place of business, you know, and think that everything's going to be okay. Your dress code might not match their dress code. Your expectations of what looks good might, you know, how you determine that might be different in the way they think. Some businesses be wanting, like, you know, their guests to look a certain way, behave a certain way. It's called guest accountability, bro. That's a real thing. Just how we have employee accountability, how y'all want employees to act and be nice and be friendly and polite, man. They want guests to come in there and be polite, friendly, respectful, dress a certain way. Y'all want the employees of your shop at to be clean cut in uniform, man. Y'all just come in there and be clean too. But at the end of the day, I've seen worse, but as a person in the food industry, I can understand why they would have approached this person and possibly be like, look, you know, look, you can't be wearing that in here. Here's a warning. That's all it is, bro. That's all it is.
I woke up 5 o'clock in the morning to wake my man up. I'm up there eating that pickle. Let me tell you, beat his alarm, and beat his alarm. Okay? This is what I did. So, boom. I turned over and tried to see if his man was awake. His man was awake. He was up. He was up. So you know what I did? I went over there. I started rubbing it a little bit, and then I slowly pulled his pants down, and I started licking the pickle, sucking the pickle, whatever, you know.
Oh man. Okay. Shit, guys, we're gonna have to go ahead and y'all gonna get this video flagged from the list. Y'all better be careful, man. Pickles for breakfast. All right, ladies, listen to her, bro. Get you some pickles for breakfast, bro. Like, it's just a good start to your day. All right, it's part of the health nutrition.
How are some of you out here with like 3, 4, 5, 6 exes talking about, oh no, not that ex, the other one? The other one? I'll be lucky if I like someone every 3 to 5 years. Just like one person. While you're over here dating the world. How many times do you need to fail the exam? How many?
I don't know, bro. That's just so, and they hold on to them too, those exes, bro. Meanwhile, men move on. How many serious relationships have you ever had, guys? I think how women count exes is different from how a man counts an ex. I think men count exes if they're actually helping them with bills. They lived together. There was a serious relationship. Then at their mom, they showed up at all these gatherings. All right, they had the birthday party and stuff like that. Women, you're an ex if she dated you for 2 weeks. You're an ex if y'all went on a minimum of 5 dates and she let you smash. You're an ex, bro. And you're going to come to find out that tally starts to add up.
Would you give it up after the first date?
For some money. You feel me?
For some money.
For some money.
Right now.
How much?
She said right now.
Thank you.
500?
Yeah.
About 200.
No.
A quick visit.
No. We don't do cuties.
What y'all do?
Half an hour is an hour.
Oh yeah, they hire professionals, guys. They're using their terminology. Yeah, they would anything for some money. So now we got Corey with a K, boy from New Orleans. This clip is funny, y'all.
Oh, I have the worst headache. Well, are you hydrated? That's what I carry this thing around for. Is there just water in there? No, it's...
Just listen in. Listen in.
You miss him. He in a better place, too, all right? What's good, dude? What's good? How you doing? How you holding up?
How are you?
I'm good, you know. This life, you know.
He's just a great person.
Great, man. That boy was, he was a cool dude, man. But don't cry. Are you good at the house? Like, you know, the bills paid and all that?
We're making it.
And if you need anything, you know, I got you. You know what I'm saying? I put, you know, I got you. Whatever you need, I cash it. But it's nothing. Money ain't nothing to me.
I appreciate you always make this up.
Yeah. Hold your head up, you know.
It's up.
I'ma just be with you. Nigga been checking you out. I just ain't know how to go about it. But now that he out the way, you know what I'm saying? I ain't no better chance, you know.
Wait a minute.
I mean, I ain't mean it like that, you know what I'm saying? I just mean
that's your cousin.
I mean, that's not my cousin like that, you hear me? I mean, we just share the same grandma.
He was your cousin, that makes
cousin, heavens no, you're not related to me. Yeah. Nigga been trying to smash you for the longest. Like,
He said, no, you're not related to me.
Man, they took it right off the cousin for him, man. Nah, man, we got the same grandma, but we ain't really cousins. Just because y'all was married, we not cousins. Boy, was really trying to get them draws. Wow. That boy's so silly. Dog, it's crazy, dude. Like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's you see people out there. You know, when you go to funerals, you can wind up seeing that one or two, you know, people that you don't really see until funerals happen, and then you catch up with them, and then it's just like the vibe is just different. So you got to go and figure out what it is. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all, this is funny because it's on a different note, and it's only funny because I had a cousin's baby mama try to holler at me at a funeral. And yes, I turned it down because I don't rock like that. But that is some funny, crazy stuff, man. Funny, crazy stuff.
How are you going to ever find out if this man or woman will treat you well if you never treat them well? When the girlies be talking about what they will and will not do for a man, I be quiet. Because for a man loving me properly, I'm going to take care of him because he's taking care of me. And I think sometimes we forget that reciprocation is what keeps our cups filled. The more I love on him, the more he can love on me, and vice versa. Now, before anybody say it, well, girl, that's how these women end up giving so much to a man and then get cheated on, or he not pour back into her. Hold on. If you're with a man that you believe is cheating on you, leave that man. That doesn't mean that you restrict the type of love that you give a good man out of fear of he could cheat, he could leave. And if he's not pouring into your cup, leave that man. Don't change the nice, loving, caring type of woman that you are because of the man you're with. Change the man. Listen,
you know what? At the end of the day, maybe I'm a strong believer in if guys, if you really don't like this person, you don't really see it going too far, you ain't willing to put in the work to try to fix or remedy any relationship, just go ahead and move on. It doesn't mean that person is toxic. You treat them with toxic back. You repay that toxic with time. Man, just the earth is too big and there's too many people on this planet for you to just be stuck with one person. Just move on, dude. Like, it's just that simple.
As a boyfriend, if I'm not tagging along with every single thing that you're doing throughout the day, you feel me? Like, of course, I'm gonna let you have your time to yourself, but little activities like that, I'm your bodyguard, I'm your protector, I'm your best friend, I'm everything. So I'm gonna be there. I ain't gonna lie, I like being a boyfriend for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is because I get to do every single thing with my girl. Like, if she wants to go get coffee in the morning, I'm there. Come on, babe, let's put on our bonnets, we out the door. If she said that she wanna hit the mall up and go to Sephora, she wanna go get some new makeup, get some products, whatever, probably get some new perfume. What's up? We did. I'll pay for it too. If she wants to go food shopping and buy a bunch of stuff for the house and then go into the store next door and window shop for an hour, I really don't mind. As long as I'm with you, I'm good. Like, I feel like I'm not fulfilling my duties as a boyfriend if I'm not tagging along with every single thing that you're doing throughout the day. You feel me? Like, of course, I'm gonna let you have your time to yourself, but little activities like that, I'm your bodyguard, I'm your protector.
Oh, man, I don't know, man. It's just, man, when you're in love, that's what you really do. Bro, if you in love, you dedicated, bro, like, go ahead and do it, bro. I'm not gonna sit there and say that's a bad thing, man. That's good for you. No problem, man. See, me, I'm not like that. I would say in the beginning of the relationship, you're gonna have that, like, I need to do this, I need to do that. We're gonna spend a bunch of time together. But as you grow older, as you put in a year, 2 years, you're gonna come to see, like, man, you're gonna need bro time, you're gonna need gym time, you're gonna need your time, you're gonna need this sort of time. This sounds like something that y'all would just generally in a relationship, judging from the your picture provided and the length of your hair, it looks like y'all have been together for about a year or two. So y'all still in the beginning infatuation phases, man. But I ain't gonna lie, man, that's probably gonna keep your relationship strong, spending time together, knowing that you're there, she knows that you're there whenever you call on it.
Less lethal people. So today, me and Angelo were here, and we're posing the question, is the 61 caliber chemical round effective? So what we have here is Angelo's been helping me set this up now, and he's been really good with the camera work because I need as much help as I could get him. Really, it's not my field of expertise. And we went down the basement and we got Bob the Gimp, and we brought him up from down the basement and we dressed him up so he's more presentable for you guys. And we put a black mask on him because we want to see just exactly the dispersal of the white powder. So what we have today is we have the .61 caliber inert rounds, which are filled with some sort of talc or powder or whatever it is. I'm not sure what exactly is in there or what they use, but there's some sort of powder inside of those rounds. And I don't think they use talc anymore, actually. I think it's not safe or healthy or whatever, so it's some other powder. But nonetheless, it's not the real OC, and it's supposed to have the same kind of effect for training. So these are the rounds. They're 61 caliber, they're inerts. They come to us from Burnham. They come with the launcher. So what we're going to do today is we're going to pierce, pre-puncture the Burnham CL, and we're going to test the rounds on him. Now I put a little sticker here because this is the area I'm going to aim for, which is generally the proper area we're supposed to aim for, and then hopefully get dispersal around him. We're going to do test a little bit slow because I really want to focus on the first shot and see what one 61 caliber pepper or chemical round would do. So without further ado, we're going to load up the new Burnham CL magazine with the 5. I think I've told you to prevent any rounds from cracking is to load them color. And we're going to do gray to gray, white to white, so on and so forth. Now, it wouldn't matter if you did white to gray. You just don't want to do scene to scene when you're doing these. So, but you want one color touching another color. So we have all 5 of our rounds here. I'm going to load it into the magazine, and we're ready to go. Alright guys, so we're going to show the pre-puncture. You heard it? Now. Okay, now we are live, we are hot. Okay, coming back about 10 feet from Bob, and this is going to be the first shot. So look, see where the chemical numbers all over the floor. None of it even hit his face. Now, this is important because a lot of times when people do these tests, they use a hard target over here, and we're using purposely a soft jacket. It does break them.
At Firestone Complete Auto Care, we hold our service to the highest standards.
No.
We didn't have the same rights. We're seeing this less than human. I mean, I think.
It's not about less than human. I just don't think they exist. Like we
don't say in terms of black people.
Well, you're talking about right now. You're conflating being black, which is like obviously for black. You know what I mean? That's not something that I have to basically try to convince you. I'm like, no, this is real. This person, look at the color of his skin. It's like, yeah, obviously we have different races. They're average. This person's black. On the trans stuff, you're asking me to be crazy. You're asking me to look at a grown man and imagine that he's actually a woman. And that if he goes and gets work done, that he magically becomes a woman.
Yeah, and the issue is they were asking for a while, but then they started to tell you that this is what you have to do.
And I think most people were cool with it when it was just like, you know, I want to be seen as a blah, blah, blah. I think a lot of people actually, and me personally, I don't think that it's okay, but I think a lot of people were okay with that. I think a lot of people were okay with lying to the person just to make them feel better. And that happened for a while until they got to the point where they tried to push it into schools and legislate it so that we were forced to call them these things that were obviously delusional. So Candace is right here. And usually people wait a little bit when they lose in the debate to bring up the black thing. But he started off right away with the, isn't it the same as being black? No, brother. No, it's not the same as being black.
It's insanity. Definitely, let's not conflate it with being black. Let's not do that. Period.
There's no defending crazy. That's crazy. But why is that crazy? Because she's a white woman.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Anybody grows up wanting to be discriminated against, wanting to have feelings, or wanting to have identity, where they know they're going to bring that type of adverse reaction. Do you think gay people grow up gay or born gay, or that's an evolution?
Genuinely, I do.
Regardless of if you want to make that argument of if it's born or if it's something that happens later on in life that comes from certain environmental issues, like, you know, being assaulted or something at a young age, regardless of what argument you want to make, the data shows if a kid is growing up in a same-sex household, he's more likely to be same-sex. So the argument that it's just born that way, we know to some degree is 100% not true, right? I'm not saying that's for everybody, but we know if kids can be more likely to be LGBTQ because they're raised by LGBTQ parents, there is some level of influence that goes on that obviously contributes.
Relax. But not acknowledge Rachel Doll's over. Correct. She's transracial. So give her respect. Put respect to her. Because on the inside she felt black. She was dressing like she was black. She felt like she was black. She was standing for the black cause. She was working for the NAACP.
Yeah.
Just happened to be that she was, you know, wearing a white coat, blonde hair, and freckles. And people said, no, you can't just be black. Why not?
Oh, that's next, Candace.
That a man can just be a woman. Why can't Rich Dollars just be black? Right. Correct. Okay, because it's a man.
And to be honest, there's going to be more biological differences, just straight up like anatomy and everything involved. There's going to be more obvious difference between a man and a woman than there is a white person and a black person. So if you're upset that somebody was pretending to be black, why wouldn't you be also upset that somebody's pretending to be a woman? It is cultural appropriation. Quite literally. I remember one time I had a guy on my track team, he was a gay dude, and he would always talk in this very feminine, high-pitched voice, and at one time in the morning before practice at like 6 a.m., he said, "What's going on, bro?" I said, "Oh, so you just faking it." "Yeah, brother, you're like, yeah, be yourself, man, because you're faking it." Yeah, so you put on the voice in order to perceive like a woman, but at the end of the day, like Candace is saying, you're not a woman, you're still a man. And the craziest part is people don't have a problem with that. Most gay people, like studs, like women who dress like men and they like lesbians, they know that they're women. But there's just this small fraction of people that are very loud on social media that want us to gear our entire society to compensate for less than 1% of the population, and it just doesn't make sense. If you got one leg and you go to Foot Locker, you still got to buy 2 shoes, right? We're not going to change all of society because of a small demographic of people.
I don't agree, and this is not a matter of right or wrong.
Yes, it is.
Let me tell you. 2 truths. One thing can be true, right? 2 things can be true. You can put a lipstick on a pig and it can still be a pig. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it bacon. You can call it a side meal. It's still a pig. So I'm not. And their sexual orientations not based on their body parts.
Okay, so why isn't Rachel Dollars a black?
Because she's a white woman.
Okay, because it's a male or it's a female. That's it. And no matter how many procedures Rachel Dollars will get, or how much makeup she pounds on her face, or how much she keeps her hair, no matter what, okay, even if she presents it, she fully looks like she's a black woman.
Even if she gets the Kim Kardashian BBL.
Don't matter.
Kim Kardashian, BBL, everything that she wants to get, she's still going to be and die a white woman. Correct. That's the same for transgender people. You can get all the cosmetic procedures that you want. And that's just how it has to be right now.
But what about people who say that? Right? say that, wait again, racial knows they don't race, that you as a black woman, no matter you having a white husband.
No, actually, he brought up race. That was one of the first arguments that he made. Isn't it the same as saying black people can't drink at the same water fountain? No, brother, it's not. It's not the same.
Having black and white kids, speaking all this rhetoric, you'll still, be equivalent to, what do they call us, monkeys, or an animal, or some human, who they think we are.
Yeah, exactly. And those people would also be wrong because we're not monkeys or animals or subhuman, all these things. We're human beings. So if those people were to make that judgment or say that, it would be wrong. Similar to how if somebody said that a man was a woman or a woman was a man, they would be wrong.
A person who's born a male saying that you're going to die a male is not the same as saying to a person who's a human, you're going to die a monkey, which is a different species.
People have looked at us our whole lives
That's just name calling. That's silly. And I've not denigrated anybody and said that you're not a human. I'm just telling you because unfortunately a lot of people when you get out in the world are going to lie to you to make you feel good. And I'm just not here to run the world like it's a kindergarten class. Like I don't really care about your feelings. These are facts. Now, that doesn't mean that it wants people to be mean to you. Correct. I view it as a form of suffering, for being honest with you. I couldn't imagine waking up every day and wanting to be something that I'm not. And now you've got people that are saying they're trans animals. Yeah. Saying that this was trans animals. Yeah. Yes. Cats and dogs and things now. And that's what happens when you give them, when you give a mouse a cookie. Have you ever read that book? I got a lot of times. When you give a mouse a cookie, they want the glass of milk.
Yeah, but see, nobody had a problem with people wanting to identify as whatever they wanted to identify with. The problem was when those people started to want to go into female prisons and they are wording women in the female prisons, or when those people want to go into the female bathroom where our daughters have to go. That's the biggest issue. So I don't have a problem. If you want to identify as a bird, you can identify as a bird. Just make sure you don't go and try to fly. You can identify as a bird. Just make sure you don't go and try to fly. You can identify as Batman. The problem comes when you're chasing down drug dealers for selling an eighth of weed trying to break their arm. That's where the problem comes is you can identify what you want. I think most people had a lot more pushback when they started to try to also do the things that women were doing, competing in women's sports and all those different things. I think that's where the biggest issue. You can pretend to be whatever you like. Just once you start acting on that, that's when the problem is going to start happening.
Slippery slope, right? So you got to start and say, guess what, mouse, you're not getting the cookie. You're a man. Okay? That's it. And like a man, take it like a man. Okay? If you want to dress up like a woman, whatever you want, at the end of the day, you're a man.
But I can understand if we're talking about Bruce Jenner or Caitlyn. That I understand applies only, and here's what... No.
Come on! Yourself to be, and people will tell you whether or not you're allowed to be.
No, because transition at some point, Caitlyn. We'll go back to the trans animal thing. Is that really a thing?
He is piping hot.
Is trans animal really a thing?
Yes, it is. People are insane.
You gotta call them crazy. Okay, so if you start playing the crazy game, you never stop playing the crazy game. So I never started playing the crazy game, and people just gotta toughen up. And I feel for you. If you want to be a woman, you can't be a woman. I'm sitting here pregnant. You don't get the right to come out here and tell me that you're a woman. This is my fourth kid. Okay, you don't even this is not even something that I'm going to debate right now. Okay, it's just not going to debate it. You just don't get to just decide upon. And it's also, by the way, incredibly insulting the idea that you get to be a woman just because you got some boobs in the lips. Correct. I'm very denigrating about that to women. It's basically saying anyone can be you. It's just a costume. Like being a woman is not a costume. Yeah. It's not a costume. It's just not.
First of all, you don't even do it well. I mean, I know a lot of women that don't have lips, that don't have ass, that can't have. And those some that do have uterus probably shouldn't, but that's not because of my opinion as a man. It's my opinion
because that's not what makes a woman. That's the whole point. And it's like,
what makes a woman?
Do you think that you have to have lips and boobs to be a woman?
No, what makes a woman a woman?
Well, we could start at the very beginning. We could talk about why can the doctor tell you? Why do I know that I have a male in my stomach right now?
XX chromosomes. That makes you a woman. Having a different pelvic structure, which is literally one of the ways that archaeologists can date back and tell that some bones were a man or a woman because of the pelvic structure for a woman's different. It's wider for childbirth. less dense bones. I mean, we could go down the list of everything that'll tell you what a woman is. But unfortunately, a lot of people have made it like it's a costume. A lot of guys who want to identify as women have made it a costume, and they believe if they wear a pink purse and put on a wig, that all of a sudden they are a woman. And like she's saying, it is a little bit disheartening, or it is kind of an attack on women to say that what a woman is just something as simple as wearing a wig. And that's not what being a woman is. So yeah,
why are they able to do that? Right? You're talking. We can go back to X and Y.
There's a lot of women that are.
I'm just saying, why are they even able to give you a gender test and tell you what are they looking for? We are different chromosomally. We are literally different biologically. We are two different species. So it's not a behavior. It's like this person, and even
Preach, Candace.
Say, okay, so women can't have children. That means something has gone wrong. In a perfect world, every woman has a womb and therefore can have a child. Things can go wrong, of course. But it doesn't change the rules. Doesn't mean like somebody, well, that means a man could be a woman. That's crazy.
Listen, the trans argument is a easy argument to have because there's so much around the trans movement. I mean, like, I know the comments, and I know a lot of people are going to agree with it. Even there's a lot of women that are a lot of cis women.
Those are regular women, not cis women. We're not playing the word games. That shit is out the window. We're done doing that. Those are regular women. And the issue is here, to be honest, with this conversation, a lot of times I don't even focus on it because a lot of this issue has been brought on by women. So this is kind of a female fight. That's why I'm happy Candace Owens is the one talking out and drawing the lines for what is going to be tolerated and what isn't going to be tolerated, because it's up for the women to do that at this point. Guys have been trying to do that for the past 5 years, and women have voted and said, shut up, basically let these people into our spaces. And now that these guys are whooping women's ass in MMA fights, everybody's trying to act like it was the guy's fault that this is allowed. This was the women's fault. So this is really a female fight. Like, yeah, now y'all are fighting the patriarchy via grown men trying to be in y'all spaces because y'all allowed it to happen.
It's an insult. I'm just a woman. Why don't you call yourself something else? Because how about you call yourself not a woman? You know what I mean? The whole reason why you call yourself transgender is because you recognize that you're not what I am. So why are you calling yourself what I am ever? Right? It was recognized up until literally the last 2 years when I was in school. Again, I'm a dinosaur, so we had LGBT, and we also had the DSM-5, and in a diagnostic manual, it recognized that. Yeah, it recognized it as a mental disorder. Obviously, your mental and your physical are out of order. So that makes sense. And that, by the way, people have tons of mental issues. I want to be clear. People have bipolar, schizophrenia. There's so many things that people have, and that's fine. But in no world, if I had someone who was schizophrenic or had a personality disorder who was trying to tell me that I had to address them like they were a dog, and, when I get out on 4 knees and go, whoa, okay?
Exactly.
You having a mental issue does not get to become my mental issue. That's not a demand that I can meet.
Exactly.
So, no.
I don't think a trans person has a place.
I do, because I learned in school, and everyone agreed, because if your brain and your body are out of order, that's literally a mental disorder, and there's tons of them, like I said.
But Candace, there's people that get into the conversation to get into who's right or wrong, because there's a lot to get into. But it's a matter of perception, a matter of experience. Like, I can't tell you what it's like to be a black woman. You can't tell me what it's like to be a black man. You can't tell me how it's supposed to be biracial. You can't tell me how it's supposed to be gay. I can't tell you how it's supposed to be straight. Because we all have our own lived experiences. I guess what I'm trying to unpack is why you believe the transsexual's experience is not one that deserves to be validated.
Yeah, and I'm simply trying to unpack why you don't believe Rachel Dolezal's lived experience is more than she.
No, I
Why you don't believe Rachel Dolezal's lived experience is one that she.
No, I do. I understand, and that's the conflation.
Facetious.
Here's the definition of facetious: treating serious issues with deliberately inappropriate humor.
Where you're trying to unpack one topic by putting up another. But we can't ask why a rhinoceros isn't an elephant. We're talking about an elephant. And the elephant in the room is that you have a skewed perception, in my opinion, about a transsexual experience. And I'm simply asking, why do you feel like it doesn't deserve to be validated? That's how the person feels. Because you know what you guys do? And I would say you guys that have strong opinions.
Uh-oh, here it goes.
It's strong opinions. No, it's people that you represent because you have very strong opinions. And what happens when it comes to the LGBT community?
No, he's conflating opinions with facts. There's just biological fact. And she's stating biological fact. It's not an opinion.
You'll conflate pedophilia by using children and gay, which are two different things.
I'm not conflating here. Your argument is that if someone who is not clearly being born with a penis, for example, decides that in their lived experience, actually, no, they should have had a vagina, and so they're going to start living like they have a vagina and getting cosmetic procedures when they have a vagina, that suddenly I should respect that. I'm saying, okay, keep it consistent and say the exact same thing about your fellows. You hesitate there. For some reason, you don't want to do that. And so, exactly. So
yeah, mental disorder.
Consistent. That's all I'm saying. About saying to you, I'm consistent. Rachel is not a black woman, and a trans person can't just wake up and decide to be a woman. A man can't wake up one day and decide to be a woman because of lived experience. Correct. I'm sorry that I'm consistent, but you have to figure out why you're not.
No, Michael Jackson would be a better.
Oh my God.
What? Born your color.
Oh my God.
A little lighter than me. So that's different.
Jackson.
She's a white woman that decided that she was going to be black. But wait, no, they're not.
Yes, they are. They're making a lot of sense.
Let me say this. I think people are going to watch this and go, I understand where she's coming from, and they're going to watch this and go, because they will. It's not an exchange of who's right or wrong.
It is.
So that's my thing. If you can't make it make ideological sense, it's because it doesn't make any sense, right?
And Candace here is 100% right. Candace here is 100% right. Everybody's going to look at this interview and see how irrational his opinion is. And to be honest, not to even make it too political, but this is the reason why the left lost. This was a big issue. Because they actively wanted us to play into delusion. And they weren't willing to admit that the biological realities. And so he's saying what Candace Owens is saying is an opinion, but really it's just a biological fact, but it's a biological fact that wasn't allowed to be talked about for a while. And so what happened is the left tried to control the language around all this stuff, and they tried to legislate people into forcing us to believe what they believe and say what they want us to say, or people would lose their jobs. And that happened for a while, but now that that's gone, they have no legs to stand on because they don't really have any good arguments to support this stuff.
What's up, family? A Cypress, Texas man who killed a high school friend in a late-night shooting was sentenced to 40 years in prison on Friday.
I was waiting for the slow clap. Willie.
I ain't got no problem with that, but some of y'all do, so let's talk about it. James Michael Sotelo, 21, received the sentence from a judge for the murder of Corey Thompson, a high school friend who was staying at his home on March 20, 2021. At the time of the shooting, Sotelo was an 18-year-old high school dropout, and the victim was 17 years old. James fired a 9mm semi-automatic handgun at least 13 times, as Corey was trying to go to bed around 3 a.m. The Harris County Sheriff's Office responded to the scene and found Corey was hit at least 11 times, several in the back. One bullet also went through the bedroom wall and struck James's brother in the face while he slept. The brother survived, and James was also convicted of deadly conduct for shooting him. Assistant District Attorney Kyle Tucker prosecuted the case in a 6-day trial in November. After the jury convicted James, he opted to have his punishment determined by the judge following a pre-sentence investigation. 8 months later, during a sentence on Friday, the judge sentenced James to 40 years in prison for the murder and 2 years for the deadly conduct. These sentences will run concurrently. Here's something I'd like to know. Why was a high school student hanging out with a dropout? Why was he permitted to stay overnight at Buddy's house? Look, man, we cool and everything, but once you drop out of school, we ain't on the same level anymore. We ain't got the same goals. I'm going in this direction.
You're going in that direction. That's right.
Alright, so we all have heard. Stop! Alright, so we all have heard 100 men versus the one gorilla argument, right? But how about 100 women versus 1 man in a soccer match? Or for my international folks, a football match. We got this pretty fun video with a Korean soccer player called Son Heung-min. Hopefully I said that right. You see how fast he's going? He's turning up right now. And he caught it back. Okay.
This is combat racing. Best on best. This is where scores are set. Legendary.
Guessing out. Getting tired. I feel like the first 30 seconds of me doing that, I'll pass out. Take me to the hospital. I'll be in a coma somewhere. But just the fact that he was able to go this long without them getting the ball from him is pretty impressive, man. So then they had a couple women attempt to do this, and they got blown out pretty quick. But until one woman showed up and just went out, she came out there like she was the Flash. But anyways, man, welcome back to another video by yours truly, J Hall. If you are new, hit that subscribe button because we are going crazy, man. Hit that like button, man. It helps me out. Alright, so here's another video I stumbled upon. It's called Fit Chicks versus Average Joes.
Look, McCluskey, I'm a powerlifter. This is nothing for me. Fit chicks will come out on top.
Are you sure about that?
My name is Wesley Spinner. Well, I guess I'm just average. I don't do anything in particular very well.
I wonder how this is going to play out.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
As I say, you can't really defeat biology unless you're a Saiyan or a Kryptonian or some type of alien or some shit.
I think that women are just as tough as men. I think that.
Yeah, I would say maybe emotionally just as tough, but not physically as tough. There's a
Okay, so
reason.
you're saying that women wouldn't be able to play in a sport with a man because it's not safe for the woman
Do
to play.
women get drafted in the military?
No, but they go to the
I
military.
know,
So.
but why do they get drafted? Why do guys get drafted? And
Do we
women
even
don't?
still do the draft?
I'm saying, yeah, the draft. For the draft.
Okay, well, first of all, I think. First of all, I think that no one should be able to. No one should have to register for the draft. Second of all, because I think back when the draft was like being used heavily, I think that it was very sexist and men viewed women not as strong, and I think that that's pretty horrible. Women are just
as strong,
physically and mentally. Yeah, you can disagree with me here, but if you're a woman going into the military,
to be stronger than a man, yes, but on average, I'm talking about on average, men
would disagree with that sometimes.
My guy's lost. He's the type of parent to tell his daughter that she can fight any boy and win. And when she comes home all bruised up and shit, he's gonna be shocked. When I have a daughter, I would never tell her to pick fights with boys. I would tell her to get other boys to do her fights for her. Use that feminine power. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the few moments I would actually bet on a woman winning. That man is not winning shit.
Customer, sir.
You might still win.
My guy need to hit the gym after this, because you know what I'm saying, she big as shit. You could tell she drinking juice for breakfast. Up.
You could be next.
I want to know, why was she so mad? And just the fact my guy is unfazed. It's like he's looking through her. He's like, y'all hear somebody talking? I don't see nobody.
Oh yeah.
So this must have get punched to the liver purposefully. I will never do that.
My baby learned in boxing today.
Damn.
You say you never cross your feet? Why? What's up, Uncle?
My guy has no balance, no footing whatsoever. You could just tip him over with your finger, pew, just like that. She need to get him a weapon. He gonna need it. And speaking of footing, my guy literally lost his leg in this race. Oh yeah, Kurt. My guy has some short ass strides. Why is his stride so short?
What happened?
You're running like Mr. Krabs. You know Mr. Krabs be taking a million steps to walk a feet. Come on.
Move it.
So you told me you did all that running to jump right there? Seriously?
Hey, sweaty. Sweetie, you good?
Someone stole my Old Spice antiperspirant. Now I'm smelling like perspirant.
I did. Force 24/7 sweat protection.
Riding to stronger with Peloton Bike. We bring it daily with personalized plans that inspire.
So you told me you did all that running to jump right there? Seriously? She probably could have jumped the same distance without the running. Why did she do that? At that point, you just want to get hit. She must have wanted some excitement in her life. You know what I'm saying? He fell, but he fell graceful. This man did that Superman landing. Still stuck the landing though. You know what I'm saying? And just off the simple fact of her doing that many flips consecutively is impressive. You know what I'm saying? And have you ever seen parents tackle their children? Oh, you haven't? Oh, you have? Okay, Josh, I get you. Okay, you've seen everything. Whatever. Watch it anyway. I hate you, Josh. Bro, this man, did he shoulder him? Yo, he speared him. What the hell, bro? Why is he going that hard? Hey, my guy just started running away. Go, dude. Woo, okay. Pivot. Go, little juke. Okay. So the mom's going easy. The mom's going easy. As they should. And she cannot touch him. But the dad's going all out. They're trying to break something. They're trying to break something, man. Okay, that mom, she wasn't playing. He probably didn't do the dishes. He didn't do the chores.
Damn.
gotta be a wake up call. Because imagine being outrun by an old ass man. When this man pees, air comes out. That's how old he is. And you couldn't beat him in a race. You couldn't dump the ass. Become a better you. You know what I'm saying? That's all we're going to win. Become the best version of ourselves, man. This video single-handedly made me never want to get a Tesla. I'm never gonna trust that self-driving shit because if he didn't take control of that wheel, he for certain would have crashed. Listen, I know like wrestling is fake, it's scripted. But these people are actually very athletic, and they do some incredible things, man. This man really flipped over the rope and continued flipping outside of the fucking ring and just hit my guy.
What do you think about retro decambulation? What that is? Retro decambulation? Yeah. When you have like a spurting lunar wing shaft, red side fumbling. Right. Shit, man, I can't. We don't really have that problem around here, so we don't know like a logarithmic case surrounded in pre-family and ambulate. Hey, I'm a little too black. I ain't gonna lie, you used some big ass words.
Okay, don't bring race into this. You're not stupid because you're black. You're just stupid. All right, guys. So we're nearing the end of the video, and I have a bonus clip for y'all. But before we get into the bonus clip, you gotta go follow me on Instagram, and I also have videos on my Patreon if you're craving more content. Beijo com ele, assim.
Oh my god.
This is the type of fence that I would never climb. Like, I would only climb this fence if it's a life-threatening situation, like a fat girl chasing me, or like a girl telling me that she's pregnant. You know what I'm saying? But that's a freaky ass fence. The fence really said, "Give me them pants, boy. I'm trying to see something. I like you and I want you. We could do this the easy way, or we could do this the hard way. The choice is yours."
Yeah, it's like an out.
Freaky ass fence, man. But anyways, man, that is the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all in the next one. I also got an album coming soon.
Welcome to TMZ Live, Harvey 11 Arrows here. The Diddy trial is underway. There have been opening statements, and there is now testimony in the case. And the opening statements kind of predictably laid out the prosecution's case and Diddy's defense of what the prosecutors started with a bang, with a statement that clearly they knew would get a lot of headlines, but more importantly, get the attention of the jury, talking about details, graphic details from the freak-offs. And we should warn the people watching this, this is going to get graphic. Right. There's a reason that they last week kept saying that to all the prospective jurors.
Like the guys out there know that do this before. Every being a new car, you really have to learn. You do your research, but it's all coming down to what you like. So the size looks like it's going to work. We're going to decide how much of a stretch we want. If it's stretched, we can kind of make it more stance more aggressively. And if it looks like pretty wire, we have it. We can fit it more fitted tire than we will. You know, it's all what you want. If you want the track stance, if you want the stand stance, if you want the fat stance, you got to pick what you want. But I'm feeling really confident with that. That's actually really sick. You want to cut springs on a Porsche today? Or Regan, it's hot butt. The front should be good. I'm gonna find out. Oh yeah, it's perfect. Might have any space here. Freaking honest, that looks, look at the stance right there. Looks like it's doing a bunny hop. Wow, I could have a bigger one. These Porsche guys are just making a fit in it, baby. We can win bigger. Nah, I'm very big. It's a lot stressful. That's a big girl. Yeah, definitely did not eat that big of a bill. It looks like. So when it comes to picking tires, it can be a little tricky. You know, it's all based on the style you want. If you want to stand out hard, do a big stretch. If you want to be more fitted, professional looking, I don't know this term. If you want to look more gentlemanly or usable, obviously you get a more square tire. But for this one around, the first time I put tires on a car, I kind of just freeball it and then we adjust from it, right? So what we have here is our Stellar 265s. These are the tires that I use on my drift cars, right? Tire Street. Tires that I use on my drift cars, right? TireStreets.com. It'll get you right for your road use, your drift use, your rally, your truck, anything you need, TireStreets.com. And they also do have a big sale on right now. So if you need tires for your car, your truck, your drift car, anything, use discount code Jimmy on checkout. You save big until the 15th. I think it's like 20% or stuff. And their shipping is free, so it adds up. It really helps. So use it, abuse it, and get yourself some tires. But we're gonna put these on, and if I don't like this fit, maybe it's great to take them off and just what it might be a little bit of a big stretch, or it might be really sick. We're gonna find out. The stretch actually looks really sick. Hopefully the car bears it well. So how much tire can change a wheel too? Oh, it changes the whole style. I mean, there's a lot of wheels that look cooler with a tire on, but there's also some wheels that look not as cool with a tire on. So sometimes it's stressful. See like the stretch. That's sick. I know some people think stretch and stance is so stupid, but we pulled off right. Two. That's nice, right? Classy stretch, baby. See? Spoon said it. I'm gonna take pictures because it looks so fun. This is like such a dream. Like having like a stretch tire on an LM, like on an R32 back in the day, like I know not a lot of guys probably won't ever think about this, but some tires are just ugly. And some tires stretch. The 651 Sport, even though it is like a drift tire, it has a really pretty tread on it, the way it like rolls over, and it always stretches really nice. Like, some tires, like the sidewall won't give, and then it's just like flat, and then like bead is rolled, right? This has like a nice uniform roll. So for the stance guys out there, the 651s actually do stretch really nice. So the fronts are 18 by 9. What we have laying around is an old set of 225 40s, the front order front tires. So I think a 215 40 might match the rear stretch better, but we don't know. So we're gonna use these and see what we got. It might look really good. It is hard because every rim and every tire is just slightly different. So sometimes it's kind of hard to guess what the result should be. There we go. Nice. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah. We'll see. I think a 215 instead of a 225 or a 225 35. I need to take it. This will get us going. So brakes all cleaned up. Got the fresh tires on. Well, the fronts aren't too fresh, but we made them look fresh. I just loaded the front a bunch, and obviously the rear we can't touch because it's just a spring. There's nothing to adjust. So let's get it on the ground and see where it sits, and see how much we have to adjust the front and how much we have to cut the rear. Can't believe we're gonna cut springs on the rear. And it is what it is. It's just another car, isn't it? I guess that's right. Yeah. Really hope we don't have to cut. We're gonna have to cut a bunch. But I want to slam this thing so bad. But also, I don't want to have to like worry about having to cut and roll and take the fender liners out. So we're gonna find that difference where it looks gentleman, but it also looks, you know, when do you get to kind of like stands out a 993. Well, I love that this was kind of a driver's car. I don't have to like BB it so much. Really just enjoy it. That's the goal. Just sucks that it's black, because I gotta keep it clean all the time now. Like, I wish it was any other color, just because, like, it would hide, like, we washed it, and look at the water had a little bit of, it was just water, so it still looks dirty. Should we wrap it? I never wanted to wrap a car before. I feel like this would be a good candidate for it. Because it has, like,
be like a good, like, quick transformation.
Yeah,
for this car too.
it doesn't really need body work, it just needs, like, a color correction, so, like, that's usually candidate for wrap.
Dude, wrap has gotten so good in the last few years too. It looks like paint.
I know, and I have so many friends that are so good at it that I could coerce to do it.
Painting this thing, that's a whole ordeal.
Yeah, it's a lot of money too. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, like, that's a tricky one, because, like, the problem with 993s is they're kind of like S15s, or any Porsche, where, like, every color has, like, a whole different energy to it.
What color are you thinking?
I don't know. Every time I see a red one, I'm like, that's it. They just look so fancy in red. But, whatever. Black is sleek. I think we're going to like the black once we have the cement on these wheels. B-Hall, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you guys know I've been a Euro guy since a long time. This is no better Volkswagen than a Porsche.
But that's a t-shirt right there. Are you ready for this thing to be like this?
Don't tell me. No.
Which automaker employs the most hourly workers in the country? Ford. Which automaker assembles the most vehicles in the country? Ford. That's the...
Don't tell me. No, there's no way. But that's max low?
Nah, more, but I lowered it a lot. It wasn't like
I'm so mad at that surprises right now.
Dude, that's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not great.
It's not great. Not bad. Oh, yeah.
I lowered the front so much. Was it really that tall before?
I'm surprised at how like soft the rear was. Just the
I mean, like, it's, you could drive around like that and not look like an idiot, but it looks nice.
Actually, the rear looks lower than the front.
Yeah, lower the front like an inch and a half.
I think if you just lower the front, it looks fine.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very jumpy, crazy. It made the paint look nicer. Like the paint we did, right? Like,
dude, those old, I mean, any black-faced wheel is like, and it's not like they were ever cleaned. You never even washed them. You know what I mean?
you got like you got a fresh pair of sneaks, you know, it brings the whole outfit up. Yeah, it's pretty
Not
nice.
even shiny, super dirty. This one is peeling. You didn't even try to help.
No, I didn't even try. I didn't even try.
Man, that's sick.
Now it looks like a 911. This angle looks a lot. Look at it from this angle.
That's a pretty car.
That's so sick.
That is such a pretty car. It obviously needs like correction when it got dirty.
But I'm actually really surprised that these wheels fit as good as they do, because all the forums were saying otherwise. Like, the rear is an 18 by 11 plus 56. With the stretch, it's so cozy in there. Like, it looks, most guys do a 10. The 11, it sits in there really nice. And same with the front. Most guys don't go this wide in the front. Most guys do 8 or 8.5. These are 18 by 9 plus 50. And we could even use a little spacer.
That was like the whole reason you went with brand new wheels. Because everyone buys narrow wheels. When's the first Cars and Coffee? So which Cars and Coffee are you going to this Sunday?
I'm gonna just be the old man that pulls up to Dunkin' by himself at 8:30 in the morning. Just has a nice hot coffee. All hot regular. Yeah, the rear's pretty sporty. I wish it was like that.
Are they both for the rear? Or do they go over coils? Oh, that's for the front. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for some rear replacements. And I know they sent me the link for some rears before, but I lost the link in my emails. Yeah. Okay. Those, the 538s are the rear ones. Oh yeah, that doesn't even say that. It says. Okay, so these ones are for the rear. And that's just for the it stands alone spring. Because the springs I got in the Sequoia are all by themselves. No shock in them. I mean no strut. Hey, could you do me a favor? Could you check my address on file?
We have some coilover to use.
Yeah, we could actually still lower the front.
Yeah. It's crazy how much nicer of a car it looks. It's insane.
Before you even stress about the rear height, when you get this down, let's check the front. The match, alright? Let's see if we can.
There's a notch in the top perch. Yeah. Crush your arm. Are you in it? Yeah. Okay, cool, me too. Don't crush your arm. Lowered it so much. Yes! Yes!
I mean, it's not slammed, but that's pretty gentlemanly.
It's classy.
That's classy.
It is classy. It is just insane how much nicer the car looks. The front, like the Porsches, have a square front. Like there's zero camber in the front. So it looks very like, I think 2 degrees of camber in the front, just make it look very weird. That's a nice car, holy shit. My entire mood and outlook of the car is completely changed. It's true. Like I knew the potential. Like I'm pretty good about like trust the process. Like you guys know me a lot. I'm just it definitely hits different when you see it in fruition. It's missing side skirts. Needs skirts. Every car needs side skirts on it. Needs a wide body, needs a bigger spoiler, needs a turbo, like, and everyone's shaking their head at me. Yes. Let's cut this pig up. So the car looks incredible. Right now, it kind of just looks like a high-end version of the car, doesn't it? Like, it kind of looks like a nice OEM option. Maybe not as low and annoying as I was hoping for, but we'll get there soon. We'll get there soon. This is the cars that were dealt, and they're not a bad. It's not a bad hand. You know what I mean? We're not done modifying the outside just yet. I do want to keep this simple, but we got a couple more bits. So, what body panel or aero piece, whatever you want to consider it, does every single car basically need? You always say it, Jim. Skirts. Every car needs a set of side skirts. E36 has side skirts. FT has side skirts. Every S chassis needs side skirts. They all need. You get skirts. You get skirts. They all need skirts, right? Because I mean, that's not a bad rocker, right? A bad factory rocker, but adding a little bit of load to the rocker always is a lot. And so what we have here is some skirts. So these are OEM Porsche RS side skirts. That's what's nice about Porsche. You buy like a lot of their stuff, right? That's cool. What this does is it, you see that lower rocker piece? This basically just clips in. We do have to make some custom pieces to make it fit, but this will add a little bit more load to the car and add some aggression to the body plans. Add more character to the car, right? The car's really round, pretty, whatever. Bottom gets a little boring.
Wherever the road takes you, Chevy is ready to drive you forward. Current qualified lessees can now get this 2025 Equinox LT for around $299 a month. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
As a paratrooper and a judge, I took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Now Philly faces real threats, crime, injustice, and a president bent on destruction. I've seen up close our district attorney fail to bring real reform or make us safe. Now he wants us to believe he can take on Trump. Get real. Philly, I took an oath. And as your DA, I'll keep my word.
The show's nice. Right, well, there's a couple of things that hold it on down here. Just a bunch of different screws. You should just... That one. It's actually surprising that this thing isn't held together by like some crazy triple square core specialty Porsche too. Yeah, exactly. Have to go down to the dealership just to take the side skirts off. Dude, tell me about it. You have to scan the car before you take the skirts off. That's a specialty clip. Which means this has a tip. Nice, nice. So this one even this would be an OEM rocker cover. These are in like factory color. It's basically a trim black. You can color match them. You can keep them in this offset color. I didn't really know what I wanted to go with. A lot of guys go with the offset color like this, so you can actually see them be more pronounced. I'm nervous if I actually color match the gloss black. Just hide. Yeah. We're gonna put them on like this and see what happens. So these aren't a direct fit, so there's a little bit of
about the Tron XY B0600. So without further ado, let's get into it. I'm going to tell you about my experience with this printer over the past couple months. I've learned a lot, so I'm going to tell you all about it. Let's go. So let me start off by saying hello, welcome to the channel, and thanks for checking out this video. I'm trying to get some more 3D printing content up for you guys, so I'm really excited to talk about my printer here. We got the Tron XY B0600. This is a 600 by 600 by 600 large format FDM printer. I've had it for about 2 months now, and this thing is just an absolute beast. I love it. I'm not gonna lie. I've upgraded the nozzle to a 0.8 nozzle, and I am just pumping out prototypes with this bad boy.
it goes well with my 3D scanner and rapid prototyping. I just love it. So let me tell you about some of the pros, some of the cons, some of the things that I learned while owning this printer, and hopefully it'll help you out and maybe you'll end up picking one up. You know, so shout out to Tron XY. They've been great with their support. I've had a few questions and they reached back out to me immediately with answers, and they were super, super helpful. So I'm really excited to have this printer. I'm definitely looking at their IDEX printers, the Gemini S. I can't wait to get my hands on one of those, and I'm just definitely surprised with the company. So the first thing I want to talk about is the assembly. Okay, this is not a printer for beginners, okay? If you want to get into printing and you want to learn about printing and you're okay with the steep learning curve, yeah, grab this printer. But if you're intimidated by building things with your own hands, this might be a little bit much for you, because this is a full kit. You have to completely assemble this printer. And if you don't assemble it right, you're going to have issues. I've had people comment and tell me, oh, I can't get that thing to print right, I can't get that thing to print right. Well, let me tell you, you have to take this thing slow when you put it together, and you have to make sure every single parameter is square on this printer. I don't even use the beauty caps here because I like to tighten up the printer after every few prints. You know, make sure all the threads are tight. I would even say use some blue Loctite, you know, but you're going to want to make sure everything is plumb and square, because if everything isn't plumb and square, you're just not going to get a correct print. Another thing about the assembly is you have to make sure that your belts are tight, okay, because I had my X-axis, the print head, it was off, so I had to go ahead and retighten my belts. I had to adjust my belts, and I had to make sure that everything was in sync, because my circles weren't printing round. So I had to get everything dialed in. Now that's user error. That was my learning curve. So I can kind of appreciate this little bad boy tuning me in and helping me learn a little bit more about 3D printing. So make sure you do that. Make sure it's super square. Make sure you tighten the belts, and also make sure that you clean the rails. I noticed that in my dusty environment here, these rails, they get a little bit dirty, so wipe them off after every few uses. So that's basically what I have to say about the assembly. Everything was super straightforward. The instruction manual was super good, and this thing has just been an absolute beast ever since I set it up, just pumping out parts. So that's pretty good. As far as support, I had a few slight issues with this thing, a few questions, and Tron XY, the team was fantastic. They messaged me back super fast. They walked me through anything I needed to get walked through, and they didn't shame me for it either. So thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. You know, this is a Chinese company, and some people are a little bit freaked out by that, I'll just be honest. But these guys have great support, great communication, and that goes a long way, you know, so you don't really feel afraid to buy the product and get into it. I saw some comments, some people had issues with different parts failing and stuff like that. I had a filament runout sensor that wasn't perfect, you know, so they actually sent me a new one, like no problem, immediately. So they're really nice when it comes to that. Really, really good support. I also just want to say that the adjustability on this is super nice. The touch screen, the interface, everything's really, really nice. You have your adjustment screen. I'm printing right now, and it is so quiet. You just can't hear this thing at all. So I have my Ender 5 Plus printing right now, and that thing sounds like a saw. This thing is absolutely quiet as a mouse, so I love it for that. It's a beast, and it's just so quiet. I haven't really had many issues with it. Everything's been user error, and I have figured it all out. It's been really, really nice, actually. This thing surprised me in pretty much every way. Sure, you can upgrade it a little bit, but that's pretty much any printer. You know, you can build it up as crazy as you want. Now, I did reach out to Tron XY, the team, and they are sending me a dual extrusion setup for this, so I'm pretty excited about that. We're going to replace the hot end, we're going to replace the print ahead, the main board, basically everything. They're sending it all to me now, so I'm really excited about that. I can't wait to get it in and start doing some dual color, dual filament prints, and man, it's going to just change the game for me in this printer and let me do a lot more. So I'm super excited about that, and I'm really glad that they were able to accommodate my request on that and get me a dual extrusion setup. I think I'm the first one to have it. They're still engineering it, dialing it in, and sending it out to me ASAP. So I'm super pumped about that, and I can't wait to test some more of their products. This is really all I wanted to do, is just tell you guys where I'm at with this printer. I've been dialing it in, tweaking it, making sure everything's tight, and just learning the printer, and it's been great to me. So maybe you can give it a shot too. Who knows, you know? Just wanted to update you guys on the VHO 600. You know, the PEI bed is great. Pretty much everything on this thing's pretty solid, so definitely surprised, and I think you guys will be too. So check it out. Maybe give Tron XY a chance.
Welcome back to the Nora Tech channel. Today, I will review the Elegoo Orange Storm Giga, which is the largest 3D printer I've ever seen, with an 800 by 800 by 1000 millimeter print volume. It was a Kickstarter campaign a few months back. The Kickstarter price was $1,500, and the MSRP as of today is $2,500, not including shipping. The space required is around 50 by 55 by 65 inches, including the standard spool holder. The machine weighs over 200 pounds. The kinematics of this printer are Cartesian, similar to an Ender 5, but the print bed is fixed at the bottom. It consists of 4 print beds and 4 410 by 410 millimeter textured PEI sheets, similar to those on the Neptune 4 Max. It has a total of 5 PSUs, 1 for the machine, including the motherboard, motion system, printhead, and screen, and 4 others, 1 for each print bed. When printing, the gantry moves up and down while the print stays on the print beds. The bed temperature can reach 90 degrees Celsius, which is good enough for PLA, TPU, and PETG, and I don't think anyone would expect to print ABS on this large open frame printer. The maximum nozzle temperature is 300 degrees Celsius, so you can still print nylon and polycarbonate. The extruder is a dual gear direct drive, and the hot end has a longer heated block with a 60-watt ceramic heater. I can't see the exact flow rate of the hot end, but the slicer print profile limits it to 30 millimeters cubed per second, so I assume the maximum flow rate is around that number. The part cooling fans are 2 50-51 blowers installed on both sides of the print head. For the motion system, the X and Y axes use linear rails, and the dual Z axis uses 25mm dual linear rods and 16mm lead screws. The Y axis uses a NEMA 2355mm motor, and the X and dual Z axes use NEMA 1758mm stepper motors. There are 2 optical limit switches on the Z axis for gantry leveling, and the X and Y axes use mechanical limit switches. The bed leveling uses an inductive sensor, and there's an accelerometer inside the print head for input shaper calibration. Given the machine's tall Z height, it will also calibrate the input shaper at multiple heights. The motherboard is an MKS Pi OEM motherboard, so it most likely shares the same specs with a quad-core 1.5 GHz processor and 1 GB of RAM. The early version of the machine used 8 GB of eMMC, but Elegoo sent me a 32 GB one and also confirmed all new machines will come with 32 GB by default. The screen is a 7-inch touchscreen, and it hangs at the top of the frame. For the spool holder, it comes with a standard spool holder for smaller prints. However, when you want to print something tall, or need to use a large spool of 3 kg or 5 kg filament, it has another set of on-the-floor or on-the-desk spool holders with bearings paired with a wheel with a filament sensor to provide smoother filament feeding. I will test both in this video. In the future, it will also support printing with 4 print heads at the same time, allowing you to print multiple copies of the same model simultaneously. I am excited to test this printer out and would like to thank Elegoo for sending us this machine and for sponsoring today's video. And with that, let's get started. The machine came in 2 huge boxes. The first box contains the base, the gantry, and some accessories. The second box contains 2 Z-axis frames, and the build of the machine looks no different than a regular 3D printer, except it's huge. We will start by putting the Z-axis on the left and right side of the machine. Then, use some corner brackets to reinforce the frame. Next, secure the top bars at the back and the front. After that, we can install the gantry on the Z-axis. We also bought a set of wheels for moving furniture to make this 200-pound machine movable. Then install the cable chain and the Z-limit switch trigger plates on both sides. Next, mount the print head, spool holder, and the screen. Finally, install 4 final corner brackets to secure the top frame. We can now move the printer back to our testing corner. Flip the power switch to match your local voltage. There are 5 switches, 1 for the main PSU and 4 for each print bed. Now the printer is ready to use, and the first thing we're going to do is try to level the bed as flat as possible before doing auto bed leveling. Go to Settings, Advanced Settings, and Platform Measurement. It will let you adjust 9 screws on each bed, and we will try to make every single point fall within a 0.05 to 0.1 millimeter height difference. It came with 2 leveling plates, which are basically the same spring steel sheet without PEI coating, but with 9 holes for you to access the adjustment screws. You need to turn the screw just like how you turn the leveling knobs on a regular printer. You need to go back and forth to measure and adjust each point. After about 45 minutes, we made all 36 points at around 0.2 millimeters, and the deviation is about 0.05 millimeters, which should be good enough. Then, we can put back the PEI print surface and do a round of 100-point auto bed leveling. After that, it will pop up another screen for you to do the Z offset. Next, we can save all values and do input shaper calibration. The print head will shake to measure the frequency, and it's going to start from the bottom and calibrate the input shaper at 5 different heights. Okay, after 1 hour of assembly and another 1.5 hours for leveling and calibration, we can finally start our first print. I will just load in a large 3D benchy from the machine. The estimated time is about an hour. As you can see, my first try was unsuccessful. The Z offset was set too low and left a scratch on the bed. I have to use the screen to adjust it and restart the print. It looks much better this time, so I will let it print for a while and test the sound level. About a foot away from the machine, and the sound level stays in the low to mid 60s in decibels. The print finishes in 1 hour and 9 minutes, which is slightly longer than the estimated time. The surface looks alright, but there is some filament residue that got into the body, and the retraction value is also not set too well, as I can see some imperfections on some layers. The other side looks better though, and the cooling is also okay. The Z offset value seems correct as the bottom stuck really well. However, the stock firmware has some issues with the Z offset as it won't save the value. I asked Elegoo and they told me they released a new firmware to fix this and some other issues. So, I will download the firmware and copy it to the USB drive to update the firmware on the eMMC of the motherboard. As you can see, the firmware version has been upgraded from 2.3.2.0 to 2.3.2.2. But we also need to update the screen. As the screen is working like a G-code sender, it has its own firmware like a Marlin touchscreen. You have to open the screen, copy the firmware to a micro SD card, and insert it to the card slot on the small PCB at the back of the screen. After the machine is on, you will see the screen firmware is also updating. Now both the machine firmware and screen firmware have been updated. After redoing auto leveling and input shaper calibration, we can continue with our benchmark test prints, starting with the number slider. The print finishes in 2 hours and 38 minutes, which is slightly slower than average new generation clipper printers' print time of 2 hours to 2 hours and 15 minutes. The actual time is also longer than the estimated time in Cura. The top is a tiny bit of stringing, but the back looks perfect with good clearance. All tiles can move freely. Up next, I will test the top. Parts can fit well with each other. I will print my own simple geometric model. The print finishes in 2 hours and 6 minutes, and the speed is in line with other new generation printers, but it's still slower than the Cura 0.05 millimeters, which is the perfect score. For the cylinder, it can also clear all the way from 0.225. Then, I would test the retraction of the extruder and printing the honeycomb box. This time, I will try to print it on the back left plate. As you can see, it heated up 2 beds as the purge line was printed on the first bed. The firmware will only heat up the beds that you're printing with. The purge line also counts, but we can manually turn off the bed after the print is started. The extruder can handle these tiny honeycomb patterns pretty well. The print finishes in 1 hour and 57 minutes, which is in line with other new generation printers. There is some stringing, but all the honeycomb can be printed without any broken patterns. Let's compare it to the same model printed by other machines. This print made by this huge machine is not the best, but I think it is still slightly better than average. Before we move on to print some large prints, I also want to print the rubber packet to test the surface quality.
So I found myself in my lab trying to reverse engineer an anatomically correct cat claw that I could 3D print and produce entirely in-house. I'm Zach Burhoff, and I run our additive manufacturing lab here at Whisker. Before I worked here, I worked in space. So I did space stations, basically, and I couldn't really talk about what I was doing. I could never go to space, my friends could never go to space. So I knew I wanted to work for a company that was more consumer-facing. So I could own the product, my friends could own the product. So Whisker gives me the ability to be really technical and still do something that relates to my everyday life. I have a cat named Apollo. It's obviously named it after the space program. We adopted the Apollo in Las Vegas, and I quickly learned that the grossest chore that I have in my life is cleaning Apollo's poop. So it's really cool to work for a company that solves that for me on a day-to-day basis. I run our additive manufacturing lab. That's basically a fun way of saying that I play with 3D printers all day.
Surprisingly, this print is slow. It took almost 8 hours, while most new generation printers take around 4.5 hours. I think the reason behind this is the body of this model has quite a lot of room for acceleration, but the firmware limits the acceleration to 5,000 millimeters per second squared, while other new generation printers can reach 10K or even 20K for infill, resulting in the printing time taking much longer. Let's take a look from all 4 angles. The surface quality looks pretty good, but let's see how it compares to other printers. Compared to the Elegoo Neptune 4 Max, the print quality is similar. The Orange Storm Giga may be slightly better, but the printing time is much slower. Compared to the Ender 3 V3 Plus, a mid-sized bed slinger, the Orange Storm Giga surface quality is better, but the speed is much slower. Compared with the standard-sized bed slinger, the Cobra 3, the Cobra 3 surface quality is better and also faster. When compared to the Prusa XL, the XL is not fast, but it's still faster than the Orange Storm Giga, and the surface quality of the XL is a clear winner. When compared to the K1C with the Core XY Kinematic and Fox frame wins for both surface quality and print speed. I think the surface quality of Orange Storm Giga is acceptable and is slightly better than larger bed slingers, but it's not as good as regular bed slingers and Core XY machines. As no one expects to buy a printer at this size just to print regular size models, I will start printing some large models. The good thing is it came with 4 spare nozzles from 0.4 to 1mm. I will switch to the 1mm one and see what kind of results we can get. I will first print a Master Sword from Zelda to use up all 4 print beds. When all beds are heated up from room temperature, it draws over 1700 watts from the wall. I just gave it a separated power cord without anything else, sharing the 15 amp breaker. It almost maxed out the breaker, but it'll only last for a few minutes. After the bed reaches the printing temperature, it only draws around 400 to 700 watts most of the time. It now starts printing the first layer, and it seems the print sticks pretty well on all 4 beds. The actual speed is quite slow, as the hot end flow rate is around 30 milliliters cubed per second when using a 1mm nozzle with a 0.8mm layer height. The maximum speed the hot end can handle is 37.5 milliliters per second, and the default slicer profile is set to 30 milliliters per second, which seems reasonable. As for printing with a large diameter nozzle, even when printing at just 30 milliliters per second, this large print can still be done in 5 hours and 21 minutes. When printing at a slower speed, the Cura estimated time is pretty accurate. The print stuck pretty well to the bed. There is some stringing, and the print quality of using a 1mm nozzle clearly can't compare to a regular 0.4mm nozzle. When the model is crossing multiple beds, you will see a stitch mark, but it's not too obvious. After gluing both pieces together, I think this 5-hour Master Sword still looks pretty cool. Then, I would try a tall print to max out the Z height. When printing a tall print, you can't use the spool holder that is attached to the back of the printer, as when the Z height comes close to the top, especially when your print is at the far corners, the extruder is going to pull the filament at a steep angle that would probably cause under extrusion. So, this printer came with another spool holder and a wheel for large spool and tall prints. However, when I try to use it with a 3kg cardboard spool of PLA, as the edges of the cardboard are deformed due to the over-tight vacuum packaging, it doesn't work well on this roller-type spool holder. So, I will design a simple spool hanger and print it using PETG with the same 1mm nozzle. Even when printing at 30 milliliters per minute, It just took less than 2 hours. As a functional part, it looks fine, and even the 0.8mm layers are much thicker than a normal 0.2mm layer height. It feels more rigid and works just fine as a spool holder. I will use some aluminum extrusions for a heavier base. As you can see, when the filament sensor is placed behind the wheel, it won't increase the tension even when the Z height reaches the top. I will now print this Oscar trophy. When I try to set the Z height to 1000mm, the slicer won't let me do that, so I just set it to 999mm. This print is going to take 30 hours. Let's send it over the network. Does.
Can you tell which app is a trap? Yeah. Download apps, not traps.
Finding a great vehicle isn't just finding one that's perfect. It's finding one that's perfect for you.
It was printing fine for over 25 hours straight, but when it ran out of filament, the print didn't pause. I won't blame the machine as I forgot to connect the filament sensor cable. The model is now 80% done, so I definitely won't waste another 3 kilograms of filament to print another one. As the screen stated, it printed 1003 out of 1243 layers. I will estimate the height of the remaining model, try to slice the top part and print it again. It already printed a few layers in the air, but I will just try my best guess and see if I can fix the model. I spent another 4 hours printing this part, but it's still missing around 4 layers in the middle, so I just moved it a bit higher and manually edited the G-code to just print 4 layers to fill the gap. After gluing all 3 pieces together, it doesn't look too bad. When zoomed in really close, you can see some imperfection, but overall, it is still better than wasting another 3.5 kilograms of filament to reprint this model. Okay. Let's talk about the pros and cons of this machine, starting with the pros. 1. The frame is rigid. It's much heavier than I expected, and the whole machine weighs over 200 pounds, making it very sturdy. We actually had to buy some furniture-moving wheels to be able to move it around. The metal base, linear rods, and lead screws on the Z-axis are the thickest I've ever seen. 2. It calibrates the input shaper at 5 different heights. I think this part makes a lot of sense, as the vibration is going to increase when the Z height increases. It does require different sets of values to properly compensate. Unlike most printers with a tall gantry that only calibrate input shaper at the bottom, I think this machine did a really good job. The linear advance was also well calibrated, as the tolerance test went perfectly. 3. By using 4 individual print beds and texture PI sheets, it saves money and works well. For the master sort I printed, which used up all 4 beds, the stitch marks are minimal and it didn't bother me at all. 4. Assembling the machine is fairly easy. As the printer is just a pumped up version of a box frame Ender 5, if you have the physical strength, you could definitely just put it together like a regular 3D printer. 5. The extra filament wheel works. When using the stock spool holder mounted at the back, it's fine for shorter prints, but when the Z-axis reaches the top, it's going to pull the filament at a steep angle, and that's where the wheel comes into play. The wheel itself can turn a certain amount of degrees that covers the entire printing area. The filament sensor is also put at the back, so it doesn't create any extra tension or friction. The wheel allows the filament to feed in smoothly even at the top. 6. It has 2 optical limit switches for gantry alignment. Every time you home the printer, these 2 limit switches make sure the gantry is leveled, but I will talk more about this in the cons section. Now for the cons. 1. The Z offset is a bit strange. When you set the Z offset using the leveling menu, the value is based on the difference between the nozzle height and the optical limit switches. So every time the printer starts, you see a base Z offset plus another adjustment value, which is a little confusing. I think it would be better to level the gantry before homing using the optical limit switches, but the actual Z homing should use the inductive sensor. That way there would be only one Z offset value, making things simpler. 2. The maximum flow rate of this hot end is set to 30 millimeters cubed per second, which isn't bad, as most of the latest passenger I've tested are between 20 to 35 millimeters cubed per second. However, since it has a huge print volume, when I was printing with a 1 millimeter diameter nozzle and a 0.8 millimeter linear height, the maximum speed you can reach is just around 37.5 millimeters per second. So, Elegoo could consider releasing a hot end upgrade that can boost the flow rate to ideally over 100 millimeters cubed per second to unleash the power of this machine. Otherwise, the speed simply can't increase as the hot end can't melt the filament fast enough. 3. The Wi-Fi isn't working well enough. The antenna is covered by the metal base, and even though my router is in the same garage that I'm printing in, the Wi-Fi signal is weak. I have to disconnect and reconnect it a few times to make it work. Unless Elegoo can add an external antenna, it would be better to use an Ethernet connection or just copy the file to a USB drive. 4.
Xtool is your best choice. Reason 1, DIY anything at vibrant colors. Want to print on everything? Endless colors, endless DIY possibilities. Reason 2, possible to engrave anything, any shape. Versatile accessories expand your engraving possibilities. Try to engrave everything in sight. It handles spheres, curves, even wildest ideas. Xtool makes it unstoppable. Reason 3, too much inspiration to stop. There are 20,000 plus design templates. Never run out of fresh ideas again. Zero testing, zero stress. Just create. Reason 4, effortless bulk orders. 100 orders, done in minutes. All while you sip your afternoon tea. From hobbyist to business owner, faster than you think. From tea time to order fulfillment, effortlessly. Reason 5, safe and healthy creation. Worried these could affect your health? The AP2 air purifier removes 99% of harmful substances, protecting your health. Concerned about safety? AI detects flames and shuts down automatically. So safe, you don't need to worry.
Onto a USB drive. 4. The USB drive is located at the bottom, which makes sense since the motherboard is there. However, it will be better to have an extension cable so the user can access the USB drive somewhere at the top, or simply allow the USB drive to be plugged into the screen. In conclusion, the value of this machine is pretty. The hardware is solid, and the frame is rigid, weighing over 200 pounds. The volume. When I first started testing the printer with the stock firmware, I found some errors in the screen menu, especially the Z offset confusion, as the updated Z offset value couldn't be saved without redoing the 100 point doubling. After the latest firmware and screen firmware updates, it seems most issues have been fixed. As you can see, there's only one deep scratch on the print bed from the first bed sheet, but the rest of my prints turned out just fine. I believe Elegoo made a lot of efforts to fix the firmware glitches, and they also improved other small details, such as the new spool holder to provide smoother viewing. The eMMC has also been upgraded from 8 GB to 32 GB. Now, I can say this printer is fully functional like all other regular size 3D printers, just with a slower print speed and acceleration. Using a 1mm diameter nozzle to print larger objects is fun though. Although print quality with a large diameter nozzle is not the best, it is still decent. This machine has a lot of potential, especially if Elegoo releases a high-flow audit in the future. This printer is one of a kind, and it has no direct competitor in the market. The Kickstarter price of $1,500 was an awesome deal, while the normal MSRP is $2,500, which is still reasonable. Normally, after the Kickstarter campaign, the actual price to get the printer is somewhere between the Kickstarter price and the MSRP, so I'm guessing you may still be able to get this printer for around $2,000 plus shipping. If you are interested, I included a link to this machine in the description, as well as a link